Brought to you by Twin Peaks. It was Tom Izzo versus Penny Hardaway in the second round of the Maui Invitational, and Memphis was able to get the upper hand. Yeah, a lot of that early as heard on ESPN. The Tigers pulled ahead and stayed there, beating MSU 71-63 despite 18 bench points by freshman Jace Richardson. That puts MSU into the third place game tonight where they'll take on North Carolina. State is now 5-2 on the season. Daniel Jones' name came up for the Lions front office, but they hadn't actually talked about the possibility of signing the former Giants quarterback. That, according to Dan Campbell, he's more worried about getting guys on the field for tomorrow's holiday game against the Bears. David Montgomery and Amon-Ra St. Brown seem likely good to go. Not so much for Taylor Decker, Carlton Davis, or Khalif Raymond, but we will see. They're seeking a second opinion on Leaf's foot injury. And the latest college football playoff rankings were revealed, with Indiana dropping 5 spots after their loss to Ohio State. The committee thought their body of work still warranted them being number 10 overall. Oregon, OSU, Texas, and Penn State are the top 4. However, Boise State would have the 4th bye slot over the Buckeyes. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Fallar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good morning on a festive Wednesday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Smells like Christmas in here.
It does smell like Christmas. Yeah.
I love it.
Every year around this time, around Thanksgiving, when all the Christmas candles and stuff come out, Lisa always, I don't even remember where it's from, but she always gets me a couple of candles because she knows I like the scent of the Christmas tree. Cedar and pine, and it smells awesome.
Very fragrant.
I hope you're okay with that. I didn't even ask. Heather has experienced this before, but this is your first holiday season with us.
I'm conflicted.
Oh,
really?
He doesn't like it.
No, I actually like the scent. It's like a pine tree, Christmas tree. It's nice to walk into a studio that smells like this as opposed to like...
Yeah, farts.
Yeah, the dudes have been sitting in these chairs farting and smelling and all. So it is a welcome scent as I walk in, but the reason I'm conflicted, everything in its place. Christmas music can commence on Friday.
Oh,
the decorating of your tree can start on Friday.
Oh,
Can't
stop.
Thanksgiving have its moment first?
This is part of Thanksgiving. Yeah, it's. You know what?
That's the reason you don't like this?
Yeah, I want Thanksgiving to have its moment
it's
first.
On Wednesday versus Friday. You're not even going to be in Friday anyway, so
You're
it's just stop it.
When has it been okay to just skip over Thanksgiving? We do
It's
this
not.
every year.
It's my favorite holiday. I know Heather hates Thanksgiving, but
I dislike it.
She hates Charlie Brown. She hates
do.
Thanksgiving. She hates little puppies. She likes grown dogs, but little puppies, yeah, she doesn't like them.
Where do you stand on ice cream?
No, I'm joking. I'm totally joking.
But like November 1st, Thanksgiving gets looked over because Christmas music's playing and people are decorating their Christmas trees and they're planning for Christmas and Christmas candles and Christmas. Let Thanksgiving have the month of November.
I really want to punch you right now.
Is that a bad take?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Right now, this moment, it is. Yes.
At 6 a.m, it's a bad.
It's a bad take, and I was so happy this morning when I came in, just because Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. By 10 o'clock, all right, I get a chance to start thinking about, hey, I'm going to go home, and not only is this the scent that I wake up to this morning, we cook our big turkey on Wednesday, and because there's only one stove and there's a lot of other things to have to cook tomorrow, so we warm it up tomorrow, but the house is going to smell like cooked turkey.
Get a candle that smells like that and bring it in. You know what I'm saying?
I from 275 to 696, I celebrated. I actually took a picture of the fact that the construction cones were moved. I sent it to the kids because that's the way they travel to school. I was excited. I'm happy. I come in here. I light a candle. I'm thinking, hey, my radio partners are going to be happy that it come in here and it smells nice. Heather walks in. Oh, wow, this smells nice in here. I walked in. Puts a smile on my face. You walk in, and all I want to do is punch you.
I tend to have that effect.
It's like the Grinch has already showed up.
Yeah. My goodness.
Christmas can be a beautiful December-long
I
celebration,
did not
and
think
it's
that
not
this is how we were going to
December.
open the show.
Over a candle.
Right. Yes.
So I come the same way as John, at least the last half of my ride from Tecumseh. And so when you get off of 275, 696, M5, they all split all different directions. And you came around that corner and you saw that the left lane wasn't closed and both were open. And then you went down, you're like, oh no, are 4 lanes going to be open down here?
Oh, yeah.
And then they were. And I got to say, first off, it's the first thing you said to me when I walked in today.
I'm so excited.
Yeah. I thought of you the second I was driving through there. And I told you, I said, now the cones are still there and they're probably going to do a little bit of shoulder work here and there.
Yeah.
They got some, but they did it for the holiday. That's
holidays.
awesome. Good job, road crew.
Yes, well done. And it's beautiful. It's smooth. It's done. It's 2 years. Why not celebrate the moment?
And this has been 4 years of hell for me because it's been
275.
275 and 696.
Yeah.
There was a huge hallelujah. And then you come in here and you got Mr. Christmas Hater.
Yeah.
It's a Thanksgiving appreciation is what it is. We got football, we got food, we've got family, and we don't even celebrate it up until maybe the day of? There's no
Says
month
the guy that doesn't even like turkey.
There's no month-long celebration.
what do you-
Halloween gets music and a month-long celebration. Christmas gets music and a month-long
You know what?
celebration.
If you
Thanksgiving is
celebrate-
over in a blink of an eye.
If
Thank
you
goodness.
celebrate Thanksgiving with lasagna and bolognese, you have no right to sit here and talk about, can't we just have Thanksgiving? No. If you wanted Thanksgiving, if you just sat there and gave a little bit of honor to tradition, then you'd have a foot to stand on. Right now, you got nothing to stand on, so shut the hell up.
I think we need some revisionist history here. I said turkey's overrated. I said it wasn't the centerpiece. I didn't say I won't eat it. I wouldn't say it shouldn't be served at all during the holiday season.
Right, yeah.
That's a
No.
revisionist history.
You're going over to Valenti's house to have lasagna, aren't you?
I'm sure that's what they do over there, right?
I think I've heard that before, yeah.
Bippity-boppity, and it'll be all that. But
Yeah.
I feel like Thanksgiving gets skipped over is all I'm trying to say this morning.
By the way, I do think today their show is white Thanksgiving versus black Thanksgiving. I heard them teasing that.
Oh, yeah. That's an old standby.
it's so good. It's,
It's an old standby.
it might be one of their best bits.
Uh-huh.
Texter says, I'm with cookies. Christmas starts the day after Thanksgiving. No sooner. Blake at work. And another one says, I hate Costa, but I'm with him on this. Give Thanksgiving November. Christmas can start on Friday.
I no comment. All right, I'm gonna have to hit the dump button here pretty soon, and I'm trying to hold back.
Last question. Why don't we have Thanksgiving music? Okay, we'll move on. College football playoff rankings came out last night.
Okay, come up with your Thanksgiving song.
I don't know I'm not a composer. It's not my
Well,
wheelhouse.
if you're not willing to step up, then shut up.
Okay, then. Something I do want to talk about. I said it was a festive start to the day. It lasted all of 2 seconds.
Exactly.
John, your candle's wonderful. College
Thank you.
playoff rankings last night did include Indiana football. You heard it in the update. There was this big debate. What if they don't show up against Ohio State? What if they lose ugly against the Buckeyes? The committee has said, yeah, we're still going to have you in. Clearly, what happened around them mattered. Did you approve of their placement in the playoff rankings last night?
Yeah, I did. I don't have any issue with them being what they are at 10. No, I don't have any issue with that. Now, obviously, they've got to, they has to put together a good showing against Purdue, which again, right, it follows the rest of their schedule. And I was asked last night, because my daughter goes to Purdue, who's got a better chance of winning? Purdue over Indiana or Michigan over Ohio State? And I said, I don't really know. I mean, both spreads are
20
start
plus.
with a 2.
Yeah.
Greg,
Michigan.
you think so?
Purdue's awful.
Purdue is awful. Purdue is awful.
They are next level terrible. They've beaten no FBS football team
Right.
the entire season.
Yeah.
And I think their spread's bigger too.
Yeah,
maybe-
but yeah. At
By
that
about a
point-
touchdown.
Is it 27-ish? 26 and a half?
29 and a half is what I saw.
No
Oh, really?
kidding.
Wow. Ooh.
Wow.
But yeah, it's hey, is what it is. But Indiana, get back to that.
Yes.
In regards to the college football playoffs, I didn't really have any issue. Greg, how did it match up with Greg Palm? Because I lost my sheet. I wrote them down yesterday, and I can't remember. Indiana was right, kind of around 10, wasn't it?
Indiana was 8th.
8th. Okay. SMU. I think they're the front runners for the ACC.
Yep.
I think the big story, though, is the Big 12. The Big 12 is going to be a one bid, and it's simply because they have to have a seat at the table. This is why I don't like the auto bids.
Well, they don't have to. You hear what Heather Dinich brought up yesterday on ESPN. I don't think this will happen, but you have to take the 5 highest conference champions.
Oh, is there another conference we're going to include?
Tulane is 17th, which is ahead of number 18 Iowa State and number 19 BYU, both from the Big 12. I'm not telling you they're going to put in the American Conference champion over the Big 12 champion. I'm simply saying they could. It's allowed. It's permissible.
Amazing. That would be amazing if one of the quote-unquote Power 4 wasn't even in the top 5.
Now, again, if BYU wins the Big 12, they will likely pick up a ranked win that Tulane won't be picking up between now and the end of the season. So I don't expect this, but it was at least floated as a possibility.
Now, 2 things to point out here. A, Tulane is 33rd in Greg Palm. B, Tulane's 2 losses are to Oklahoma, essentially a Big 12 team playing in the SEC, and Kansas State, an actual Big 12 team.
Yes. Again, I'm not arguing that Tulane should get in, but it would be hilarious if the Big 12
Who does Tulane have?
They play Memphis this week, and then they play Army in the conference championship.
Ooh.
Army is no longer ranked.
So if they made it, that would be a green wave in December after the red wave in November.
Yes, Tom. Yes.
Those are Christmas colors, by the way.
'Tis the season.
There's the bow.
Can you wait till Friday for that? All right, coming up next, some reactions to the college football playoff rankings. We have picks today, right? This is a weird week with the holiday. We've got the Lions on Thanksgiving. Chance to win Lions tickets later in the show. Picks, bottom of the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, Mr. Costa. Well, you know what? Hey, you know who's not looking past Thanksgiving? That's FanDuel. It's all gravy this weekend on FanDuel, which means you're getting a feast of rewards all weekend long. Right now, all customers can get a no-sweat NFL same-game parlay to celebrate the occasion. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay, and you're going to get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own, or, as I've been telling you throughout the football season, you can choose one of the popular SGPs that is pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. What are you waiting for? Start the feast now with a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's talk about your teeth. No, not some lecture about brushing 3 times a day and flossing after meals. Talking about getting back to the dentist. And I know it can be stressful, especially if you've fallen out of that habit of getting to the dentist. But Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. They're not going to lecture you when you sit down, and they just want to make sure that you can get the good care that you need. Use your dental benefits before the year ends. That could be exams. It could be cleanings. If you need something more like braces or Invisalign, they've got great deals for new patients. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. Check them out, 1-800-PAINLESS. That's brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. This is Thanksgiving music. The sounds of football.
This could be a Thanksgiving song.
Sound of your family arguing in the background. That's what
It does have that energy, doesn't it?
right.
Yes, his family's coming over.
Someone did say the bickering to start the show does remind them of the holidays.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
John has a festive candle that invokes Christmas.
Yes.
Jumping
Or
the gun a
just
little bit.
Simply the fall.
Jumping the gun just a little bit. Anyway, we
Pine
mentioned
trees.
the college football
Fear.
playoff. We've mentioned that. We did not mention that James Houston was released.
Not surprised. More surprising that it took this long, and that he took up a roster spot all season.
Yeah, we had talked about this going back to the first few weeks of the year. If he's not going to be active, why is he here?
Yeah,
And then with the
eventually-
injuries, he still didn't really play a big role.
No, and defensive players continued to drop, and they thought it the time to part ways.
So no surprise. Campbell said, hey, change of scenery might be good for him. They didn't trash him on the way out. Just didn't work here.
Right.
The other thing with the Lions, we'll get to them in the picks. You passed along a note.
Oh yeah,
John, this week.
they could clinch a playoff spot as early as this week. Not the division, not the number 1 seed, obviously, but they could clinch in week 13 a berth in the playoffs. If they lost out, they'd still be in the playoffs.
Now, we're not going to go through it all because it's like,
There's like 5 different teams that have to lose or tie.
But it's the first time this year that they could clinch a playoff spot. They likely will within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And they could as early, obviously, as this weekend.
It's funny, too, because they always go through, well, they have, if this team loses or ties, this team loses or ties. There's not going to be 5 ties in a single week. At least I wouldn't think so. I don't know that that's ever happened before, even when ties were a thing. But the point is they have been so dominant all season long that, yeah, they could actually in week 13 clinch a playoff spot, which is awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Think about what we're talking about. 2 years ago, we were going into the final week hoping that, if Seattle wins and, all of the different scenarios, well, we could be playing for a playoff spot against Green Bay. Now we're in week 13 and could already lock up a playoff spot. It's amazing.
And at that point, you're in the dance. Really, we've talked about it. The only way this team is going to be judged is not by winning the division, although that would be nice. It's going to be about winning the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Getting in the playoffs, doing damage, finishing it off. Got to get in first, and they could be in this week, which would be great. And then we can start getting into what we've been talking about, which is seeding, the 1 seed, matchups, all of it. And it's all right in front of us now.
Yeah, and it all goes to the way Dan Campbell has talked to his team, and he's told us, hey, you work yourself back. What's the goal? The goal is the Super Bowl. And then how do you get to that point? It's, hey, you want to get the number 1 seed. You want to get home field for as many playoff games as possible. You get into the playoffs. So you could check that. You might check that first box this weekend.
All right, we've got picks coming up at 6:35. Heather remains in first place. Downfall? Not happening. 5-2 last week.
Nope.
But I went 5-2, and Tom went 5-2, and we're both above 500. At least we're pulling our weight around here.
Yeah.
John
Well,
went 3-4
yeah.
and is in dead last.
Well, we know what happens to defending champs. They fall off.
Are you going to make a bowl this year, John?
No, my record is not bowl eligible.
Yeah, you can't make picks in a few weeks once we get to the bowl games.
That's bowl games and playoffs. I'm going to have to sit out.
The wisdom of Sparky Anderson always said, get to 500, then make your move.
So, Tom,
Oh.
you and me this week.
That's right.
You're making moves.
Mm-hmm.
Look
I'm
out.
making moves on Heather.
No, don't make it weird.
Yeah.
go to
Thanks,
the
Tony.
news.
Yeah, it's time for news. Thanks, Tony.
So that explosion that happened at the GM Proving Grounds on Tuesday in Milford did do some damage. It damaged several homes. 2 homes located about 200 feet away from the explosion were damaged from the blast. Thankfully, though, nobody was
it's
injured.
hurt. Good.
Nobody inside the homes were injured. But people are saying they felt this blast 5 to 6 miles away.
Wow.
And there's one resident who lives about 2 blocks away from this explosion site. And he said that it felt like a bomb went off next door. Like he was getting his child ready for preschool, and all of a sudden this explosion happened. And it literally, he said, felt like there was a bomb next door. His next door neighbor's house blew up. Obviously it didn't, but that's how it felt. Pretty crazy. Everything is still under investigation. Fire crews were there at the scene. They got the fire out and under control in less than an hour. But now, of course, it's just what caused the blast in the first place. A Lincoln Park police officer and a suspect were hospitalized Tuesday afternoon after a narcotics investigation led to gunfire. So police were conducting this search warrant or, investigation in a neighborhood south of Outer Drive. Some officers were there in full uniform. Others were undercover. Well, the suspect involved in the investigation saw an ununiformed officer fled the scene on foot. So, of course, from there was a big chase. He ran, multiple officers ran after him. Well, then gunfire was exchanged, resulting in one officer being hit and the suspect as well. The officer was struck in the leg, taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, is going to be okay.
Good.
The suspect also shot maybe multiple times. He's in custody, also in the hospital in stable condition. Now authorities are still trying to piece together the timeline of events because some of the officers had body cameras, others didn't. They're trying to piece everything together, what happened, how it happened, and things like that. This is exciting. A 47-year-old Oakland County woman is quitting her job after winning $2 million on an instant lottery ticket. People are getting lucky these days with these tickets. This woman bought her Ace of Spades ticket at Perry's Palace in Pontiac. She says she is a regular lottery player, and you always hope you win big, right? But she did it. She scratched off the ticket, couldn't believe it. She's already went to claim her prize. She opted for the one-time lump sum payout of $1.3 million. And besides leaving her job, she said that she plans to vacation and save her remaining funds.
Is that enough to quit your job?
It's not, but I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
But I'm guessing she has other money. Like this is not the only
How old
money.
is she?
She's 47. I don't think it's enough.
It is if you hate your job. So now she's
Fair.
got the money and she can get a job that she liked.
That's true. It didn't say that she was gonna.
Stop working altogether.
Yeah,
It
so
didn't say
just-
she hated her job either, but I'm
It
just
didn't.
speculating.
Okay, but yes, if you hate your job or you're not happy, it's enough to go quit for a while. Take some time off, figure out what
Sure.
you want to
Take a
do. It's
vacation.
not. I don't
Yeah.
think it's enough forever, but good for her. That's exciting nonetheless. There's a 22-year-old woman in Florida who might need to find a new job. We'll see. Milena Velez, I think is her name. She's really big on TikTok. She's like an influencer, right? She's got lots of followers. And she's in the news, not because of all of her followers, but because she stole hundreds of dollars worth of stuff from Target last month. And it was easy for the cops to identify her because she posted the evidence on her social media.
Oh, come on.
So it
These
happened
people
back.
can't help themselves.
I know. It was on October 30th, and police shared some security cam footage of this woman, hoping that somebody would recognize her, which they did. But they say that she filled her cart with $500 worth of stuff and then scanned false barcodes at the checkout to make it cheaper, right? Well, she got away from Target, got out of there, but then she posted a video of I don't know, she was wearing the same outfit. She was picking out the items that were stolen. Yes, she basically outed herself on social media. So now she is facing theft charges.
Real brainiac over there.
Real bright. This is kind of fun. If you were to buy your true love every single gift from the 12 Days of Christmas song, you'd have to spend over $49,000. And it's more this year than it was last year. It's about 5.4% more this year than last year. So altogether, you would spend $49,263.47. Now, got some little stats for you. The price for the partridge, unchanged, same as last year, but the pear tree went up 17%.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about the maids of milking?
Well, the maids of milking, I can tell you that right there. Let's see. Only $58.
58 baits? That's just
what?
hourly wage?
For eight.
It's hourly wage?
Yes. So they said the prices for performers, which would be like the ladies dancing and lords of leaping and things like that.
Where do you find a lords of leaping?
I don't know. Pipers piping, drummers drumming. I could find that. I think the drummers for sure. That increased 7.9% this year. So those went up. No price change this year for 5 gifts. And one of these I was surprised by. The turtle doves, calling birds, gold rings, because I feel like the price of gold was expensive this year. Swans of swimming and maids of milking, they say, are all the same prices as last year.
All right.
I'm glad I know this.
Yeah.
Now you know.
Uh-huh.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next.
How dare you have a Christmas story on before Thanksgiving?
Could you have waited till after the holiday? All right. Picks are next, 97.1.
Hey, looking for affordable family fun that fits your lifestyle? Well, the YMCA of Metro Detroit has you covered. Join the Y November 25th through the 30th and get 75% off your first month. That's right, fun, fitness, and community for about $4 a day. At the Y, you'll find something for everyone. Swimming, sports, group fitness, and so much more. Your heart and your wallet will thank you. But hurry, the offer of 75% off your first month is only available November 25th through the 30th. Visit ymcadetroit.org or one of the 7 locations across Metro Detroit to join today.
Tom just said, I'm never in the montage when I do good. Last week, he went 5-2. I went 5-2. Heather went 5-2. Greg went 4-3, heavily featured. John 3-4, pulling up the rear.
Yep.
People want to know, did you cheat last year too?
Haha.
All right, let's get to the picks this week.
I do apologize for the lack of representation. I did not have the recording mics on for Jim and Gov last week. Hey, inclusion is
Did
important.
we really go 5-2?
Number 3, Texas travels to the home of the Greg Palm field office, College Station, to renew hostilities with number 20, Texas A&M. Longhorns are giving 5.5 points. Why did you play this game at 10 a.m. local time, cowards? Jim.
Instead, it's Saturday night. Texas hasn't beaten anybody. It's a rivalry game. It's at night. Aggies off a loss. Give me the Fighting Dan Campbells.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Aggies here, too. I think they care about this rivalry more than Texas. That's the way it used to be, and I think it's going to start that way to here, too. I think Texas ekes out a tiny, close win, but give me the points.
So you think Texas views Texas A&M as little brother? Yeah, but Texas.
I didn't say that.
Texas and Oklahoma, right? Is the big rivalry for Texas?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree, but I do think that Texas understands what's on the line here. And when I saw Texas play early in the season, they were one of the teams that were legit to me in college football. I think Texas understands that just give me Texas. I think they win.
Those words from your mouth.
Yeah.
I'm also going to choose Texas. I like the Longhorns. I like their mascot,
You like Matthew
McConaughey.
McConaughey, yeah.
She does like short
I
guys.
do.
Hey.
Is he short?
Oh, yeah.
He is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like him
You
anyway.
have a type.
But yes.
The two fan bases in this rivalry make Michigan and MSU fans look tame. I have a sister-in-law that went to UT, so I will take Texas.
All right.
Senior day on the banks of the old Red Cedar as Michigan State invites Rutgers to play an intercollegiate American football game. Spartans favored by 1.5. Gov.
I'm going to go Spartans here. I think they're going to become bowl eligible.
I think it'd be great if they were bowl eligible. I'm going to go with the Fighting Greg Schianos. I think they're tougher this year, and their style of football I don't think matches well with Michigan State. So give me Rutgers.
I feel like both teams suck, but I'm going to go with MSU.
With your people?
Yes, with my people, because it's at home too, and they needed to get a bowl game. So
Yeah.
Rutgers, more like Butgers. I'll take MSU. Jim.
Both teams are so bad. To John's point, I trust Rutgers not to have the catastrophic turnover.
Right.
I think they can lean on their ground game more. I'll take the Scarlet Knights.
Michigan is a 20.5-point underdog at Safe Light Field in the Shoe against Ohio State. The game has been downgraded to a game. John.
You put this third just so I would have to pick first, didn't you? Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, shrug emoji. I don't think Michigan wins this. I think they cover. So give me the Wolverines.
yeah, I don't think Michigan wins it either. I think they're going to get annihilated. It's will they cover or not? And because you picked Michigan, I'm going to pick Ohio State.
And those Buckeyes candies still taste good, right, Heather?
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
Look, 0-11 picking Michigan games this season. Time to finish the drill. Let's run that table in reverse. Ohio State. Jim.
Thank you.
I hate that you just did that because I'm going to do the same thing. I hate, let me stress this again, hate betting Ryan Day in this rivalry when his team has been owned at the line of scrimmage. But I don't think they'll hesitate to run it up. In Michigan style, they will struggle to play from behind. Give me the Buckeyes.
It has been over 1,800 days since the Buckeyes beat Michigan. That includes the non-game COVID season when Michigan kind of just all of a sudden got sick at the same time. I think they have the desire to blow them out. I think there was a tell at the end of the game last week about Ohio State's intentions when Travion Henderson had a chance to run in the end zone, slid down so that they could run out the clock, and then they went ahead and scored. I think it was setting up a mentality for this game, and I think Ohio State will win by at least 24.
The Dolphins travel to frigid Green Bay to take on the Packers Thanksgiving night. Packers are favored by 3.5. Heather.
Yeah, I think the Dolphins are going to be cold. I'm going to pick the Packers.
Packers are going to rock Tua. I'll take Green Bay.
Okay. The weather is the storyline, to Heather's point. 23 degrees in Green Bay. Tua said the Dolphins want to kill narratives. Well, they're narratives for a reason. Tua 0-7 in games played below 45 degrees. More picks than touchdowns. Give me the narrative. Give me Green Bay.
I wish I knew if Tyreek Hill was playing for sure.
Right.
I think he is. I think his personal reason was probably because of his court settlement or getting out of that stuff was probably what it is. So I think he's playing. And I think narratives are narratives, and I think the Dolphins are coming. I speculated in the Thursday touchdown, and I think the Dolphins are going to win outright in Lambeau.
I think the Dolphins win in Lambeau as well. I think they are a desperate team. They're not going to win the division. The Bills are too far ahead, but they're fighting for their playoff lives, and I think they go into Green Bay and do the Lions a solid.
Vikes host the Cardinals, favored by 3.5. Let's go back to this. Are the Vikings really going to go 10-2? Cards. Jim.
Oh, no.
It's been the year of the Vikings. It's been the year of Heather. It comes to an end. Cardinals run the ball. Murray avoids the blitz. Give me Arizona.
I mean, if we didn't go against her people, we might be tied with her at this point.
I know. Auto wins every week. Take the Lions, take the Vikings. Every
Guess
week.
what? I'm going against your people.
I figured you would.
I'm taking the points here, and I think the Cardinals might win the game.
I hope the Cardinals win the game. That would be sweet for this weekend. And it's also one of the things that would allow the Lions to clinch a playoff spot. But I don't think they get it done. I don't think Kyler Murray, I think the defense that Brian Flores is going to be out there is going to confuse them. I think he's going to throw some interceptions. He's going to have some turnovers. So give me the Vikings.
You know what I'm going to pick, right?
Yeah.
Although they didn't come through for me last week, which I was really disappointed about, I am still going to pick
Your people.
my people.
Ravens favored by 2.5 against the Eagles in Baltimore. Jim.
God, this one's tough. I'm going to take the Ravens. I know it's a short week, but I think they match up well. Stop the run, win up front. Eagles got to hit the road, and Lamar does what he does against the NFC. All he does is win.
You know what? The Ravens' run defense is pretty good. Saquon's been the game changer for the Eagles here. They got to go. They were on the West Coast Monday night, short week. I think this is the easiest game on the slate. I'm going to take the Ravens.
This is where I hope a narrative plays true, and it's backed up by fact. I mean, has Lamar ever lost to an NFC team? No. Or once.
The Giants of all teams.
So give me the Ravens.
Fly, Eagles, fly. I'm going to go with the Eagles.
Oh, you and Stoney.
I know.
This one won't go down to the wire. Saquon coming. Eagles. The Lions try to snap their 7-game losing streak on Thanksgiving Day. They host the Bears and are laying 10.5 points. Gov.
All right, so I told Greg right before I came in here that I think this is one of the harder games we've just ever had to pick because every single indication is to take the Bears here in the points. The Lions' record against the spread is absurd. It's 9-2. Divisional game. Bears will show up because it's a national TV game, and usually teams do. Every single thing. And I've been a little squirmy this week. I got to admit it about the Lions. I don't know what it is, just internally. And I think it's because I'm
scared.
I'm just a little.
You're scared.
But I got to go back to the beginning of the season when I said I thought potential was there for this team just to be one of those teams. They're going to rout them tomorrow. Give me the Lions.
I think this is one of those teams. I don't care how many guys are out. I think the Chicago Bears are a dumpster fire. There's going to be moments where Caleb Williams hits a couple of long passes. They've got talent at receiver. There's no question about that. And he has some talent. It will eventually come through in moments. But then the rest of the game, he's going to be a turnover machine. Kirby Joseph is going to be roaming around in the secondary. Brian Branch dropping the hammer. I think it's going to be the Lions, and I think it's going to be the Lions big.
This game makes me a little nervous, uncomfortable too, Tom. But I am going to choose the Lions. If I chose the Bears, Colin would kill me. So I'm going with the Lions, and I agree. I think they're going to win big.
Doesn't make for a happy Thanksgiving.
Confrontational Colin.
Yeah, watch out.
By now, you should know the best song on Pearl Jam's 10 album. It's Jeremy, Lions.
Yeah, Heather, you should be nervous because I think if the Lions lose this game, you're going to have a ruined holiday. Your Thanksgiving is going to be miserable.
Well, Collins will.
Oh, but he'll make your holiday miserable.
Yeah. We'll see.
Kids are crying in the background. Lingering family.
Colin
Lions
screaming.
lose.
The wailing.
Why
that
is
Colin
Daddy
was.
mad?
Yeah.
Why is he
he crying?
Yelling. Good news for you. Good news for Metro Detroit. That's not happening this year. The Lions are public. They're injured. They got them right where they want them. Lions are winning by 16 points per game. 2-0 is a 10-point favorite. Let's make it 3-0. Give me the Leos. Those are the picks. It's 97-1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with some random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
97.1. It's a football Wednesday. Holiday week. Just got the picks done. Look ahead to the Lions on Thanksgiving Day. Bears are in town. 10-point spread. And John, once again, the entire show took the Lions, even with the injuries this week. And I'm curious to you, which of these injuries is most concerning?
That's I would probably say Carlton Davis.
Okay.
If he's unable to go, and I think that Aaron Glenn, he's shown, especially this year, that he is able to construct game plans to cover up deficiencies. They've been able to cover up the deficiency of pass rush since Aiden Hutchinson went down. And even with Zadarius Smith, it's not been what I think they really need it to be. It's not what we want to see. No Marcus Davenport. And I think the guys inside have surpassed expectations. Lee McNeil putting pressure on quarterbacks has been great. But I think with the receiving group that the Bears have, the Carlton Davis injury could be the one that to me is most concerning.
Especially because for the Bears, it goes through Caleb Williams. And if he's getting his feet under him, and he only has, I think, one pick since mid-September, threw 2 touchdowns last week against the Brian Flores defense that likes to send some heat. If he has some favorable one-on-one matchups on the outside, and he can move the ball a little bit, now you're sweating more than you want to on Thanksgiving. Now you're reminded of that stat. They've lost 7 straight. You don't want to be in that spot. Carlton Davis did not practice fully yesterday. Neither did Taylor Decker. He was limited in practice. And the same, I believe, with Khalif Raymond. Those are the biggest 3. I saw Montgomery's limited at practice. I think he'll
play.
Yeah.
And I kind of do expect that Taylor Decker will play. That is concerning if he doesn't, because of the defense that the Bears have. You can say whatever you want about their offense and how ineffective it can be. And it's not necessarily the picks that Caleb Williams has thrown early on or is not throwing now. If you watch that Minnesota game, he's got a hard time pulling the trigger.
Sure.
He stands in the pocket longer than anybody else, trying to decide where he wants. I think he's so afraid of throwing another interception that there are passes he just simply will not throw. There are throws he won't make.
But I think some of that is understandable for a young quarterback because you don't want to make the critical mistake, and you got to live to fight another down. So
Sure,
if second down's not there, don't give the ball away.
But and here's where it becomes concerning. If you're not able to pressure Caleb Williams, and you're not getting anything from the outside, how much can you rely on Elaine McNeil, DJ Reader, Levi Owens-Enrique to be your pass rush from in the middle?
Yeah, Caleb's last 8 games, 9 touchdowns, 1 pick, quarterback rating of 94. He's completing 64% of his passes. He's been sacked 31 times, to your point, John.
Right.
So that's some of what's happening with him. And let me just correct what I said. Decker did not practice yesterday. Davis did not practice yesterday. Khalif Raymond did not practice yesterday. They weren't limited. They didn't practice at all. I would say, as we sit today, no inside knowledge, they're not playing.
Well, and again, reading the tea leaves about Khalif Raymond, you're going for a second opinion. It's generally, if you get hurt, and this is just because it is a workers' comp case at this point, you want to make sure that you get a second opinion from somebody outside the organization. And when that happens, to me, that's not is he going to be back this week? Could he even be back this year? A conversation.
Yeah, that gets tough. I do think Montgomery will play. I do think Amon-Ra St. Brown will play. Both were limited. The one I'm on the fringe with might be Decker, just because he's a warrior. I don't want to say he won't play because I could see him gutting it out. But they have been strategic with him as a veteran, playing the long game. It's a short week. He came back in the game last week, but wasn't 100%. John, he might be the biggest guy to miss, though, because you've been all about this. The offensive line is what makes this team go.
Well,
if Carlton Davis doesn't play, Darren Arnold's back in there. You're facing a rookie quarterback. You should be able to do enough to keep them from getting to 30. Can the Lions put up 30 points, take care of business, lead with the offense? And if Decker's not in there, that becomes more difficult.
Well, and what it does is, Ben Johnson's no fool. Hank Fraley's no fool. If they put in Dan Skipper at left tackle, especially with what he's put on film in the regular season. They know his limitations. There are going to be times where he's going to have to be one-on-one with some of those edge guys, but they're going to use Brock Wright, Shane Zylstra, and a host of running backs to help on that side. And it limits what you can do downfield. It doesn't eliminate all your options, but it does limit some of them, and it makes some of them a little bit later. So look for a lot of checkdowns to running backs late, to tight ends leaking out late. I don't know that they'll necessarily use Laporta in that regards. I don't want to waste him downfield, but if you're going 2 tight ends and you're sending Laporta out, then look for Zylstra or Brock Wright to be helping out wherever Skipper's lined up.
Or 12 personnel, double tight end, especially if you don't have Decker. What are you guys expecting from Thanksgiving Day? Right? That's the question. What are you expecting from this game? Both in terms of, obviously guys that'll play and the impact that those injuries may have on the game, but the game itself. The Lions have lost 7 straight Thanksgiving days, which feels silly because
last year's was painful.
Especially painful. Everything else has gone away. All of the losing, the trends, the spots, the situations the Lions wouldn't win and couldn't win have all faded away. This is one of the last few dominoes, winning on Turkey Day, winning on the holiday with everybody sitting at the table with their family. Will they be talking about a Lions win for the first time in 8 years?
I think they will.
I think so too.
I think they will, and it may not be as dominant as they have been, but I mean,
who cares?
It's hard to say that because every time they've been faced with the challenge, they respond with a big win. It just it happens. I mean, who would have thought that Hutch goes down and then against Minnesota, they go to Minnesota. They're trailing Minnesota and come away with the win. Now I know that Hutch doesn't play offense, but I think it's notable in that regard. And whether it's the weather in Green Bay, it's other injuries that they've had to find a way to generate offense, defense, special teams. They simply just seem to find a way. Next man up. When we talked to Dan Campbell yesterday, it was simply next man up. And it was also the mentality of, hey, this isn't going to be our last obstacle. We know there's going to be more thrown at us. So bring it on. And if we're truly going to be Super Bowl champs, teams that are Super Bowl champs find ways to overcome moments like this.
All right, 7 o'clock hour, we'll check in with Michigan head football coach Sharon Moore. 7:35, we'll talk to him about the game, the matchup with Ohio State as Michigan wraps the regular season this weekend. We'll talk more Lions football after the update. Obvious question is your concern level with the injuries, the injury that is most concerning to you. And how about this? If they lose, and it doesn't really enter our mind with the way this team's playing, but if they lose, does it ruin your Thanksgiving? Think back to last year. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. James Houston no longer on the Lions. The team releasing the struggling pass rusher after several weeks of having him on limited snaps on defense. Head coach Dan Campbell tried to explain why it never worked out. Yeah, the 6th rounder in 2022 had 8 sacks in 7 games as a rookie, but has only had 1 sack in 10 games that he's played since then. While the Lions watch several key players on their injury report, Chicago doesn't have many problems with theirs, having only 2 players listed, safety Elijah Hicks and depth lineman Ryan Bates, who's working his way out of the concussion protocol. The Spartans gave up 22 points off turnovers and could not keep up with Memphis in the winner's bracket of the Maui Invitational. MSU cut a 15-point deficit down to just 5 in the final minute, but the Tigers stayed ahead and won it 71-63. The Spartans play again tonight in Hawaii versus North Carolina. And an early big signing for the World Series champions who continue to spend big and collect talent. The Dodgers inking starter Blake Snell on a 5-year deal after a solid season with the Giants, including even more deferred money because, hey, why not, in his $182 million contract for L.A. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, there is some doubt in the ticket text this morning. Thanksgiving Eve, question about concern tomorrow. Injuries mounting, short week, division game. Lions are double-digit favorites. They've handled adversity all year. Why would you be concerned? Ticket texter says, I've been looking forward to this game all year. It's been bothersome that people think Goff is great. We're going to see him turn into a pumpkin and show why he should be benched for Hendon Hooker.
What? Are we really getting text messages like that? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, his phone number is 313. I can give it to you if you want to personally talk to him.
Bring in Daniel Jones. What are we talking about?
This one says, Lions are beat up on a short week going against a healthy division opponent. They're not as bad as their record suggests. I'm expecting the Lions to lose tomorrow. Another ticket text saying that.
This team they're playing tomorrow lost 19-3 at home against the Patriots.
It's a good reminder.
Right.
They lost 29-9 to the Cardinals.
They're also a
Last
team that's
week's
found
game was
ways to lose. Yes.
was a fake close game. It was the first onside kick in the league this year. I mean,
think about it. But think about it. Even if you think that the Bears, like the 19-3, that's a blowout loss. They've been in a lot of close games. So maybe someone out there is going to sell this as like, well, they're better than the record suggests. No, they deserve their record because they find ways to lose. The Hail Mary is a great example where the coach is giving up yards at the end of the game to make the Hail Mary possible, where they aren't calling a timeout while one of their players is jawing with the fans, while they have a player spying the quarterback on a Hail Mary. You deserve to lose. The kicking situation where they just had the game winner blocked against Green Bay. They didn't try to gain an extra 4 or 5 yards in the final minute of that game to make the kick easier so he didn't have to line drive it. They deserve to lose. Last week, yes, they get the onside kick. Fortunate. Nobody's gotten an onside kick all year. They get to overtime. What do? With the ball first in overtime? They punt the ball. They deserve to lose. So while we have the Bears, maybe they're better than the record suggests. No, I would tell you they are exactly who their record suggests they are. Just like the Lions, same thing. What happens when the Lions hit a little rough patch, injury, fumble, adversity? They find ways to win, and not only win handily, win easily, win by multiple touchdowns.
Well, so it all goes to, at this point in the year, you are what your record says you are. I mean, we've heard that line time and time again. And I trust that these teams will be who they are. I trust that Caleb Williams, will make a couple of plays. He's going to try and extend some plays. He'll probably take a shot right under the chin from a guy like Jack Campbell. And that's what he does. He's also got a live arm. He's going to throw the ball downfield. They've got good receivers. They're going to make some catches. And it's not like last week when Anthony Richardson would just sail the ball. That's who he is. And there were times where they did make the connection and a guy stepped out of bounds or there was a penalty. That's who Indianapolis is. The Chicago Bears will turn the ball over. The Chicago Bears will have stupid penalties. They will break down in pass protection. That's who they are. And what do we know about the Lions? What do we trust about the Lions is that they won't beat themselves. This is a game where you don't beat yourselves, you don't lose the game.
I could have bought into the Bears, making this competitive and winning if Terrion Arnold wasn't going to play. And he was a full participant yesterday, so It looks like he's playing. Like, my fear was, okay, no Davis, no Arnold, and you got Vildor and a Rusty Mosley or what, and that's where you just start looking, okay, at matchups, how is this sustainable when you don't have a great pass rush either, So I actually think with Arnold playing, it just kind of takes it out of the equation a little bit that, the Bears could, kind of dink and dunk simply because they do have 3 respectable receivers, okay? They got a solid tight end, but at least, Vildorn maybe not being on the field quite as much.
Or, in as bad of spots.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Look, this league, anything can happen. It just seems like, I said a few weeks ago, it seems like the Lions are any given Sunday proof.
Texter says,
are they Thanksgiving proof?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. It's one of the latest narratives that has to die. One of the few things that's held this team back. Like last year, they were the better team. Last year, they're better than Green Bay, right? Didn't win the game.
Right.
And that's incumbent on this team to put their best foot forward and get things done. To avoid, John, to your point, the turnovers. Turnovers are a way that you let a lesser team hang around. And last year, they had too many turnovers at home on Thanksgiving Day.
Well, and we heard it from Dan yesterday, and I'm disappointed in his answer of how do you want to set the tone? What do you do with the coin toss? And he said special teams. Well, yeah, okay.
He's just effing with us.
Right. But what was the first play from scrimmage last week or last year from Green Bay? It was a long pass to, I forget even who caught it, but it was downfield. It was an explosive play, and it set the tone for the game. I think the opening drives on both sides. And if Chicago goes down and scores, how many times have we seen opening drives end in a field goal or even a touchdown? Like, it happens. It's a scripted drive.
Colts just did it last week. They got a field goal on their first drive. Yep.
Jacksonville did it.
Yep.
Field goal on their first drive. Oh, my goodness. We're down 3-0.
Minnesota and Houston both got up 10-0.
Yeah.
And Detroit's on the road in both those spots.
I do think that it is important to set the tone, whether it's the opening drive for the Lions that goes down and just shoves it down their throat, or defensively you come out and Aaron Glenn finds creative ways, new ways to apply pressure and give Caleb Williams looks. That's why rookie quarterbacks struggle, is because they're not ready for the little tweaks that a defense can make that makes a coverage or a blitz or anything look different. They don't have the anticipation because they don't have the experience. You do that on the opening drive and you make Caleb Williams look like the rookie quarterback. Now all of a sudden doubt starts creeping into his mind, and it's really hard for rookies to overcome that.
So obviously expectations for this game, 248-539-9797. The other question I asked before the update was, if they lose, will it ruin your Thanksgiving? We had a texter who says, basically any adult who lets a game ruin their holiday is a loser.
Hey, they call them fans, which is short for fanatics, for a reason. There is little reason in how fanatics think.
But it is a thing. Like, I'll admit it. When my team wins, I have a better mood than when my team loses. Like last year on Thanksgiving, I married into a family that travels for Thanksgiving.
Oh.
So we were in the Dominican Republic last year for the Lions game. And you would think I'm in a tropical paradise. I would be in a great mood. They had a literal swim-up bar in this giant lazy river pool, and everyone's watching the football games. And I was not having a good time. It ruined my day.
Well, in that situation, you are a loser. I mean,
but I'll own it. I'll own it. Like, it did ruin my day. And before you roll your eyes, like, Heather, it'll happen in your house if they lose this game too.
I'm sure it will. Like, I don't remember last year because Brooks was just born.
Right.
He was like 5 or 6 days old on Thanksgiving. So
that's why we have multiple kids, because you forget how miserable it is.
It was great being with him, but I was not watching. I don't remember the Lions game. I don't remember them losing. Like, I don't remember anything about that except being at home with Brooks. Like, I didn't even celebrate Thanksgiving because I stayed at home. But I'm sure it affected his mood. I mean, he has said before he thinks this obsession with the Lions could be bad for his mental health, especially if they do end up. Yes, because he gets so.
BetterHelp yet?
He might need to, because he gets so invested in these games, and it is like a crushing loss if they do lose. He loves Thanksgiving. He loves being with his family. He's going to have a great Thanksgiving no matter what. But I do think it will affect his mindset
of our community. And by community, I say Lions fans, but it is because the Lions are so big here in Detroit. You can tell on a weekly basis, just people walking around, when the Lions have won or lost. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that on a holiday, when you're playing a division opponent, one that is as bad as the Bears are, if you were to lose, that it would affect your mood.
I think ruin is an awfully strong word here, though. I mean, look, it will affect our mood. It'll create a little doubt in my mind if they lose this game. I mean, it changes the story. Oh, it's a story changer. If you lose this game, it's a story changer.
Okay, no, let's play this out. Okay, they do the unthinkable. They lose this game. They're the 1 seed in the NFC on Friday morning.
Right.
What changed?
You bring in a division rival next week that if they come off a win,
you've already beaten.
I know. I'm telling you, though. Well, there's no reason they should lose this game. Under your circumstances, reverse it on it. They shouldn't lose this game.
Sure, I agree. I mean, they're 10-point favorites. I don't care who's injured. They should win this game.
Yeah, if they are who we thought they were, they don't lose this game.
They could lose this game and still go 15-2, by the way, so it won't ruin that either.
It ruined your Thanksgiving last year?
Again, ruin is such a harsh word, but
did it ruin your night?
It killed the mood.
Wow. Yeah. On a swingers cruise?
It's not a swingers cruise.
Yes. Married into it, I guess. That's what it sounds like.
Texter wants to know where we're going this year. We're not. They are in Puerto Rico. I am not in Puerto Rico.
Is your wife in Puerto Rico?
She is not.
Oh, okay. Well, she changed her family tradition.
Well, you can't.
Because of her love for you.
What a guy that I am. What a catch I am, I guess. You guys can tell us. Do you think the Lions losing ruins Thanksgiving? 248-539-9797. And yes, we can keep talking about whether or not you think they win. Sharon Moore coming up at 7:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's the wintry driving season again with reckless drivers. They're everywhere, and they just cannot seem to keep control of their own cars. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any time of the year, you need an injury attorney who will be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio and his team. It's an amazing team. You can pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
if you're a fan, the result's going to affect your mood. Will it ruin Thanksgiving if the Lions lose? 248-539-9797. You have experience. It's been 7 straight Thanksgiving losses. Is this year any different in that if they lose, it ruins
this
Thanksgiving?
Year is wildly different because the expectations are so much higher.
Yeah.
But I think if they lose, it affects your mood, but it doesn't ruin Thanksgiving. I think those are the 2 easy answers.
Texter says, I'll be depressed if they lose, but I'm just going to have to gorge myself on more turkey and stuffing. Oh, well, Todd and Novi.
Eat my feelings.
In the past, when the Lions have gotten smoked on Thanksgiving, it has really impacted my day. If they lost a really close one, I'm bummed the rest of the day. Chris in Warren.
Oh, like a Hail Mary?
I've had that. How about the one where Jim Schwartz challenged a play you couldn't challenge, and it made the touchdown stand? Justin Forsett and the Texans. Everybody remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Sue Stomp on Thanksgiving Day. We've had some awful Thanksgiving. Peyton Manning one year lit up going way back, lit up the Lions.
J.J. Watt, the interception.
On Stafford.
Yeah.
The death of Patricia and Quinn. That play.
We've had
You
some
brought up the
horrible-
Schwartz thing, though,
Yeah.
and you were saying, like, does it ruin it? No, I just start laughing. That's the past.
Yeah.
That was my SOL reaction. I'm like, okay, here we go. It's just... It was a 3-ring circus sometimes. Remember the Titans 47-7?
Oh, no.
Chris Johnson and who was the other guy? The USC running back?
Lendell White.
Yeah. They each had 2 touchdowns at halftime. Joey Harrington.
Couple more ticket texts. Last year didn't ruin my Thanksgiving. But all night I would get little waves of irritation when I would think about that game and how they lost. Lions will win. I expect it to be closer than anticipated. Give me the Bears and the points. Nick in St. Clair Shores.
I mean, it is a lot of points. You're talking about double digits in the NFL, and that's the thing that the Lions have been so good at is just outscoring their opponents. And I mean, when you think about a double-digit win in the NFL, that's a rare occasion. The Lions have done it on a regular basis, and I don't think injuries play a factor in this. And if they don't win by double digits, again, the whole object is just to win the game.
Yeah, just win. Stay on course for the 1 seed. Keep the game in hand because you never know. The schedule does get tough with quick turnarounds and no more bye weeks. Just keep winning, bank that cushion. That way that they can get the 1 seed wrapped up sooner rather than later. And they can technically clinch the playoffs as soon as this weekend, as long shot as it may be. Some ticket texters on the game and what's going on here. It says Lions need to exercise that demon, and they will. Grit ball, 31-17 win. Another person says it's just like all the other games this year. Seattle, Dallas, these games that they've needed to get wins in that previously they wouldn't.
Well, and it's also the ability, if they do win, which I fully expect them to do, it allows you to hate watch a lot this weekend.
Yep.
Because of Philly, Baltimore. Like, I mean, you become Baltimore Ravens fans at that point. Even later in the day when the pack takes the field. Like, you become...
You're rooting for Tua.
Yeah.
Goff has a perfect game with his passer rating, and the Bears defense, and the defense holds the Bears. Lions, remember last year, win 31-11. A lot of your negative ticket texters are nuts. Lions roll 37-13. And Michigan gets it done. They win 29-23.
29 points. Okay. I'll take it.
That says there will be less fighting around Thanksgiving if the Lions win. I imagine everybody's a little more on edge if they lose this game.
So, I mean, that's the path to it ruining your Thanksgiving, is that it just ruins your mood enough that you ruin it for everybody else. You can't sit down and have a good conversation. It's all, like, your mood is so affected that you become the jerk at the table.
You lash out and say something that you should have probably bit your tongue about because you're just in a bad mood.
Yeah, maybe something that does irritate you on a regular basis, but normally you're able to bite your tongue.
Go. It's the holidays.
Yeah. Oh, you put too many marshmallows on there.
Turkey's
I'll take
dry
'em.
again.
Sitting there eating, and they just lost 24-23, a classic game, and somebody says, this is why they need to go to Hooker.
You're like,
Yes. You are kicked out of Thanksgiving.
What would cause a bigger fight if someone said they need to bench Goff for Hooker, or if someone brings up politics at the table? Might depend on the family.
Yeah.
What about SOL or politics?
Oh, God.
Yeah, your invitation is revoked. No more Thanksgivings with you.
What's more divisive, SOL or politics?
248. I don't really know. I mean, it depends on your family, right?
For SOL to even be a part of the conversation.
Well, that's why he said it, because it's so extreme that you
Right.
would get someone going, are you really,
Yeah, is
really,
that how
Uncle
they
Steve?
lost?
That's
Yeah.
who you're going to bring up? Really?
Oh, yeah.
On a season where they're going 10-1, you're going to bring up the one time they lose in 3 months? Really? Yeah, I could see that getting somebody really fired up at the dinner table, especially if the Lions lose and it sparks that conversation.
Yeah.
Anyway, we let sports really affect our mood.
Oh, it does. It certainly does. I mentioned it. Like when you walk around town after a Lions win, everybody's in a good mood. You walk around town and the Lions didn't win, and it certainly affects people's moods.
Yeah, I guess where I'm curious is, like, do they have they earned so much a benefit of the doubt this year that even if they lose, they're 10-2, that the effect isn't as bad as previous seasons?
Yeah,
No
It
question.
has to, because I mean, we had that caller yesterday that said that they were going to have to win 18 games in a row for them to win the Super Bowl. That's not the case. If they lose one, the world is not coming to an end.
Texter says, and this is for you, John, as a Michigan fan, would you take a Lions loss for a Michigan win?
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I mean, the Lions can...
really?
The Lions can hold... I mean, yeah, the Lions can still get number one. You already said that. You wake up on Friday morning and they're still the 1 seed. What do they have to lose? Maybe it makes it a little bit tougher on them, but yeah, I'd take that one in a heartbeat.
Tom, you're wearing Michigan swag today. You answer it.
I take a Lions win.
See, that's what I thought.
Michigan's already bowl eligible.
Yeah,
What do they have to-
yeah, Michigan's going to win 7 games instead of
Ryan
6.
Day's probably gone either way. So this Greg breaks the tie.
Oh, Greg's got a take. He's waving for the mic.
As said before in this show, beating your rivals is good.
Yes.
Losing to your rivals is bad.
I didn't ask, would you rather
Winning
win or lose?
4 in a row against Ohio State, especially with this terrible team, would be awesome.
Yeah, they spent
Michigan!
$20 million on their roster. Our high-priced guys don't come till next year.
See, they went to the school. I didn't.
Walmart.
Walmart. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'll be there Black Friday.
Hey, listen.
Get yourself a new pair of socks, are you? Go, maybe a couple of them.
We got Sharon Moore coming up at 7:35. I don't know that we need to drop this conversation. We could work it in today. Let's get to Heather's news.
All right, so there's a teacher who was injured in the Oxford High School shooting who is now suing the district and 5 members or former school officials, alleging that they basically increased the risk of a mass shooting by ignoring signs of impending violence. This teacher, Molly Darnell, filed a civil lawsuit on Tuesday against the district. 2 former employees who, she said, interacted with the killer and ultimately released him back to class that day. 2 former superintendents and the former principal. She is the only teacher who was shot and is the first non-student to sue the district. She's suing for an unspecified amount of money, but says that she's been dealing with obviously emotional distress, sleep disturbance, nightmares, future damages, all sorts of things, obviously pain and suffering as well. So it's not surprising to me that this is happening. Students at Riverview High School were sent home after bullets were reportedly found in a bathroom Tuesday morning. Police were called to the high school. The classrooms were searched. It's not immediately clear how many bullets were reported by the school or if there was any threats made, but it sounds like everyone is safe and sound there. So that's the good news. A northern Michigan man with a history of hunting-related violations is once again in trouble with the law for allegedly poaching a deer while drunk. This guy, Cecil Day, was arrested at his house on November 18th. That's about 3 days after Michigan's firearm deer hunting season began. The arrest came after Michigan DNR conservation officers actually got this anonymous tip with proof that this guy got out of his car with a rifle and was shooting at a deer on private property. I guess they also found several other deer that had been shot and left in the same area. So this guy was arraigned last week on charges of possession of a firearm by a felon, possession of ammunition by a felon, possession of a firearm with a blood alcohol content over the legal limit, and no hunter's orange. Now he's also, I guess, facing charges linked to alleged poaching as well. So lots of things going this guy's way.
Throw the book at him.
Yeah, he remains in jail and is waiting a preliminary hearing. Oh, the Canadian Pacific Holiday Train passed through Detroit this week.
Oh.
I've never seen it. It's, again, one of those things, oh, that'd be cool to do, but I'll probably never do it. Yep. But it drew massive crowds this year. So the train passed through, entered into Michigan like around 9:30 Monday night. There were, all the cars on the trains were illuminated with cute holiday lights. There was music playing. Hundreds of people were lined up like near the tracks to get a view, catch some photos, but there was viewing parties as well. The Carbon Athletic Club hosted its 10th annual holiday train watch party on Monday and had over 1,000 people in attendance there. That was setting a record for them. After passing through Detroit, the train went to like Allen Park, Belleville, Adrian, then crossed over into Ohio and then into Indiana. Cute. Something I think would be cool. The kids would probably love it.
Sure.
But who knows if I'll actually ever do it. A Lincoln Park police officer and a suspect were both hospitalized on Tuesday afternoon after this narcotics investigation led to gunfire. Both the officer and the suspect were shot. The officer was shot in the leg, taken to the hospital, non-life-threatening injuries. The suspect, I believe, was shot maybe multiple times. He is in custody and is in stable condition. When officers arrived at this guy's home or wherever they were doing this investigation, he took off running on foot. That foot chase then led to gunshot. Everything is still kind of being put together. An investigation is underway. Finally, I'll end with this. If you like to pee in the shower, just continue doing it. There'd been some reports before that, might not be the best idea specifically for women because it doesn't. There was reports saying like
a
it doesn't.
Direct shot.
No, it's not good for the pelvic floor. Apparently, like if you're that's what reports were saying. But there's urologists now who are speaking up and saying, hey, that's all false. If you want to pee in the shower, pee in the shower. One, it doesn't cause any harm. Two, it's
convenient.
It's washed away. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as you wash your feet.
Well, yeah.
If you pee in the shower, it requires you to wash your feet at that point, right?
Yeah, if you're getting pee on your feet, sure.
Well, I mean, I
kind of
I know how it
unavoidable
works
at
for
that point.
dudes. Yeah. It's got to be harder for women.
No, I don't think so.
Don't look at me. I can't
by
answer that.
default, it has to be harder for women.
I'm guessing it's harder, but your pee still goes to the ground.
Gravity
the
works.
pee is still going to the same place. It's going down the drain.
Yeah, but it's a lot closer to your feet. You get some splatter.
I mean, yeah, but the pee is still like, are your feet by the drain? And either way, yes, John, wash your feet. If you're going to pee on your feet, wash them. Okay, the bottom line. Either way, I'm saying these urologists are saying, hey, ladies, you can pee in the shower too. Does no harm.
Thank you for that. That's
You're
Heather
welcome.
with the news. All right. Coming up next, Michigan head football coach Sharon Moore. It's the matchup with Ohio State. Will Johnson ruled out according to Pete Thamel. We'll get the latest from Sharon next. It's 97.1.
Okay, guys, listen up. The holidays are here, so that means you got to get your girl what she really wants this year. So get her a beauty package from Beauty Bird Med Spa. They have so many premium offerings to choose from. It could be Botox or filler or microneedling. And hey, if you've never heard of those things, don't worry. Amy Wise and her team have you covered. They can walk you through everything, and they can create this customized package your ladies will love. Plus, they're going to be in great hands. I was just there. I saw Amy, and I couldn't be happier with the treatment I received. So don't struggle with the holidays again this year. Go visit them in Commerce or head to mybeautybird.com today. That's mybeautybird.com.
All right, guys, dive into the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch the biggest games at a viewing experience that's built for sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels. And the best part is no matter where you are, you got a perfect view of that massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. It's paradise for the sports fan. It's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football with the swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and a nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot. Might be the private cabanas, the cozy day beds. Grab a lounge at the center of the action, but reserve your place today. 365 days of sports poolside, so it could be not just football season. Start planning that trip to maybe March Madness, get everything going. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. We have a chance for you to win tickets to that Lions Thanksgiving Day game. All you got to do is be listening this next hour. You're going to want to hear a phrase, a drop. It's going to be John Jansen's voice saying, it's going to get long, it's going to get hard. When you hear that, you're going to call in. You have your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Lions on Thursday against the Bears. Passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market by the Bullseye Event Group. It's the Lions VIP tailgate. All you can eat, open bar, 3 hours before kickoff. BullseyeEventGroup.com for tickets. John, you also said something this hour that I want to work in.
Okay.
Doesn't have to take over the show because we got some Lions stuff we want to do here. But you said you would take a Lions loss if it meant a Michigan win. You would trade a Lions loss for a Michigan Wolverine win.
That was an easy decision.
And you said it's easy.
Oh, yeah, it's an easy decision.
The Lions are chasing a Super Bowl, the 1 seed. These games do mean a lot. Michigan football games are irrelevant. There's 6 wins. They got their bowl. Their season's done. They're going to the Cheez-It Bowl or not even the Outback Bowl, the Duke's Mayo Bowl. How can you put a Michigan win over a Lions win at this point?
Oh, it's super easy. It's the biggest game of the year, whether it's a national title run or not. It's the biggest game of the year, and to have 4 in a row to beat your rival, especially when you're not that good of a team, you're not nearly as good of a team as they have been throughout the course of the year. So yeah, I mean and I may be in the minority in this. That's fine. I don't care. It's my feeling. In a 10-2 Lions team, do I sit there and say that changes anything about their Super Bowl expectations? No.
But the Lions season matters, and Michigan's doesn't.
But this game matters. I mean, I don't expect you to understand the logic.
That's fine, and I won't pretend to. I'll ask other people, 248-539-9797.
It's much different than if you said, hey, I asked you the same question. If you could beat Western.
Right.
Would you take a Lions loss?
I take the Lions over.
Right, because it just doesn't mean as much to you for that one win.
What would be the equivalent for a Spartan fan? Like beating Michigan or the Lions winning?
I would, yeah.
Yeah, Greg's got a thumbs up back there. I don't.
Sure.
Maybe that's a way to answer it if you are a Spartan fan and you want to weigh in. Because again, if you're not a Michigan fan, this question doesn't apply to you. It really only matters if you're a Wolverine fan and you can only win one game this week. Is it against the Buckeyes? And I'm not telling you it wouldn't be satisfying to beat Ryan Day. I mean, he's already talked about how this game is everything, and they lost 3 in a row, and they've overhauled the roster. Guys came back for this. If they lose, it would be hysterical. I don't mean to downplay it. The stakes are so much lower there than to me where they are for the Lions.
Well, so let me put it in context. The Lions can lose this game, still go on to win the Super Bowl. No question. Mm-hmm. Lions lose to the Bears. I mean, are you really going to hear it from Bears fans for 365 days?
No, you'll get them back in a month.
You get 2 shots at them still. If you lose this one, then you got to listen to those jerks for 365 days. And they will let you know about it. I mean, it's the same thing. Michigan has let them know about it. How many days? I don't even know. It's over 1,000 days, right? Since Ohio State has beaten Michigan. That to me is the dumbest stat that I see on social media. I don't care. It's only about what happens on this Saturday, what happens this year. And then you have to live with it for the rest of the year because you don't get another shot at them. You don't get to redo that game. You have to live with it. And this is a senior class that could go 4-0. Like, that's a big deal. But it goes down to the fan base as well, not just this game and what it means for the entirety of the season, because you already mentioned it. Like, if they lose this game, they're still in the 1 seed. It makes it harder. It could make it more complicated.
I was just taken aback, but you said it. You were echoed by Greg, who also has a fancy Michigan degree on his wall, too. So it's out there for Wolverine fans today on what is basically our Football Friday. Going into the
going into the holiday weekend.
I know you'll be in Friday with Stoney, but we got picks coming up in the 8 o'clock hour.
Just as a note too, TJ will also be in on Friday at 9 a.m. So we'll get the instant reaction that he has from the Lions game at 12:30.
So Friday is a Monday.
Friday is a Monday.
What does that make next Monday?
It makes it 2 Mondays.
Double Monday.
Yeah, Double Monday.
Don't look at it that way. Everything else is better when you don't look at it that way. Mm-hmm. All right, so Michigan fans, you have a spot on the phones if you want it. You can only win one game this week, Lions or Wolverines. There is a Lions conversation we want to have in the 8 o'clock hour, and it was inspired by some of the chit-chat off air. Tom had shared, someone in his life said he's kind of bored with the Lions
And
right now.
due to some callers that we had Monday and Tuesday.
And you've noticed this, like maybe spoiled. Lions fans are spoiled by this success.
Heather, you're smiling.
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't think you should be bored with this. I don't think fans have been spoiled at all. We've actually had a really rough go of it for our entire life. But are people getting
times two?
Yeah. But I wonder, Lions are 10-point favorites. Expected to win again. No drama. Are you getting kind of bored? Are we getting kind of spoiled by the fact that this team just rolls in, rolls up, and beats people no matter what happens? Like injuries, short week, and yet we all feel really good about the Lions this week. Are we spoiled in that way? 248-539-9797. Lots to talk about after Falar's update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Michigan State Hoops fell in their second game of the Maui Invitational, outpaced by Memphis 71-63. Freshman Jace Richardson had a team-high 18 points off the bench. MSU will now play in the third-place game against the Tar Heels tonight, their third straight day of play. There's optimism for Amon-Ra St. Brown and David Montgomery to play this week among the injured Lions players working through practices. Coach Campbell mentioned they're waiting on a second opinion for Khalif Raymond's foot issue. Taylor Decker and Carlton Davis both missed walkthrough and were called questionable against the Bears for tomorrow. Detroit also released pass rusher James Houston after failing to find a bigger role on the Lions' defense. Coach says that sometimes guys just need a fresh start and wished him luck. There are 4 Big Ten teams still in the top 10 of the college football playoff rankings. Oregon and Ohio State are 1 and 2. Penn State is 4, and Indiana dropping from number 5 to number 10 after the blowout loss to the Buckeyes this past weekend. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Falar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Phone calls, ticket texts. We got a couple conversations that you can jump in on. The first was something John Jansen said. He would rather beat Ohio State than the Bears this week. If you could only have one win as a Michigan fan, he would take the Wolverines over the Lions. And he said easy, simple. Was no hesitation from him.
No.
We got calls on that. This other thing, spoiled, bored. The Lions are 10-point favorites. The Lions roll every week. Are you bored? Are we spoiled?
Who's bored by this team? This is so exciting. I was surprised when you said this because to me, you've been watching this team not do well for your whole life and now they're finally winning and you're bored by it?
Well,
That's lame.
We got some calls on Monday and Tuesday of people saying, hey, they deserve to lose that game. What? You went on the road and you beat I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs or not. It doesn't look like it, but they're a good team. 24-6. You haven't allowed a touchdown in 10 quarters. The Jags, there were a lot of people that said I turned the game off or I took a nap in the second half because the game was well in hand.
What?
You've waited your whole life for this.
Why are you doing that?
Life for this. Don't be bored. Watch every touchdown, every trick play, every celebration, everything.
That's my mindset. I was asked yesterday. We talked about it earlier in the week.
Yeah.
When are you going to eat Thanksgiving dinner? Now, there's a lot of variables involved. All right, take family, take all that stuff out of it. But most people, a lot of Lions fans, if they're not going to the game, want to watch it and will watch it all the way to the end, and then they will sit down for dinner. There are some that I think have scheduled Thanksgiving dinner to start a little bit earlier because they believe this game is going to be in hand, and they're just like, yeah, why wait?
I don't know about that.
But Tom, you shared the story from your life where someone said they were bored with this team.
Yeah, so last night, our church always has a Tuesday night Thanksgiving service, and so afterwards talking, and this is a former head coach of a high school team. I'm not going to go any more specifics than that because I don't want him to get hate mail, but he said he was bored with this a little bit. And I just was like instantly like, are you kidding me? Like, this is pure domination. This is everything. Like, to
Yeah.
me, like, anybody that coaches football out there has got to be envious of what the Lions have put together here, because it's about as a well-oiled machine as you can have. And this dominance is new to our life.
Oh.
Like it's one thing. This is completely different than last year in my mind, and I'm enjoying it. Could this get boring if they repeat it for 3 or 4 years and you get like the Patriots? If you want to go there, okay, I could maybe have a conversation. But right now, I don't know how anybody's bored with this. I think some of Monday's criticisms were just a little nitpicky people. I think we're still ingrained in that whole Monday morning quarterback thing where you're going to find the one thing you didn't like.
That's where I think they're spoiled.
Yeah, exactly.
Because everything has gone so well for the Detroit Lions. Offensively, you're scoring at every position, at every level, and it's dynamic. They're doing what they're supposed to do. But defensively, I don't know how it could be boring because you have to watch Aaron Glenn and move chess pieces around because you're trying to create pass rush pressure because you don't have your number one defensive player. Brian Branch, how many times do we get a chance to watch him either lay someone out in the secondary or make a spectacular play?
They play a fun brand of football. It is anything but boring. To Tom's point, if this is 2027 and we're 2 Super Bowls deep and they're still beating everybody by double digits, yeah, it gets a little boring. I'm not bored at all with this. And the spoiled thing, I'm not calling Lions fans spoiled. John, you're not calling Lions fans in general spoiled. We've had far too much losing for that label to apply, but some in this fan base may be taking this for granted, which I think is real. I've noticed that undercurrent of Lions fans may be taking this for granted. If you guys have seen any of that, 248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones. Matthew, you're on 97.1.
Hey, great show. I just calling to make some comments on Jansen's comments here where he mentioned that he'd rather have U of M win over the Lions. I understand where he's coming from. However, in this particular situation, that number 1 seed is so crucial, as a bye week could then get Hutchinson back and Anzalone back. I'm actually an orthopedic surgeon in the area, and I do have good feelings knowing what's going on, that without seeing the whole situation, that Hutchinson could very well be back with a first week bye. As well as knowing that not having the 1 seed could also lead to us maybe playing teams like a healthy LA or a healthy San Fran if they sneak into the number 1 seed, or even, maybe Tampa Bay or Seahawks, who are all teams that, in the NFL playoffs, it's 1 game elimination. Anyone can win. So those are my concerns.
Well, I maybe I misheard you, but there's no chance that LA gets a 1 seed. They're not getting healthy. And I don't think just by having a bye week that, okay, maybe it's – I don't think there's any chance that Hutch is back by week 2 of the playoffs.
So just so you know, there was an NHL defenseman with the same injury. He had a tibial intramedullary nail, also a rod for a tibia shaft fracture, mid-shaft fracture. And hockey players are a little different, but they were back in 6 weeks. It is very possible. He's on a bone stimulator. He's in therapy every day. This is his job. The bone will be structurally healed by 6 weeks post-operatively, and oftentimes you can weight bearers tolerate it pretty quickly. It is very, very much possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not treating him, but it is very much possible.
Well, I mean, that remains to be seen, but I also don't think if they were to lose on Thursday that it doesn't eliminate them from the number 1 seed.
No, it doesn't eliminate them, but the Eagles are chasing them. You don't know that they're not going to lose again to the Bills. And what I said about LA is that we could be playing them in the first round of the playoffs.
And you're saying just take a first round. Yes, take a first round game off the table. Don't have to play in the first round.
Sure.
Oh,
It's one less game. You could lose
Yeah.
it. Yeah, these are still professionals. The 1 seed's so important for a variety of reasons. The obvious thing we always think of is
home field,
getting to go to those games here in Detroit, what it would be like to have multiple home playoff games, other teams having to play here. You also just don't have to play a playoff game. It's one less game for you to lose. That's at the top of my mind. Again, I can't get my mind wrapped around the Michigan fan psyche that says I'd rather finish out this mediocre season with a win against Ohio State than...
But salvages it salvages some of the season.
It doesn't salvage it. It's a lost season. It's a lost season.
There's no question it's a lost season, but it
you can't salvage what is lost. It's lost.
Okay. Well, again, you're speaking from a position where you have no horse in the race. You have no experience in this.
Just flapping my gums. All right, let's get to the phones. John in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I'm on Jansen's side because of the fact that you're right. It is a lost season for Michigan, technically. But if you beat Ohio State, short of them winning the national title, you've now derailed everything they put into it because they're going to fire Ryan Day. That $30 million team they have couldn't beat you in a down year. People are going to be transferring. They're going to have to go through a coaching search, then get transfers in. But if they're in the playoffs, they're not going to do that right away. So it's pretty much like the Harbaugh-Moore thing where you have to go through the second-rate people to transfer into your team. And your team is established with a new quarterback coming in. You'll be able to go into December's transfer window and start picking who you want. I mean, you're all of a sudden having your train move forward, and you're taking your biggest rival and derailing them so fast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of those are possibilities, sure, but it's just a matter of being able to derail their season. And can you salvage something that's lost? No. They're not going to go to Indianapolis to play in the Big Ten championship game. They're not going to the college football playoffs. But is the one thing left that you can do?
248-539-9797. The question is, if you're a Michigan fan and you could only win one this week, is it the Lions game or the Michigan game? And then there's this question about Lions fans, and is there like this malaise kind of settling in where people are getting bored with all the winning, which feels so silly, but I've noticed it. Tom firsthand has seen it. And then we've taken calls from people who sound spoiled, which also sounds ridiculous given all the losing. We're just starting to scratch the surface. Ticket Texter says, "Are you not entertained?" Signed, Maximus.
Right, yes, exactly. I mean, yeah, you beat the Titans 52-14. You beat the Jags 52-6. You don't play your best and you still beat the Texans. That's a first place team in their place.
Texter says, "I feel like this is akin to an abusive relationship where people can't quit each other. Do Lions fans secretly miss the drama of the bad relationship?" When you're always fighting all the time?
Yeah.
When there's always something. This Aaron Glenn guy doesn't know what he's doing on defense. Well, you can't say that anymore. Jared Goff outdoors. Can't say that anymore. Well, the injury, the Hutch thing is clearly going to, now we're going to have some drama, right? Now they're really going to have to fight for it. No, they win every single game. Well, here's the deal, guys. Short week, and they never win on Thanksgiving, so I'm telling you, it's going to... No, they're 10-point favorites. We're all going to sit back and enjoy another Lions win. Do they miss the drama? That's an interesting ticket text. That they don't have something to feel stressed out about right now.
There's still stress every time you go into an NFL game. Like, if you don't feel the stress going into this game against Chicago about possibly losing to an inferior opponent, then what are you doing? Is it a possibility? It always is a possibility.
Let's get Drew's thoughts. Dennis. Dennis in Brighton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, that last ticket text you're talking about kind of hits the nail right on the head for me. At 62, having been a Lions fan pretty much my whole life, you get used to that sense of feeling of impending doom. You know, what's going to happen? Is there going to be a bad call by the ref that's going to screw the Lions? Is there going to be a freak Hail Mary play that is going to, cause them to lose right at the end of the game? I don't feel bored. I love what's going on with the Lions, but in a way I miss that sense of doom or that drama factor. It's kind of becoming secondhand that the Lions are going to win.
This is such an upside-down world to be living in. And Dennis, I appreciate the honesty, like calling in and saying it, because John's shaking his head, and we're going, you miss the doom? The feeling that it could go poorly? Think about it. The Lions are the Super Bowl favorites, the betting favorite. It feels like they're going to win the Super Bowl, and we got people going, yawn. I miss when this team was losing football games, because at least then it was interesting.
To me, it's one of the more remarkable things that Dan Campbell and this organization has accomplished is they're no mercy taking the doubt out of it. Like, I'll go to last week's game, for example. I think my old Lions mind would have said, oh, no, Jake Bates is going to miss this long field goal. It's going to put the Colts in good scoring position. They're going to pull within one score and make it a game.
Yeah.
And then he nails it. I do think there was an impending doom scenario earlier this year. A very important moment early in the year was the Montgomery fumble in Minnesota.
Yep.
That was...
Oh, yeah.
And then they drove down the field, and your new kicker showed that he belonged.
Not just new kicker, but new two kicking field goals kicker.
I mean, it's just... haven't they taken that away?
They have.
They close out games. Like last week, didn't they get the ball with roughly 6 minutes to go and just kill the game? While the Chiefs and Vikings let other bad teams in it.
That's the biggest difference to me is, and it goes to why, the mindset of not taking starters out to the fourth quarter. It goes to a lot of different things that make up this Lions team, the Lions team, where they don't get into a bad position where a lesser team can do something to win in the fourth quarter. They remove all doubt.
Have you noticed some spoiled Lions fans, some people getting bored with all the winning? What a dynamic. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, they offer both, and they're masters at both. First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They took the time to sit down with me, ask me questions, and build a financial plan that fit my situation. They'll do the same for you because everyone is going to have a unique situation when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank. You're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Reminder for some of you who are bored, the Lions are in first place. So Lions fans, let's toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab their limited edition Motor City jersey bottle. It's on shelves now, and it's made for this season. The bottle's design looks just like the Motor City alternate jerseys they wore back in Week 4. They're going to be gone soon, so get yours wherever you normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. Yeah, that was one of those deals where we just kept talking even when the mics turned off. Like, John, we may have stumbled into something with those last calls and that last text. People are looking around going, I don't have anything to be nervous about anymore. And it's almost like a reflex. They miss that feeling, that drama that they don't have anymore.
Right. And you come on the heels of a Tennessee win or a Jacksonville win, and then all of a sudden you only win 24-6. And people are like, oh, it's not good enough. Like, they missed opportunities. Well, no crap. It's an NFL game. You're playing against NFL opponents. They're not always going to be 52-point wins.
I think people, not all Lions fans, but there's a section of this fan base that misses the tension. Because there was always someone we were chasing for years. It was, well, is Goff good enough? Are we the best team in the North? What about Kansas City? The Lions are peerless in the NFL. They're the clear #1 team. They don't have a weakness. Hutch was supposed to be this catastrophic injury, and they miss him, but they have won every single game since he went down, and the defense has looked better. I don't think it actually is better because Hutch is a difference maker, but they've played better. So we brought this up today going into Thanksgiving where the Lions are 10-point favorites. And we wondered, like, are some Lions fans getting spoiled? Are they, those who claim to be bored, do they not realize just how special this is?
I mean, for me, tomorrow's living. Don't forget to live in the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, because Thanksgiving has been a train wreck. I'm sick of them losing on Thanksgiving. They've lost 7 straight on Thanksgiving. 3 of them are to the Bears. And guess what? You got a rookie quarterback coming into Ford Field tomorrow. Make things rough on him.
Oh, yeah. Make it look like a rookie.
Yeah. It's like, this is completely fresh with.
It should be a lot of fun. Bored. Remember we talked before the year about wanting to see Caleb Williams in this spot to introduce him to what this division is all about.
Week 1. That's where I wanted him to open up with. But it's to your point, Tom. Enjoy every minute of this. We know all too well teams like this don't come around very often. This is special, especially having dealt with the injuries they've dealt with. This is unique and special.
Let's get to Keith in New Haven. Keith, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
And second, first of all, my name not Keith. My name Troy.
Oh, okay. Hey, Troy, sorry about that.
No problem. Well, I'm driving to work, man, and I'm over here cracking up laughing because people saying they bored with Detroit Lions football. I'm like, I almost dropped my phone out the window laughing at that. I mean, like, really? You spend all this money on season tickets and you want them to lose, or you waiting for the doom? That's crazy to me. And I was just like, I got to call in and say, man, this is some of the most exciting football that we have seen since the Tigers won the series in '84. So, I mean, come on now. Stop playing.
Well, and I don't necessarily know, Troy, that they want them to lose.
They want to sweat a little bit.
They want to sweat a little bit. They want to be entertained. They do want to go full Maximus. I don't know. I don't know. I'm loving every minute of it. Let's win every game 52-6.
I mean, seriously, like, put your money on the Lions this season, bro. You're going to be able to buy a car. Literally.
You're right.
I got to.
Yeah, Troy, 9-2 against the spread. They're basically an ATM every single week. And if you bet them to win the Super Bowl and you bet them far enough away, you're getting a big payout when they do it.
Please tell these people what's going on out here, man. Like, my best friend is from Chicago, and the last time I took him to the game was a Thanksgiving game, and they played Chicago. Mm-hmm. And he had all the Chicago gear on in the front row. And, like, I've been waiting for the Lions to pay Chicago back. So
Yep.
I'm all about what's going on this year, and I love every second of it, and I'm watching every second of it. I don't know what they're talking about. So
Yeah.
Hey, we appreciate the call. Appreciate you listening. Enjoy your Thanksgiving.
all right, man. Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Happy Thanksgiving. Joe's next in Highland. Joe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning and happy Thanksgiving weekend, gentlemen.
You too.
Same to you.
I just want to say, I think there's a certain percentage of any sport fan base that just love the angst. They're always looking for the downside and everything. I call those people the clouds or the energy suckers, and they're in every relationship you have too. And just like you said a second ago, Lions are 9-2 against the spread. Why aren't they 11-0? It's terrible. I lost money twice because of them. It's unbelievable that they're not 11-0.
Bunch of frauds.
Those are the people. They're the people you don't bring to the casino because you're going to lose all night long.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're the ones that send the steak back 3 times in a restaurant just to do it. Those are those people. So yeah, we're going to have them in the fan base, but you know what? I don't got to live with them. I feel sorry for the people that do.
Yeah. And don't let them weigh us down, Joe.
Yeah, but next year maybe we can start off 11-0 against the spread because I did lose a little bit of dough, and I'm not happy about that.
Good stuff, buddy. Yeah. Appreciate the phone call. All right, we got to get to Heather's news. We got picks coming up as well.
Well, this is kind of cool. The Michigan Central Station has officially opened its doors to the public for a month of winter celebration and holiday shopping.
Oh, cool.
This is something, again, I'd like to go to. I wanted to go do a tour of it when it first opened to the public. Missed out on that. We were supposed to go, kind of plans fell through.
Wasn't that the whole event where Amon-Ra St. Brown was standing there and you thought he was thought he was going to be taller than he was?
Yeah, he's smaller than
yes.
Yeah, he's a little guy. He's a lot smaller than I thought. Thought he was.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So,
that was
weird
yes.
memory.
Yes, exactly. Well, now you can go and you can do some like holiday shopping. So now through December 28th, you can go experience some live performances, restaurants, dozens of shops inside the grand halls of the station. Runs from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. There are some days where tickets are required because so many people are expected to go. Friday and Saturdays, those feature special winter of the station events. So that's when you need a ticket. Otherwise, open to the public anytime you want to go. Pretty cool. Go check it out. Something to go do as well. Kind of, some holiday shopping.
It can.
Holiday shopping can be really hard.
That's not really what's going to excite you, but.
So, moving on. A suicide attempt by a man suffering, obviously, a mental crisis on the lodge was stopped by a Michigan State Police trooper on Tuesday morning. So this trooper intervened when they kept getting calls about this guy running through traffic on the freeway. And when they arrived, they were able to confront the man. This guy had a pocket knife on him and was like holding it against his throat, which he did cut his neck, not deep, but then used it and cut his wrist and was bleeding pretty heavily. The guy refused to drop his knife, but the trooper tased him, got him cuffed, and took him to the hospital for treatment and obviously mental health treatment as well. Police say that they're working to identify the man because he refused to give his identity, and they hope that he gets the help he needs.
Clearly suffering, and it's just a reminder to anybody else out there. There are people who care about you. There are resources available. Get the help.
Yep. The world's oldest man has passed away at the age of 112 years old.
Wow, that's a good run.
Yeah, for nearly 9 months, John Tinniswood held the title of world's oldest man, taking in his 112th birthday during his reign. He passed on Monday night at a care home in England. His family said his last day was surrounded by music and love. They didn't say what he passed of, but I'm guessing you could just say old age.
Yep. Yeah.
He says his secret to a long life was just pure luck. His quote when he became the Guinness World Record holder, he said, "You either live long or you live short, and you can't do much about it." But he also never smoked, rarely drank, and he didn't follow a special diet, but on Fridays he had fish and chips every night.
Fish fry.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep, there you go.
So he lived long. He was born August 26, 1912. He was born a few months after the Titanic sank, and he lived through 2 world wars, and he served in World War II.
Well, it's too bad that we couldn't call him about that. What was it, 1934?
Lions team.
Last team that started this hot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wonder if that news got over to England.
Oh, Probably for sure. So the same generation of people who are taking their parents to their job interviews are admitting to using AI to complete their work. So 82% of Gen Z workers have admitted to using AI. 88% said that they have access to AI and it's helped them overcome what they call task paralysis, or the inability to complete a work assignment that may be too demanding. But a lot of the things they're using AI for are pretty simplistic tasks, like drafting emails and taking notes in meetings. But it is the future, I think, of certain things are going to be AI. I mean, it's foreign to me because I've never really used it, but
I haven't either, and it kind of freaks me out. Like, in a perfect world, yes, it'll help us take care of like remedial tasks. What concerns you is that it could start replacing
us,
us, but other people's jobs too, and start like messing with people in the information age where you don't know what's real and you don't know what's fake.
Oh, I know. Yeah, and
it is scary.
we have an example at the end of the show of AI technology.
Oh, this will be good. And I got to ask you, I wonder if AI Costa would be obsessed with Matt Chapman.
You think the computer's smarter than that, or it can actually get over it?
Well, the computer would have saw the numbers that I saw.
Right, yes.
Walleye,
fish and chips, walleye.
All right, that's
trigger words, Matt Chapman.
And away we go. All right, we got the picks coming up next. 5-2 from Heather last week. 5-2 from Gov last week. 5-2 from me. So nobody made up any ground. We have another installation of the picks next. We have our Lions ticket winner, Steve from Davison, won those Lions tickets. He heard the drop of John Jansen saying, it's going to get long, it's going to get hard. He wins a pair of tickets to see the Lions against the Bears on Thanksgiving from the Bullseye Group. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for those tailgate passes for all those Lions games. It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. That's all-day IPA. Here is what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. And speaking of great times, hey, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, and especially tomorrow. If you're sitting around watching that turkey cook or fry, why not have an all-day IPA? Visit foundersbrewing.com to find all-day IPA. All-day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Hey, you guys, Heather here, letting you know that these days online scammers are everywhere, but that doesn't mean you can't protect yourself. We've all received those fake delivery texts, those urgent bake alerts, and these scams can look incredibly convincing. But that's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to make staying safe online simple, no tech skills required. With McAfee, you can confidently manage your finances, shop online, or even catch up on your favorite shows, knowing your device's privacy and identity are safer. Right now, there's never been a better time to act. Get up to 79% off award-winning protection during McAfee's Black Friday Cyber Monday sale. But don't wait. These deals won't last. They end on 12/4/24. Visit McAfee.com/online protection to take advantage of this limited time offer. McAfee Total Protection, because protecting yourself shouldn't require being a tech expert. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
We don't know what the Lions are wearing yet on Thanksgiving Day. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass.
What do you want to see him wear? You want the All Blacks?
Yeah, sure. They can wear it a couple times a year, right?
Yeah, I think up to 3 times during the season. I don't know what they're wearing next Thursday night against Green Bay.
Probably wear it that week. So then maybe this is more just your classic Thanksgiving Day.
So is their biggest 3 games left? The
Buffalo,
ones Green Bay Thursday night and Thanksgiving.
Yeah. The next
So
3
pick
all
2,
at home.
Yeah, pick 2 of the 3.
Yeah.
I'd say Thanksgiving Day.
Okay, I'm down.
Screw the Packers. Then you can go. You go this week, then you go back to regular next week. You don't want the Packers to think they're very special. We're wearing them because it's Thanksgiving, not because it's the Bears. And then you're wearing them because it's Buffalo. Like you can give a little nod to Buffalo, right? You might see them in the Super Bowl.
Absolutely. We've been talking about Lions fans and like how winning changes a fan base.
Mm-hmm.
Want to keep those conversations rolling, phone calls, ticket text. I also want to address something that took place in the studio today, and it's caused a point of contention.
Oh, what is that? You mean the candle?
Yes, as we walked into the studio today.
You're still on this?
We get the aroma. It's a beautiful aroma of like pine trees, almost a Christmassy.
The smell of fall,
very
the smell
festive.
of Christmas.
Yes, yeah, very festive. And it's appreciated because normally this studio smells like a locker room. But, John, I think you are suffering from premature celebration. The scent of Christmas can wait. We need to get through Thanksgiving first. I think you are guilty of something a lot of people are doing.
That makes this a point of contention is you. You're the problem.
Guilty as charged. I think Thanksgiving should get its month. I do. I think people jump the gun. They start playing Christmas music on November 1st, sometimes sooner. And I don't think Thanksgiving gets its full due. I think it gets its moment doesn't really happen.
You're jumping all over me because I have a candle in here that smells. Let's see what the name of it is.
What is actually the name of this candle?
Cedar balsam. All right. Scented candle.
It's kind of like a pine tree.
Yeah.
It's like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, a Christmas tree, which feels more apropos starting Friday.
But let's back this up a moment. And I have been very vocal about the fact that Thanksgiving is by far leaps and bounds ahead of any other holiday in my book.
So then let it have its moment.
It has its moment. And I'm the one that loves turkey as the centerpiece of Thanksgiving dinner. I celebrate all things Thanksgiving. You're the one that wants to have lasagna on the table. You want to have all of these, wacky things on your Thanksgiving table. And now you're giving me a hard time about, you think I'm the one that doesn't give Thanksgiving its due?
John, Thanksgiving is a great holiday. Football, family, and food. And that food, traditionally, you got your turkey. I'm not anti having turkey at Thanksgiving. I just think it's overrated. You can do ham. The sides are the star of the show, the stuffing, the mashed potatoes. And I have nothing against a lasagna on a Thanksgiving meal.
Of course you don't.
Of course I don't.
The idea behind the tradition, John, is that the tradition serves you.
Yes.
You do not serve the tradition.
I just think you jumped the gun.
So if you don't enjoy turkey, you should have a meal that benefits and that you enjoy.
Okay, that's fine. Use whatever type of word soup you want to use. It is, to me, I am celebrating Thanksgiving because this is the smell of fall, of winter.
It's the smell of a holiday.
Yeah.
It's the holiday season. Let's celebrate. All of them.
Yeah.
But you don't like Thanksgiving, so you're cool to skip right ahead to Christmas. So you're the wrong person to ask about this.
No, but to me, Thanksgiving is a day.
Oh,
it
you're
gets
gonna
its
jump
day.
all over her?
It could be a weekend. I don't love
Fair
Thanksgiving.
game.
What Jim is saying is that you're not celebrating all of them because Thanksgiving is not getting its due.
Like Thanksgiving should be
It
the
needs a
month
whole
of,
month?
Yes, because Halloween gets a whole month, Christmas gets a whole month, Thanksgiving gets shortchanged in this whole exchange.
It's a part of the holidays. When people say the holidays are right around the corner, they're talking about Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, Festivus, all of them.
New Year's Day.
Jim is a Thanksgiving rights activist.
That's right. Someone's got to stick up for Thanksgiving. It doesn't even have its own music. There's no
It has its own
Thanksgiving
parade.
songs. It does.
Yeah.
It's got that.
It's got
the turkey trot.
Yeah. Girls are running in the turkey trot this
Are they
year.
really?
Oh, yeah. 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 They asked the old man too, but I said,
You know?
I got to man the smoker.
All right. All right. So anyway, we do have Lions to discuss in the 9 o'clock hour. And the question was about boredom. If you can believe it or not, boredom was the conversation. And Heather's been shaking her head the entire time.
This blows my mind that people can be bored this season. I mean,
Yeah, but
I'm
you live with a super fan.
I do, and guess what? He is not bored at all. He is loving every second of this. He's watched every second of the game more than once. It blows my mind that people can be bored. I'm not even that into football, and I'm having a blast. Like, I am not bored at all.
So, John, what do you think it is? And we can get people's ticket texts and their phone calls in on this, but why we're bringing this up today is we've noticed. We talk to Lions fans on and off air all the time, and I'm enjoying it, and you're enjoying it, and the idea of being bored with winning feels so silly because we've had so little of it, but they win by double digits with regularity. They're winning by an average of 16 points per game. On Thanksgiving, they're double-digit favorites, and we've noticed people, they've run out of things to be critical of, and I think they're just kind of getting bored because they don't have... Well, we got the big game for Jared Goff, outdoors, Aiden's hurt, now what? And they've answered all of this, so there's no stress, there's no drama, and I think people miss the drama.
Well, and they miss checking off the boxes. Now, I think in this game, there's obviously another box to check because it's been 7 Thanksgivings in a row that the Lions have lost. But it is, hey, the Rams, Matthew Stafford. Now, we thought we took care of that last year in the playoffs, but he arrives in town for the opening week of the season. Take care of that one. The Seattle Seahawks, all right? It's that the monkey on your back that you just can't seem to shake, yet they do that. Then they go to Dallas, and they've got to rectify what happened last year, and they pour it on them. It is the worst loss that Jerry Jones – I mean, we could go down every narrative that they have ever had in all of these games. It's going to the Vikings, being down, and then kicking a game-winning field goal. It's the Titans, 52-14, the Texans, the Jags. Like, they have dispatched and checked all the boxes.
So you guys tell us, are you or are people in your life getting a little spoiled, starting to feel bored with ho-hum 10-1 on their way to 11-1, double-digit favorites? No drama, no tension. Are you bored? Is this really the price of success? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Having not won a Thanksgiving Day game since he arrived with the Lions in 2021, quarterback Jared Goff says that they're absolutely using their holiday win drought as motivation when they face the Bears tomorrow afternoon. Well, in their last 3 years, the Lions have lost to Green Bay, Buffalo, and Chicago by a combined 12 total points. Also, Ohio State will be officially ranked number 2 in the country when the Wolverines face them in Columbus on Saturday for the next edition of The Game. OSU players were asked this week if playing against a Michigan team on a down year means less, and they claim absolutely, positively not. And 7 missed free throws definitely did not help. The Spartans unable to complete a rally against Memphis despite the Tigers not making a field goal in their final 4.5 minutes of the game in Maui. MSU still fell 71-63 and will play in the third-place game of the tournament tonight against North Carolina. Memphis will play Auburn as 2 undefeated teams for the championship. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Ticket Texter says, are you kidding me? Bored with the Lions? Winning is everything. Don't bask in loser mentality. Come on, people. Kevin in Toledo. Hey, Kev, we're shocked with this, too. This is a weird development where people are bored. There's no drama around this team, so they're bored. They're 10-1. Oh, they're double-digit favorites, and you're going to kick your feet up on Thanksgiving Day. These are the good times. I'm not bored of this. I've been waiting my whole life for this.
The Lions have been so dominant in the last few weeks, save the Texans game, where I think there are some people that just want to have 4 quarters of excitement. They expect the Lions will win, but you go to Minnesota and you're down 10. and then you take the lead. You score 21 unanswered. And then all of a sudden, hey, there's the Montgomery fumble. They take the lead, and then you've got to have the 2-minute drive to get down to kick the field goal. But then it's the Titans game, it's the Jaguars game. And I think those two games have really affected Lions fans, because now you go down to Indianapolis and you come away with a 24-6 win, and we took calls that people were disappointed that they didn't capitalize on every single scoring opportunity, or there were things that didn't go the Lions' way in that game.
It wasn't one person either. We had a strong response from people who were not fully satisfied with an 18-point road win in the NFL. You call it what you want. I do see some elements of getting spoiled. Some of the ticket texters. Dysfunctional relationships are fragile. Dan Campbell has coached/counseled the Lions out of their losing ways. The problem is that enabling partner, the fans, are still stuck in the codependency. No one has taught us how to enjoy winning yet. And this one says, you guys have a drop for this very conversation that you're having right now.
Do we?
We do.
I know. That's kind of what you feel like.
And that's why I like the word relish, the way he says relish, too. Like, this is... Go ahead. Because being negative is the nitpicky stuff you take out of a game after Sunday, right? Methodical, business-like win.
Yeah.
Relishing is being bored.
Yeah.
That's Jared Goff, nailed it. He's like, Lions fans or sports fans in this town in general just want to go extreme. It's absolutely this is if they win 3 straight Super Bowls, I might get bored. I might.
Right.
Do you think those in New England got bored of winning Super Bowls and always being in the Super Bowl conversation? No.
And ask them now how they feel, right? Because it goes away.
In fairness, this thing has come on so fast that I think people are having a tough time adjusting. It takes time for people to change, right? Did you expect... I thought they'd be great this year.
Yeah, you had them 14 wins. The two of you had them at 14 wins.
And wins or not, it doesn't exceed they haven't exceeded necessarily. More so, it's the way they're doing it.
I was just going to say, they're winning by 16 points per game. Nobody thought we'd be getting to Thanksgiving talking about the Lions winning by more than 2 touchdowns per game for the season. You're right. This is faster than people anticipated.
I'll have a self-admission.
They were on their way, but this is fast.
I had a self-admission after the game ended and putting together show prep.
Yeah.
I had a tough time getting started.
What do we say that we haven't already said?
Because this is so foreign.
Yeah, how about this from Andrew and Adrian? It's good perspective. He says, if anybody's...
No mock drafts.
Right.
Doug and Gator did one last week, by the way. He scratched that itch.
The only time I look at a mock draft is I just simply want to see where the Lions are picking. Is whoever put that mock draft together, did they pick the Lions to win the Super Bowl and pick 32?
At 32, yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew and Adrian said, if anyone's truly bored, look at what San Francisco is going through. That could be us before you know it. He says it could be us in a year. You never know. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy the moment. They were in the Super Bowl a year ago. They've played for a couple Super Bowls. They've won
roster
0.
Is largely the same.
Bunch of all-pros or former all-pros. Mm-hmm. It goes quickly. Young man's game. Not for long, the NFL.
One quick point that I want to add.
Yeah.
As my wife has told me, boring is good.
Didn't have to share that with everybody, but all right. Matt in Roseville. Good morning, buddy. You're on 97.1.
Look, I just wanted to say that Lions fans, especially the true loyal Lions fans, we're trauma bonded. We're not used to what's happening right now because we experience the Lions through shared trauma, whether it be bad ref calls or completing the catch, anything like that. So, we just don't know. We need a shirt that says this, actually. We need a Lions shirt that says, I don't know what to do with my hands right now, because we're just confused. Also, I wanted to say, every kind of championship run has kind of a theme song. Back in the Golden Work Pistons, it was, Black Eyed Peas, Let's Get It Started, and Fort Miners, Remember the Name, things like that. I think we need to be playing It's the End of the World as We Know It on repeat if we do this thing.
It very well could be. We're living in end times?
Yeah, pretty much. This is the latest sign of the apocalypse, isn't it? No one thought we were going to be here.
No.
Matt, appreciate the phone call. John, this text says it all. I'm taking more naps during the games than I ever have before, mainly because I know they can handle their business, Don in Phoenix. Donald, you're sleeping away this football team?
Why? Why would you want to miss this? It's so much fun.
It is.
I don't get it.
It's so much fun. And whether it's a 52-6 win or what was the final score for the Houston Texans game, 26-23?
A thriller.
Yeah.
That was not a boring game.
But I think that's really what, deep down inside, people want to see exciting football. And I think a 52-point win is exciting football. And maybe that's what it was about Indianapolis. There was no 50-yard pass play to Jamison Williams. It was very business-like. It was, amongst their wins, one of the more pedestrian wins. I don't want to use the term boring. It was a pedestrian win.
Sure. This one says, hey, if you're really that bored, switch and be a Panthers fan. This is a literal dream come true. Go Lions. Can we at least win one Super Bowl before we claim being bored? That's Brandon in Macomb. Guys, enjoy this. Let's get to Hakeem. You're next up. You're in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Yeah, it's great. As a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, okay, let's start with that. I recognize that the Lions fans may be getting bored because for most of them, it's either Super Bowl or bust.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you keep winning, and they're waiting for the other shoe to fall.
Mm-hmm. Can this be real?
So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, they're winning, but unless they win the Super Bowl, then it's all for naught. So that could be part of the boredom. But, again, as a Steelers fan, I'm keeping an eye on the Lions because my dream and my nightmare is to see both teams in the Super Bowl playing each other.
So let me ask you, are you a little surprised that the Steelers are 8-3?
Yes, for
Okay.
the quarterback play alone.
Yep.
Because I was a Justin Fields guy until Justin started playing, and now I understand why Russ has to play. And still, with no O-line and no running game, they're 8-3. So, hey, kudos to Tomlin.
Yeah. He's one of the best.
They find a way. I think those are the two favorites right now, betting favorites to win Coach of the Year, Tomlin and Campbell. Appreciate the phone call. Let's get to Dante in New Baltimore. Dante, good morning.
Hey, everybody's a little shell shocked. I'm a little nervous. How long can we dip the bucket in the well with our backups before no water comes up in it? And I'm worried about our defense, especially the backfield. Is Rakeshaw coming back? Is he? What's going on with him? Is Arnold back today?
Arnold's back at practice. Yes.
Okay.
Rakeshaw's on IR. Vildor will play. I know no one wants to hear that. And Carlton Davis did not practice yesterday. That's one to watch.
Now, I saw a couple news articles. Did we pick up a couple guys this week in the defense? I don't know if they were just like clickbait on social media, but did you guys hear of any defensive pickups in the backfield? Guys that were I'm nervous. All I got to say is I think we're really thin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, well, there's some moves they still have to make, right? I mean, James Houston was released yesterday. I don't know that I saw a corresponding roster move. If maybe I missed someone they brought in from a practice squad, Dante. But to your point, they're thin in the secondary right now at the corner spots. Safeties are fine. I mean, they've got the two best safeties in football. To your point, when do we put that bucket all the way down to the bottom of the well and then bring it back up and you find out there's nothing left? I don't know, because they lost Aiden Hutchinson and this defense has still performed. They've lost Alex Anzalone and they've still performed. These are key pieces and they've weathered the storm. I feel like there's enough water in the well to get through this season.
Well, it sure feels like it. And it really comes down to Aaron Glenn and how he continue to manipulate that secondary. If you don't have Carlton Davis, how is he going to use Brian Branch? He doesn't have to stay at safety. You have other guys that could step in there. You could have Brandon Joseph, Kirby Joseph. You've got Terry and Arnold that's going to be back. You have Emmanuel Mosley. And I know we haven't seen a whole lot of Emmanuel Mosley since he's been here because he's been hurt the entire time, but he is back and available. Kendall Vildor. And I don't want to go down the whole road of Kendall Vildor not being good enough or talking about the NFC Championship game. Is he exposed 4 times in this game? 5 or 6 times in this game?
Yeah, minimize it.
Yeah, there's a lot of other plays that can be made by others. Now, can they be impactful? Sure. But now it's how do you support a Kendall Vildor who's not a man cover guy? Do you put Brian Branch over the top? Or is that where Kirby Joseph is roaming around just waiting for his next interception?
John, there is someone on the ticket text, I want to get the exact phrasing, who says fans who used to show up a half hour before kick are now sauntering in as the game starts, almost like they expect to win. Like they've noticed this in their section even, this attitude from Lions fans.
We need some sort of sound effect. This is deja vu.
What?
This is like the Wings back in the day. Late arriving lower bowl fan. Rich people. The real fans can't go anymore. This is like an earth-shattering moment in sports radio.
A deja vu for you?
Yeah.
Or it could just be a whole bunch of people that watch games like Costa who just have to use the bathroom before they actually they get in their seats and they're like, oh, wait a second here. I don't care what happens in that opening drive. I need to go use the restroom.
Let's not equate one football game with one baseball game. Texter says, yeah, here's the exact phrasing. Basically what I said, sauntering is the word they use. They saunter in after kickoff with an attitude. This idea that they're going to win the game.
Are they serving those slushy things they used to make fun of at Comerica's? That's the other reset with this, too. I mean, come on.
It says no one's sitting on the edge of their seats anymore waiting for failure. They've got laughter and high fives knowing we're going to kick butt.
It's okay to be confident. Don't be afraid.
All right, we got phone calls to get to, ticket text to read. Lions playing on Thanksgiving Day tomorrow. Haven't won in 7 years. You'd think we'd have a little more of that energy. Instead, there's, oh, yawn. Wake me up in the Super Bowl. Sharon Moore joins us bottom of the hour. It's 97.1. All right, guys, with it being football season, it's time to get off the sidelines and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease the all-new 2025 Equinox LT for $299 a month. That's 24 months, $999 down. Deals like that, that's what Moran Chevrolet is all about. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. That means they're going to have the vehicle you're looking for. So it could be the Equinox, could be Blazer, could be Silverado. You do what you want, but shop online at moranexpress.com to see those deals for yourself. Stop by in person, Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Is this Thanksgiving music?
This is Charlie Brown Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Oh,
Totally sucks. I knew it. It's elevator music.
Oh, come
It's awful.
on. It's relaxing. Sitting around the fire, waiting to eat dinner. A little conversation. Warm alcoholic drink in your hand.
John, you know what it is? As a texter puts it, Thanksgiving is a dude holiday. Maybe that's why
It is
Heather
a
does
dude
it.
holiday.
Says stuffing your face,
Yeah.
carbs, football, no presents to buy. Dude holiday.
It is a dude holiday. I would 100% support that mindset.
Woman in the kitchen.
Oh, jeez. Come on.
I'm joking. Come on, you know it.
I know. People hear what they want to hear. Be very careful.
Uh-huh.
Ticket texters on Thanksgiving, then we'll get to the Lions calls. John, what if it's a ground turkey lasagna? Are you willing to cave a little bit there?
No.
Okay, then.
Absolutely not.
Cookies is being such a Karen. It's a candle. Relax, Matt in Dearborn.
Exactly.
It's not the candle, it's what the candle represents, which is too many people skipping over this beautiful dude holiday to get to the next holiday. Heather is shaking her head. John, I thought you would be better. That's all it really was.
Oh, okay.
I'm
It's
shaking
just-
my head. Yeah, it's a dude holiday. The candle's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hey, you've been listening to Christmas music for weeks.
I have, watching all the movies.
Uh-huh.
This one says Adam Sandler has a Thanksgiving song. It's just not very good.
He's got songs for every holiday, and they're awesome. It just doesn't, it's not kind of made for radio.
Yeah, it's not. That was my point. There's really very little, not zero, Thanksgiving music. All right, let's get Lions fans in the mix. Are you bored with winning? A stupid question, but it's been backed up by people who've admitted, yes, they've seen Lions fans taking this for granted. Nicole in Ferndale, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hello.
Hey.
So, yeah, I just wanted to say that the bandwagon fans, because none of us that sat through that 0-16 season are bored. We are loving every minute of this. And I've noticed, like, everything is so much more fuller. Even the preseason game, everybody's in the seats. We had so many empty seats before. We got all these new people, all these bandwagon fans. They're bored. It's not us. It's not the true Lions fans, 100%.
Nicole, it sounds like you're a season ticket holder.
Oh, yeah.
And do you notice that there's a difference between the beginning of the season and now, where at the beginning of the game you're starting to see fans saunter in, as it was put in a ticket text,
so
versus
even in the line, when you're waiting in the line, they're not even getting there as early. So it's not getting more busy until, like, we're almost about to go in. So, yes, I've definitely noticed that. And then I always felt bad when we would be losing and then everybody would get up and start leaving. I always felt so bad for them because obviously they didn't want to be losing for us, and here we are just leaving. And now people are leaving when they're winning. In the blowout games, they're getting up and leaving the same way. I'm like, this is just not nice.
You're thinking, what world am I living in?
Nicole, you're the fans I love to play
Literally,
for.
we've been waiting for this our whole life.
Yeah.
And what are you guys doing?
How about the tailgate scene? Is it still as lively and spirited as it's always been?
I feel like, yeah, because the tailgaters are the tailgaters. People that don't even have tickets sometimes tailgate. So,
All right, that makes sense. Hey, Nicole, have a great Thanksgiving.
I'm sorry, I'm driving. And I was losing you a little bit.
John said,
have a great Thanksgiving. Enjoy the game.
Oh, thanks. You too. Happy Thanksgiving. Yep.
Happy Thanksgiving,
Thank
Nicole.
you.
Thanks. All right, we got Joe in a truck. Joe, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I would like to address my buddy who I had season tickets for years. He called yesterday and said they'd have to win 18 straight.
That was
to
that
win
guy?
The Super Bowl.
That's your buddy?
Yes, he's a buddy. Yeah, we've had season, and he's off the bandwagon, but we got to get him back on. I know he says he doesn't want to get back on, but we got to welcome him back. But I told him that that Philly is going to lose to Baltimore, and that would be 3 losses. I mean, 2 in the NFC, but that's 3 losses.
Yep.
And the Lions will only lose 1 the rest of the way.
Yeah,
so with the Lions, yeah, go ahead.
And you don't know which one that's going to be, right? It's just there's a chance that they could slip up at one point. Could be Buffalo, could be Chicago, could be a number of different teams, but you kind of believe that there's one before the regular season is over?
Yes, I would think there's one. I would say Buffalo because they can throw a lot at you. I think Buffalo is the one. But yeah, I would say going on to his scenario where he told me that it could come down to the last game of the year against Minnesota. So let's say Minnesota wins out and goes 14-2, and the Lions are 14-2. I mean, John, I'll refer to you on this one. You played in this league. What are you really scared of Sam Darnold in a big, where he's got to make a throw in the fourth quarter, and you got Jared Goff on the other side, who's been there, done that, and will do it again when we win the Super Bowl? What would you think, John? I'm not scared a bit.
No, I'm not scared of them either. They're not the Purple People Eaters. They're just a team. They're playing a last place schedule. You're playing a first place schedule. You are dominating that first place schedule. So when you get to the end of the season, and if it does matter for the number one seed, I have 100% faith that the Lions are going to take care of business, and that might be one of those 52-6 games.
I'm with you. One more ticket text. If Thanksgiving is a dude holiday, why am I being dragged to a banquet room with no TVs at 1 o'clock every bleeping year? Brian in a truck.
That's just poor life choices, and you are suffering the consequences of poor life choices.
Consequences of your own actions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get to Heather's news.
Detroit police are searching for a man they say shot a 2-year-old boy on Tuesday. The child, thankfully, is in stable condition as of Tuesday night, which is great. But now they're searching for the suspect who fled the scene. It's believed that this guy, 27-year-old Darius Lacey, showed up at his ex's house. Went inside, needed to go grab some things, I'm guessing, that were his that he was going to take out of the house. Well, while he was there, he encountered her new boyfriend. So some sort of argument ensued and a shootout took place. And unfortunately, that toddler was there caught in the middle of that gunfire.
Oh, no.
Shot through the leg, this little boy.
What's the status?
He's going to be stable. He's going to be okay. But still, come on now. Lacey fled the scene with 2 others in a black Charger. Police say, hey, it's only a matter of time before we catch him, but he is out there. They say, don't worry, though. There's not a danger to the public. This was a domestic dispute, so nobody else is in danger. But, man, let's hope they get him. If you're purchasing a new vehicle, safety should be your number one priority, or right up there.
Sure.
There's a lot of things you look for when you're getting a car, but safety should definitely be up there. And according to an analysis from IC Cars, the most unsafe vehicles, the most dangerous brands today include Dodge, Kia, Buick, Tesla. Oh, I already said Buick. I said Buick twice. And Tesla. Yep. So despite the driver-assisted technology, Tesla's Model Y and Model S cars are known to be the most dangerous on the road. So the Tesla fatality rate is 5.6 accidents per billion vehicle miles traveled. So it's the number one, I guess, most fatal vehicle. Kia comes in a close second, 5.5 fatalities per billion miles, followed by Buick, Dodge, and Hyundai is on that list as well.
That's just because Rieger drives one.
Yeah.
And of course, there's a lot that plays into it. It's not just
I was
the
gonna
vehicle.
ask, what goes into it? Is it
the driver? I mean, distracted driving
Sure.
plays into it. So some of it is about the driver. But looking overall at the safety of the vehicle,
So
those
you're
are
saying poor drivers drive electric vehicles?
Just Teslas.
yeah.
I do not have a Tesla.
Oh, yes, exactly. I got to get in a Thanksgiving Day little news article. There was a poll that looked at the most popular Thanksgiving side dishes in all 50 states.
Yeah.
Mashed potatoes came in at number 1, got 14 states, followed by stuffing with 12. I was a little bummed by Michigan. Apparently, green bean casserole.
No.
I know.
I love green bean casserole. Love it.
Well, it came in at number 4. 6 states overall said that there was their favorite, including us here in Michigan. Well, whatever.
I love green bean casserole. I'm with John on this, and it's probably the only time I have it every year.
Yeah, it's about
maybe
the only
at
time.
Easter. It might show up at Easter sometimes.
Sure, about the ham. Yeah.
but I absolutely love it. I got to admit something here with the potatoes.
Yeah.
I love mashed potatoes. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I usually don't eat much of them on Thanksgiving because I like everything else so much.
Interesting.
And I eat potatoes all year long. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So it's like the whole, you make those educated or those important decisions so you don't get too full. I
Yeah.
want more stuffing and green bean casserole. So even a roll sometimes I won't have.
I will take as much of the stuffing that my wife makes as possible. It is amazing. We stuffed the turkey. She started it yesterday, pulling the bread, getting it ready. I moved it around this morning.
Anything wacky in it?
No.
Like
it is
nuts or fruit?
Oh, no. God, no. God.
That's disgusting. Why?
That's awful. Yes. No, don't say that.
Do you guys have mac and cheese at your Thanksgiving?
No.
Like, it came at number 3, 8 states. That's their number 1 side dish. We normally have some mac and cheese for sure.
So this is pretty spread out. Like there's
Northeast states?
Yeah, what states?
It said
Probably the South, though,
most
right?
popular in the South, the mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Yep. Listen to this story. A 32-year-old man in Ohio went to a Denny's recently and pretended to be a cop so he could get a discount on his food. So he flashed like a little detective's badge and he got his bill reduced. So he ate, left 2 $20 bills on the table and then walked out. Well, the employee later found out that the bills he left were actually counterfeit. So they called the real police. They looked into it, determined that the money was fake, and the guy was not a cop at all and shouldn't have had a badge. So police were able to track down this guy, and now he's facing charges of impersonating a police officer, criminal simulation, and theft. And now the whole story is, if you're going to pretend to be a cop and get a discount,
don't leave
use
counterfeit
fake
bills. Don't do either.
Why even get the discount if you're just going to leave the
but
fake bills?
Yeah, exactly. Like there's so many questions.
Yeah, if you're printing money.
But
Just
criminals,
Not
as you
smart.
know, are dumb.
Yes.
So there you have it.
Heather with the news. Michigan coach Sharon Moore joins us next before the hour ends. John Jansen getting a shout out. It's 97.1.
Hey, we've got so many great sporting events, so why not dive into the best pool in history while you're watching them at Stadium Swim? It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all those great moments at a viewing experience absolutely built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen at Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all your great events, swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, we all know it's getting cold outside, and if you haven't had your furnace checked or if you need service today, do what I did. Call the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, best prices, and they also offer same-day service. Plus, there's that 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even offer generators. Tell them I sent you. They're going to take off $500 off of that fast installation. And as I mentioned it, same-day service is available. You want more information? You can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com. Hey, Thanksgiving in Detroit is awesome, and if you want to make even more epic football moments, all you have to do is look to FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5, and you're going to get 150 in bonus bets back if you win. FanDuel, the FanDuel app serves up all the ingredients you need to place live bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. Plus, when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today and get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That promo code again, FanDuel.com/Jansen. Make this Thanksgiving extra special with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now a trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, I have a lot of questions.
We mentioned AI earlier in the show. That was not something I did. A buddy of mine sent that to me yesterday, and I laughed a long time.
You sent it to us, and I thought for a brief second, I go, he doesn't think that's real, does he? Like, I know we make fun of him for being a lughead, but he didn't get, like, deep faked on this.
No, not at all. I got deep faked because my buddy said, hey, did you hear the press conference? I'm like, no. I'm like, I didn't even know there was one, right? And so he's like, I'm going to send you a clip. You got to hear it. And so I open it up, and that's it. And, yeah, no, I did not get deep faked.
Yeah, I didn't buy it for a second. And I literally was like, okay, what if it is, though? And trying to just walk it backwards. And the tells were, first off, there's a lot of Trumpisms in there.
Yeah.
But there's no way he's mentioning 97.1 specifically. And then the other thing is the only reason he would ever come up is because of the Commander/Washington Redskins team that you played for, and that's where he's at, and Washington is going to be as the president. And I'm like, well, maybe it got brought up something like I'm like trying to diffuse every possibility, but it gave me a good laugh.
The cadence was also a little off if you've listened to him enough, but it's scary how close this AI stuff is getting.
Oh, that's the scary part is, I mean, and especially in the audio world that we're in, when this was a video clip that was put together, I sent you guys. Yeah. In the audio world, like, you don't even have to match the words to somebody's lips moving. It's just simply putting together words. And I've heard some things before. It scares the hell out of you.
I've seen, you can tell sometimes with the lips on the video that's clearly off, or people have pointed out fingers sometimes.
Oh, the hands
six fingers.
Giveaway.
Like AI is not quite there yet. Yep. But I've seen clips of like Joe Burrow talking trash, but it's not Joe Burrow. Or Jim Harbaugh, people would do like mock-ups of his podium.
Because he says such weird things. You'd be like, yeah, I guess that could be Jim.
He did say that.
But yeah, so not real.
Remember, one of the topics we have had today was about the Lions winning so much, we're getting tired of winning.
So much winning.
Yeah.
And Trump said that before his
I got
term.
Right,
I don't think John did.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, I got what you meant. It's funny. You mentioned things we talked about today on the show. John casually threw out that he would take a Lions loss. Not that you want them to lose, but you would take a Lions loss if it meant you got a Michigan win today. I tweeted out, Michigan fans only. Now, I have no way of policing this. But Michigan fans only, if you can have one this week, which are you picking, Michigan or the Lions? John, do you have a guess as to how that went?
Well, if it was only Michigan fans, I would say it would be in large part that they want Michigan to win.
57% Lions win. But again, I can't police. It could be Spartan fans. It could be Lions fans who have no affiliation with Michigan. But just for people who missed it, why did you said it was easy?
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Lions are still going on to win the Super Bowl. Michigan season's going to be over on Saturday. There'll be a bowl game, but it would be an opportunity to salvage part of the season. I was part of a win like this in 95 and 96, where they thought we had no chance. And all of a sudden you pop up and you play your best game of the year, and it kind of disappoints you because you think what could have been if you played that way against some other teams. But it's a way to salvage part of the season. Not the entire thing.
But you guys weren't as bad as this team has been this year, right?
I mean, we always had... No, I don't think we were necessarily in the same position.
Because that's the thing, like, if you're like a 9 or a 10 win team, like, this could really put a bow on the season.
Well, we were a 7-win team going into it.
Yeah, and this team would be a 7-win team if they win it. This is the worst Michigan team since the Brady Hoke era. Well, the COVID year with Harbaugh. But the point is, this year is a dud, regardless of if they win the game, right?
Yeah, it's been a dud, sure. But I mean, so it's hard to compare, and it's even hard to say this. I played in a different era of college football. There was no BCS. There was no college football playoffs. And so the bowl games weren't, quote unquote, meaningless. We didn't have guys sitting out bowl games, getting ready for the draft. So there were so many different factors involved at that time.
Gator, we asked Michigan fans who they would rather have win this week. Michigan or the Lions? John said easily Michigan.
Lions are going to go win Super Bowl anyway. It doesn't affect.
I'm surprised it'd even be a question. Of course they would want Michigan to beat Ohio State over I mean, the Lions. I mean,
You haven't won on Thanksgiving in 7 years, and the 1 seed is still something we've been talking about, right?
yeah, but I think college fans are more passionate about their college team than they are the pro team.
Yeah,
maybe that's the easy answer there. I just look at like there's stuff on the line for the Lions.
Hell, there is, but there's still plenty of time to make that up.
Yeah.
I mean, if they lose to Chicago, it means either they're not as good as you think they are, or they just simply it's a circumstantial thing with all the injuries and stuff or whatever. You can explain it away, but you got a chance to knock off Ohio State in a season where you haven't been very good, and they're looking at the playoffs, staring it right down the barrel. They're all excited about it and getting chesty and thinking they're going to put a 50 burger on you, and then you can beat them. I think every fan base would take that over the rival.
Do you see Ryan Day talking about this rivalry and like what it means to him? He was talking about how outside of like deeply personal family things, they are the worst days of his life when they lose these games. So I do get why Michigan fans would love to, especially this year, going, we're putzing along at 6 wins and we still beat them, a $20 million roster. I get why it'd be satisfying. I do.
I mean, this is for Sharon Moore and the staff. I think this is an easier week for them to get the team fired up, even though this season hasn't gone the way you want it to. This is the game. This is why you go to Michigan, right? I mean, this is the first reason you go to Michigan. I think the second reason is to compete for championships. But the first one is you want to beat Ohio State. Mm-hmm. It's drummed into your head. This is what you want.
Yep.
If you turn that guy across the table here loose on this Michigan team before the game time to give a pep speech, I'm telling you. I'm not ruling Michigan out.
John loses his voice.
I'm not ruling Michigan out against Ohio State. I think there's always that chance that they can beat them. They're in their heads. Ryan Day is just out of it.
Yeah.
Do you think? I mean, I'm not sure they didn't just lose to a better team, but Ryan Day had a quote this week where it got kind of dark. Like he was talking about how outside of losing his father, this is the worst. These 3 losses, the worst thing that's ever happened to his family. I mean, I was like, geez, Ryan. I felt
well, but in fairness, I mean, he's got kids, right?
Yep.
And his kids are hearing about it.
Oh yeah,
because fans are awful. At times, fans can be awful. We know that with our own head coach here with the Lions.
Well, and not only that, but you already mentioned it, right? The passion that people have for their college teams it's sometimes lunacy.
Yeah,
and maybe
there's a different connection there than there is with the pro team.
And maybe it's no more obvious than our other conversation today, where we have fans that have gotten bored with the Lions. Have you guys observed this?
a little bit because it's starting to feel like a Red Wing death march to the postseason.
Yeah.
I mean, the Lions, the most amazing thing is the Lions can clinch a playoff spot this weekend.
Yep.
Yeah.
This weekend.
It's crazy. And just go back 2 years where they're hoping that A and B happens so that when they play Green Bay, they have a shot at getting into the playoffs. That's 2 years ago. Now we're sitting here in week 13. Could possibly clinch a playoff spot.
What's the plan for the show today?
Obviously, lots of Lions talk, Michigan, Ohio State. We've got picks. We've got the Blitz thingy. It's going to be a busy, busy day.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
happy Thanksgiving Eve. And happy, hopefully break the streak, of 7 consecutive Thanksgiving Day losses by our Detroit Lions. Chicago Bears in town. Chicago's been responsible for 3 of the 7. And Detroit, we're rolling right now. Absolutely rolling at 10-1. Lions off to the best start in our lifetime. Scott the Gator Anderson, how are you today?
I'm doing just fine, Doug.
Yeah?
Doing just fine.
You ready to go for this one?
I am. I'm excited for the game tomorrow. It's been the first time I've been excited about the Thanksgiving game. Like, excited for the game itself. I'm enjoying this season so much. I don't know if I've had this excitement in many years about this game. And yet, why would I? It's the Bears. And the Bears are, I don't know, Doug. Something about this team this year. I'm just saying, this team can do some things.
You talking about the Lions or the Bears?
Lions.
Oh, okay.
They're going places.
They are going places. And look, this Detroit team, each week, it presents a different challenge. NFL teams are different. You have to scheme against different offenses and different defenses. Sometimes the Lions play great. Sometimes they play average. Sometimes they play poorly. But one thing that's been consistent since week 2 is they win. They just win. And it doesn't feel like a fluke. It doesn't feel like they have to do anything extraordinary. It doesn't even feel like they need help. It feels like the Detroit Lions on Sundays and now Thursday are the better team on the field. They just show up, do their thing, and they've been better than everybody they've played since week 2. And that team that beat them on week 2 now is a losing team. It's really weird now, given that Tampa's been gutted by injuries. But, hey, man, this Detroit team, ready to go, and a reasonably big game. I mean, look, you don't want to lose ever, but they only have a 1-game lead in the division, and this is an in-division game. It counts more. These are not the ones you want to lose. And the bottom line is they open up to vulnerability if they lose this game, because then Minnesota suddenly controls their own destiny. Because if Minnesota and Detroit win out to the final game and then Minnesota wins the final game, Minnesota wins the division based upon this loss to the Bears. So you cannot, this is a sneaky huge game for them to win.
It is a little bit, yeah. Dan Campbell stressed it a lot yesterday in talking with the morning show, how important the game is because it's a divisional game. And I'm not sure if fans look at it the same way or fans just look at it as, it's the Bears. It's the Bears. The Bears are in the division. The division matters. And, it matters even more now because how tight things are in the North. Despite having his amazing start of being 10-1, they're only a game above their competition, which is seemingly crazy. The Vikings have continued to play as well as they have, and don't lose focus on what the Packers can do. And they have to play both of those teams yet left to go in the final stretch of games here. And obviously they've got 2 to play against the Bears, and the first one happens tomorrow. It is an important game.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm trying to spin it into a positive, but it really isn't. The way I'm trying to spin the fact that Minnesota is just a game behind them and Green Bay's 2 games behind them is, hey, they got to keep playing well, and they know it because they can't afford to lose games. And yet, if they're trying to win the Super Bowl, if that's the ultimate goal, what you're trying to do is be the number 1 seed in the NFC. And it would be a lot easier if there weren't teams breathing down their neck.
Yeah.
And they are. And so, again, you have to be at full attention. You have to be aware of your surroundings, which right now the surroundings include Philly and Minnesota very close. Now, injury-wise, Lions look like they may have some things to overcome. Again, we talk about the tolerances. They haven't been beyond any of their tolerances with the injuries they've had since they've lost Hutch, undefeated. Last week they played with Alex Anzalone against
without Alex.
Without him, yes. Without him against a mobile quarterback. Didn't matter. This week, Carlton Davis hasn't practiced. Taylor Decker hasn't practiced. Khalif Raymond hasn't practiced. Limited practice for David Montgomery and Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's a good sign that they were back on the practice field Tuesday.
Seems like they're going to both be available to play.
full practice for Terrion Arnold and DJ Reader. They played without Arnold last week. Look, it's testing their tolerances.
It is definitely testing the tolerances. And then you look at the other teams, okay, like Green Bay plays Thursday night. They're the night game. Playing at home. Literally the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. It's supposed to be below 30 degrees on Thursday night, but they're taking on the Dolphins. Well, it'll be an interesting matchup to see, how they can handle the speed of the Miami Dolphins, and is Tua ready to make his run here, or is Jordan Love simply ready to start his heater, or has he already started his heater like he did last year? Then you look at Sunday's matchup, and you've got the Vikings are at home hosting the Cardinals in a game, and that's a 1:00 game. We look at Kyler Murray, what he's done this year. They brought things back with the Cardinals. They've got a winning record now at 6-5, but are the Vikings for real? They're 9-2, but this is a test for them playing a better than 500 team. We'll see how they handle Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray playing indoors again, and it's a big matchup. So I think each week, concentrating on all the teams in the division, where maybe earlier in the season we're doing that as much, but we're past the halfway mark, and the Lions don't have a whole lot of separation like you think you would when you're 10-1.
They are 10-1. The Bears are 4-7. The Lions are a 10-point favorite. The Bears have lost 5 in a row. We'll get into this game in depth as the show goes on. We will talk to you as well, Lions fans. 248-539-9797. We'll mix in some college football throughout the day. We have a possibility here of a Thanksgiving. Are you going to eat that? The Birchie kid from Allen Park joins us at 12:30 to preview this game. We've got some Thanksgiving Day pointers, because honestly, we're going to have to do something on Thanksgiving we've never had to do before. I can't wait to get to this.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's something that Kang brought up, and I'm like, yes. All that today on Carson Anderson leading up till 2 o'clock. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Black Friday is going on now at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Check out the huge markdowns on new Chevrolets all throughout the lot now through Monday. They're even open this Saturday from 10 to 4, so you could take advantage of unbeatable deals. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is in feast mode. They have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and electric vehicles, hundreds on the ground for you to take your pick. They always guarantee the lowest price or it's free. And this week, they're open Saturday from 10 to 4. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall. And Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. The Lions getting set to take on Chicago tomorrow in a Thanksgiving Day tradition that is weird. There was a column that came out. It's weird because it's so different, the context of which this game will be played. And there was a column that came out a couple of weeks ago, somebody bitching about, why do we have to see this team on Thanksgiving again? They stink. The Cowboys. It made me laugh. Because that column came out like every other year for the last 3 decades about why do we have to watch the Lions again? They're ruining Thanksgiving. Somebody wrote about the Cowboys ruining Thanksgiving.
Well, that's fun.
Yep.
Good to see that. And look, the NFL, now that they have the 3 games on Thursday, they got the game on Friday. You know, this Thanksgiving week, I think, is probably has calmed a lot of those people that say, you know, from within the NFL, let's give it more than just the Lions and the Cowboys that get to play on Thanksgiving. Well, they offer up the extra games.
It's a great tradition. I don't know if people tailgate with traditional Thanksgiving fare, like before the game.
I think they.
It'd be hard to do.
I think it would be, except if that's what your Thanksgiving is going to be. Like that, you're gonna get there early. Maybe you're watching the parade first off or whatever, and then you're tailgating throughout that. I've seen a lot of like deep fried turkey stuff.
Yeah,
where people get the deep fryer out there and try to do that.
I've never tried it. Have you?
Personally, I've never. Have I had it? Yes, I've had it, and it's incredible.
Yeah,
it's so good. I'd be terrified to do that because of flames and gas and all the horror videos you see of that. The other thing is you got to know what
third-degree
you're doing.
burn chances. Yeah, I understand.
But you got to know what you're doing with that. You know, you got to prepare the bird properly. You know, I think most people say you got to brine it, and then you've got to inject it with all types of butter and other stuff in there. But I will tell you that the best turkey I've ever had was a deep fried turkey.
Where and when was that?
It was early 2000s,
Mm-hmm.
and it was at the late James Hound Dog Hunter's house.
Really?
Yeah. He invited me over. It was during the week of Thanksgiving, and they were kind of doing a dry run. So we had a couple friends over, and
I was a test. You were a test case?
I was part of a test case, yeah. And it was unbelievable. It was also the first time I ever had sweet potato pie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So Hound Dog introduced me to that, and that's when I said, I like sweet potato pie better than pumpkin pie, which is a controversial take. And I like pumpkin pie. I do. I'll have pumpkin pie. But if you give me a choice of pumpkin pie or sweet potato pie, I'm going sweet potato.
So there's a few things. I don't know if it's because my mom, Eastern Canadian, and there's a few things that she does around the holidays that I've struggled with. One I've adopted, the other I can't, okay? The cranberry, sauce on turkey,
Mm-hmm.
I was originally like, oh, hell no. And now I'm like, I actually like this.
Like the actual sauce where you take the cranberries, put it in a skillet, and add some sugar to it. Or whatever.
Yeah, or there's sometimes she would make like a Jello mold of cranberry, and you'd kind of just scoop it out and put it on the turkey.
Okay.
I didn't like that at first. Now I do. One thing I've never gotten on board with, and again, I wonder if it's an Eastern
It really
thing.
helps with a dry turkey if you've got the cranberry.
Yeah, and it's
helps
great if the turkey's not dry too.
I don't mind. I don't mind cranberry.
But you're saying if your turkey is dry, putting cranberry, it's like gravying the hell out of the thing.
Exactly.
But so that I've gotten on board with. The one thing that she did, and a lot around the holidays, that it was kind of a granola thing, and I don't know if a lot of people do this.
That's what you call, or the kids call.
Oh, my mom, granola, yeah. Cheese on apple pie.
Never understood it. Never had it. Never, and I love cheese.
Yeah.
I love pie.
Yeah.
I don't.
Weird combo, huh?
Want to put it on there? No.
But you've seen it. You've been privy to this.
I've never seen it out in the wild. I've seen it on TV.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is that? You're putting like a slice of cheddar on there? What is?
Yeah, it always makes me. I'm just like, that's a no for me, dog. Granola, granola, dog.
Now, if I'm trying to think, where would it make sense? Like, even if you're just having a party, would you serve
New Brunswick
slices of cheddar or cheddar square cubes with sliced apples? Would you do that? I don't even see that.
No.
So I'm trying to think what cheese and fruit goes well together, and it's like brie, but you don't see brie on there.
Yeah, I'm just out.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Kang, you ever do either of these, cranberry on the turkey or cheese on apple pie?
Well, cranberry and turkey, that's pretty common, right?
Yeah.
Like
I didn't like it as a kid. I like it as an adult.
Yeah, I'm not a big cranberry guy, so I drown my turkey in gravy. I'm a gravy guy for the turkey.
Yeah.
The pie thing is a little different, but I love cheese. But it seems like a weird combination, but I wouldn't be against trying it.
Yeah.
Because I'm almost that guy where it's like, put cheese on anything and I'll try it.
Yeah.
You know, like
you're speaking my language,
right?
I mean,
that's a Jansen theory, I think.
I think so. Yeah, that's a Jansen University.
Jansen, that's a 100 level course at
Yes.
Jansen University.
Put cheese on it.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, cheese on apple pie doesn't do it for me. But all right, so look, Lions and Bears is a football game. Remember, it's a little bit early, and 12:30 kick for this one. But hey, man, it's another game they should win. I mean, it is what it is. They're a big favorite every week. You were at the beginning of the week, Gator. I'm gonna test you here. You were a little sketch, but things evolve. Are you still sketch? You still not worried, but you just think, hey, this might be tougher than people, and it really stems, I think, to your belief that the Bears are close.
Yeah, I think there's a number of factors that go into it. First of all, I do think the Bears are more talented than what the record shows. I mean, they've lost, I think, 5 in a row, and yet you go back to their, 5 games ago, they lost at Washington. Wasn't that a Hail Mary pass?
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah,
that's the one that sent them on the spiral.
They lose that game, and then the last couple of games they lost to Green Bay because of a missed field goal, and then the same thing happens with Minnesota. They come storming back. They go to overtime. They have the chance to win it in overtime, and they don't. They give the Vikings the ball back, and the Vikings end up winning. So, that's 3 games in the balance against 3 good teams, right?
Yeah.
We think Washington's good.
Yeah.
Although Washington's fallen a little bit. We think Green Bay's good. We think Minnesota's good.
Yep.
Those are 3 tough losses. They played them, right to the end in all 3 of those games. So I think the Bears are good. They're not good enough to win those games. I think the Lions will win this tomorrow. But I do think it's going to be closer than that 10-point spread.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple
and
things.
The Lions have injuries.
There's a couple things about it. I mean, one is in between all those games, there was a 20-point loss to the Cardinals, and they only scored 3 points in a loss to the pathetic Patriots. But we did this for a long time with the Lions, and we've kind of forgot because our team has skewed the measurement so much. NFL games, so many of them are won on the margins. So many are so close. So many come down to that one mistake, that 1 or 2 plays that you make, and we were that team for years. And when you sifted it all out and you looked at what was left, we realized it was a bad football team. And the Bears, on paper and what you just said, you're right. They should have beat the Commanders. I mean, that's a horrific loss.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is the ultimate in finding a way to lose.
The defensive back is taunting the fans while the play's going on. He's got his back to the play.
The Packer game, they found a way to lose. The Viking game, it kind of took a miracle to get to overtime. But once they got to overtime, they had the football. And, but that's how we defined ourselves as a bad team for so many years, is not finding a way to win on the margins. Right now, the Lions are blowing people out, so we kind of forgot what this was like.
The Bears are doing exactly what the Lions used to do.
Yep.
There was remember that awful season of like 1989. I think it was 89 or 90 season. It was just an awful 89 season. It was an awful year.
Mm-hmm.
And they found a way to lose games that year. Each game was unique. Fumble return for a touchdown, interception return for a touchdown, or the Lions would just fumble it away at the end. The return touchdowns, specialty touchdowns, whatever it was, or just getting flat out drummed in the game. Every week was something different. Like I just mentioned, those 3 games against the Bears. You had a Hail Mary, a blocked field goal, and then he comes storming back in the last week, get the ball in overtime, and he can't do anything with it. You know, and you had missed kicks in that game too.
Finding a way to lose.
Yeah, and coaching not helping you out, going for 2 when you don't have to, and stuff like that. It's got to be very frustrating to be a Bears fan. And, hey, welcome to our world for the last 50, 60 years. And finally, the Lions have turned things around, and they can overcome mistakes like that. If there is a pick 6, okay, yuck, throw it in the garbage, move on to the next play. It doesn't affect them the rest of the game.
No.
I mean, even after you throw an interception, and interception, you still get after it.
And that
win the
actually
game.
happened. That
That
actually
literally
happened.
happened a couple weeks ago. So it's things have changed, and this is where the Lions are at. And I do think the Bears are going to give them a challenge, and I'm a little concerned with the Lions without Carlton Davis isn't playing. What does that do to the secondary? Who's going to step up into the opposite corner? I'm glad Terry Arnold's going to be back, but who's going to play opposite him? Taylor Decker out. Does that mean? And they asked Dan Campbell about this a little bit yesterday about the plan. Do you move Penei Sewell over to left, or do you let Dan Skipper play left? And Dan Campbell was kind of non-committal about it. He's like, well, we can always move Sewell over to left if we have to, but he said on Monday we had Skipper playing at left tackle. So I don't know what they did yesterday, but what do they do with the Decker situation? And then, we've talked about the return guys in place of Raymond, and just coming back to the cornerback situation. I suggested, what about, putting Brian Branch at corner?
Makes sense.
And if you've got a healthier safety option, maybe Brandon Joseph comes in and starts next to Kirby Joseph, and then let Branch take on the corner spot. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, and because I'd like to have a better option than what we saw on Sunday against Indianapolis when Vildor is thrown into the situation.
All right, we will get into the Lions game and the Bears game more in depth coming up. But next, it's the Blitz thingy here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
So my favorite place to go to, you guys know it. It's 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. If you're going to want to watch any game, this is where you go. Flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. They pipe in the sound for the big games. They've got the NFL Sunday Ticket. It's awesome. Plus, they've got the best wings in town and awesome food. And if you want to save hassle of parking and driving to tomorrow's Thanksgiving Day football game, hop on the 24-second shuttle. You can have a drink on the way to the game, and it's only $40 round trip. You got $3.75 drafts, 20-ounce drafts of Miller Lite for all Detroit football games and all the Sunday games. And they got a new Monday Night Football game special, only $10 for a burger and a beer. Plus, they got specials during Michigan and Michigan State games, whether it's football or basketball. They also have specials for Detroit hockey and basketball games. $4 bottles of Blue Light and also Blue. And trivia is back on Thursdays at 6 and 7 p.m., and they're also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. If you're having a holiday party, have it at 24. Don't worry about all the timing and all that. They handle that. They handle the food. You just have a great time with your guests, and 24 Seconds is a great place to have that. The service is awesome. Food's even better. Check out the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Hirsch alongside the wild and crazy guy, Scott the Gator Anderson, Gang behind the glass, Kenny answering phones. Great to be with you on this Thanksgiving Eve. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. And our football team's good. Completely changes the feel around here. So we go into this one trying to break a 7-game Thanksgiving Day losing streak. Chicago Bears responsible for 3 of those. Lions seeking to avenge those 3 losses and break the streak. We'll get more into that game coming up. But first, let's swing around the NFL. Six-pack of NFL questions. Usually do it on Thursday. Wednesday this week. Did the college one yesterday. Gator went first yesterday. I will receive today.
All right, here we go, Doug. First question. Has Bo Nix caught Jaden Daniels in the Rookie of the Year race?
All right, here I go, feigning interest in an individual award again. But
answer the damn question.
I'm going to. It's too early, of course. I vote for one award, and my ballot rarely resembles the finalists because I really do a deep dive on non-skill position players. And in this particular case, I'd be taking a strong look at Brock Bowers, Jared Verse, and there's so much football to be played. But if I have to vote right now, I'll vote for Jaden Daniels over Bo Nix and the other 2.
Is there a reason why, or you just?
I'm more impressed with him so far than I am Bo Nix. Bo Nix is coming on, but I think Jaden Daniels has the chance to be an NFL quarterback cheat code.
These are probably my 2 favorite quarterbacks in the draft. I think I would have taken Caleb Williams ahead of Bo Nix, but I would have taken Jaden Daniels ahead of Caleb Williams. So do I think that Nix has overtaken him? Yes, I do. I think the Commanders have gotten very stale. Daniels hasn't been the same since his injury. He's been playing, but he's just not the same guy. And I just wonder if Cliff Kingsbury, if that effect is done, because that's usually what happens with Cliff. Nix has been fantastic. Over his last 10 games, he's helped the Broncos to a 7-3 record in that time. He's thrown 16 touchdown passes and only 2 interceptions during that time. Now, on the season, Daniels has rushed for more yards, but Nix has accounted for more touchdowns. And don't sleep on Bo Nix as a runner either. He's got 300 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns. I think Bo Nix has done a better job overall with the full body of work. And it's tough to ignore that hot start that Jaden Daniels got off to. But both teams are 7-5, and the Broncos are trending up.
I think Bo Nix has caught Jaden Daniels, and it's actually kind of incredible if you really paid attention to how Bo Nix started this year. He was terrible. Like, he didn't throw a touchdown. I think his first professional touchdown throw was not till like week 4 or 5. But he's kind of caught fire the last, 7 weeks here or so.
Did he catch a touchdown before he threw one?
He might have. I mean, it was that bad in the beginning. But as bad as he was then, he's really, really good now, and I think he has caught Daniels. Daniels was really hot to start the year, of course, in talks for that, early if you had to vote for the MVP type stuff, then it was all over the talk shows and everything. But really has kind of cooled down tremendously since then. Nix, maybe it's the Sean Payton thing. And also, I think the Broncos have a worse team than Commanders, I think, player for player. So I'm more impressed with what Nix is doing. All right, Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley. They're both having phenomenal years. And we already know about Gibbs and Monty. Is the running back position officially back in the NFL?
Yes, it's back. But there aren't enough great backs for every NFL team. I also think it's a product of having better offensive lines that are being put together in the league. And because the league's become more pass-heavy, the run has been a really nice change-up. But like all things, I also think it's cyclical. Right now, we're starting to see a resurgence in the running back, but at some point it's going to revert back. But good news for running backs, they can get paid now in the offseason.
Without question, it's back. Last year, one team averaged more than 142 yards a game on the ground, and it was Baltimore, and that was mostly because of their quarterback as much as anything. This year, there are 5 teams doing it. Last year, there were 4 running backs averaging over 5 yards a carry. This year, there are 7. There's more talk about Saquon Barkley winning NFL MVP. Only one running back has won that award since 2006. And you know what the best part about all of this?
Tell me.
Our GM was ahead of the curve, went against conventional wisdom, and drafted a running back in the first round with a bunch of people screaming that you can't do that.
I kind of do question if it's back. Because I'll say this. It can't just be 1 or 2 years. For something to be back, man, give me 3, 4, 5 years. And Saquon and Derrick Henry are having a phenomenal years, like I stated. But I think to find out if a position's really back, they need to start getting paid, Gator. And I know you've been a big proponent of getting running backs paid. So we'll see if this starts the ball rolling for running backs to really get paid, because that's when I know that position is back. Otherwise, if they don't pay them, then what? Then is it really back? They just go back and try to find a cheaper option to do the similar type production. What I think is back though, and should always be back and should always be around is the offensive line, because that's what makes these running backs and these offenses go so well. All right, last week I asked, what team has been most disappointing so far? This week I want to ask you guys, what player has been most disappointing?
It's got to be Aaron Rodgers. And the hardest part for Jets fans is that he ranks so far behind former Jet Sam Darnold in quarterback rating, and their record is 6 wins behind Sam Darnold. Geno Smith, another former Jet, he's 0.4 of a percentage point behind Aaron Rodgers in quarterback rating, and he's got twice as many wins. I'm going Aaron Rodgers.
I will agree. It's Aaron Rodgers. The Jets acquired him and his brood to win, and they've only done it 3 times in games where he started. Now the dumpster fire is in full blaze. I love the fact that that's going on, and it's all because of him. They've wasted good running backs. They've wasted a very good defense, and they allow this prima donna to go out there and try to run the team. Woody Johnson, the owner, wise to question whether or not he should even be playing at this point. Woody Johnson is also an idiot, though, for signing off on getting Rodgers in the first place.
All right, I'm going to go with C.J. Stroud. I expected a lot more out of him this year. He has 9 interceptions already. He only had 5 all of last year. Yeah, they're in first place, but they're 7-5, and that division's weak. I just expected this bigger growth last year was unexpected, but we thought, all right, that's just the beginning. But sometimes I think really early success can be bad, and then maybe you don't take those necessary steps to continually get better. Obviously, he's had some injuries, but they did bring in those guys. Diggs was on the team, he was playing like this when Diggs wasn't hurt. So Nico got hurt, of course, but Mixon has been a great, something to lean on as far as the running back position. But still, for Stroud, he just hasn't put it all together yet. They're still in first place though, so he's got time. But so far, disappointing for me. All right, speaking of disappointing, the Bengals. They're 4-7. They're trying to hold out hope for any playoff spot they can get, some wild card. They're not out of it yet mathematically. So this week, apparently, Coach Zach Taylor brought back ping pong tables. That's right. They got rid of them earlier in the year because they were doing renovations, apparently. But now they're bringing back the ping pong tables for locker room energy. Will ping pong tables get the Bengals back into the playoffs?
No. But they do have enough talent offensively to compete, at least. Their defense is atrocious. They have no pass rush outside of Hendrickson. And perhaps they should take a chance on James Houston, maybe, to try to improve that if maybe a change of scenery does him good. Ultimately, I think it's just too much to overcome despite having one of the best quarterback-wide receiver combos in the game. But they can make it interesting in the AFC, and they will always be a tough matchup. So that's a team to be wary of anytime you play them.
Yeah, and let me throw in Chase Brown. He's very talented. I think you're right. Burrow, the quarterback wide receiver combo, Chase Brown, the offense gives him a big better chance than ping pong tables. However, belief is a crazy thing. And if you believe it's because of the ping pong tables, it doesn't matter. Run with it. Roll with it. We got the ping pong tables back. Let's go. That's what you're selling in that locker room.
All right, I'm going to go out on a crazy limb. I think table tennis gets them in the playoffs. And here's why. All right, I'm going to carve out a path. All right, that's what I'm going to do here. The Colts, we just saw them. They're not that good. Tua is one hit away from the Dolphins not even, going back to what they were with who was their quarterback, Skylar Thompson, Tyler Huntley. They're not good without Tua. The Broncos, as much as I've been impressed by Bo Nix, they're being led by a rookie quarterback, and that could go astray at any moment. Those are the 3 teams ahead of the Bengals. You've mentioned, guys, all the talent they have on offense. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase are actually having a tremendous, outstanding season offensively. Stat-wise, if you play fantasy football, they're putting up numbers. They just aren't getting any wins. They've got the talent, and maybe all they needed was a ping pong ball. All right, Jerry Jones said this week that it's not a crazy idea to extend coach Mike McCarthy. I mean, seriously, guys, what are the chances McCarthy is the Cowboys coach next year?
So you look at the individual that's making the decision, and you go, okay, how crazy is this person? And I got Jerry at close to 90% crazy. So I think there's a 90% chance that McCarthy's back and gets an extension.
My 51 says that he won't be back next year. But for once, I think Jerry has said the right thing publicly, and there's going to be some great options in the head coaching market, including Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. But don't sleep on Mike Vrabel. I think Mike Vrabel is going to be a very popular candidate in the offseason.
Wow, you got it kind of close, like a coin flip almost, Gary, like McCarthy's back. I'm with you, Doug. No, wait. You said 90% chance he's back?
Yeah.
Well, I got it the other way. I got 2% because Jerry's crazy. There's no way they can bring back Mike McCarthy, right? Like this man. The thing about Jerry Jones is being crazy. He's also old. He's got no time for this. If he can get someone like a Vrabel or someone like a Belichick, he has to win now. He can't play the long game. All right, last one, guys. It's the second ever Black Friday game this year between the Chiefs and Raiders. What's more likely, the NFL adds a second Black Friday game, or they add a game on Wednesday, the biggest bar night of the year, or just leave it as it is?
I mean, I suppose you could say leave it as it is, but no, I think the likely thing is that you add another Black Friday game. I don't think they want to shorten the week any more than they already have for teams. So having them go on such short notice, like having a Wednesday game, I don't think that makes sense. Unless they add a Saturday game the week before Thanksgiving, but I don't think that they want to intrude on college football that much. They're already doing enough. I think they're going to leave that one alone. So I think the adding another Friday game seems likely.
The NFL is like a Bond villain, and they're all about world domination. So they don't care about college football. They absolutely will add a Saturday game so they can add a Wednesday game so they can work out the scheduling algorithm or linear equation to try and play a game on 8 nights a week. Because that's what the NFL wants when this is all said and done. They're going to add a Wednesday game.
Yeah, you know this, guys. I've been on record saying it's only a matter of time when the NFL has a game every day of the week, and they're going to add a Wednesday game. They're going to market the biggest bar night of the year as the biggest football night of the year. It's easy. It's a layup. It's sitting there right for them. They probably will add a second Friday night game, too, while they're at it, Gator. They've been this whole time, they said they won't do a Friday night game because of high school football. They don't care. All they care about is money. Wednesday game is coming soon, guys. Book it.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide Night Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. We talked about it yesterday. Where would Daniel Jones end up? He has ended up. And we'll tell you where. At 10:48. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It's all gravy this weekend on FanDuel, which means you're getting a feast of rewards all weekend long. And right now, all customers can get a no-sweat NFL same-game parlay to celebrate the occasion. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay. You'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of several popular same-game parlays pre-built for you on FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. So what are you waiting for? Start your feast now with a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, yeah. All right, so did the Lions get Daniel Jones? They did not. Were the Lions interested in Daniel Jones? I don't know. Vikings have signed Daniel Jones. All right, so look, we're talking about a team that has playoff postseason aspirations, and certainly when you have postseason aspirations, and when you're 9-2, you're thinking Super Bowl. You're trying to get to the Super Bowl, even though there is an overwhelming favorite that's in your division. You try hard anyway, and they like Daniel Jones. I'm assuming here as a backup quarterback. We had this debate yesterday. There's not much debate about Daniel Jones as a starting quarterback. He was clearly near the bottom, but would you prefer a quarterback that was near the bottom as your backup? And I argued yes. Gator argued no, whether or not it made sense in Detroit. But Minnesota's a team that got him. So there's a few interesting things about this. One is Darnold this is a crowded quarterback room. There hasn't been a corresponding move announced. He's on the practice squad for now. When he gets activated, they'll probably release either Nick Mullins or Brett Rippon. They already have J.J. McCarthy. But when they have quarterback room meetings, there'll be 5 guys in there. The injured rookie, the 2 current backups, the practice squad guy they just signed, and Sam Darnold. The Vikings are hoarding quarterbacks. But Darnold's on a 1-year contract. And he's in a weird place where, I was reading some stuff about him maybe pricing himself out of Minnesota. They did draft McCarthy, but he's obviously got a bit of a lost year here with the injury. And that doesn't mean he's going to be ready to go next year, no matter how talented he might be. Daniel Jones is part of the reason why he chose Minnesota is because he actually sees a chance to be the bridge quarterback next year and actually play. If Darnold escapes and signs with us, I believe it would be his 6th team before he's 28 years old.
I'm not a fan of Sam Darnold. I don't think he's very good. I think he's given an amazing situation to play with that offense they have in Minnesota. And I'll give him credit that he's run with it and he's doing well with it.
4th in touchdown passes, 9th in yards.
Yeah, he's done a great job over there. But that job is ready-made for lots of quarterbacks. A terrible, terrible quarterback like Mullins last year had some really big games with the Vikings last season. I think it's interesting because good for Sam Darnold. He'll get paid somewhere next year, I guess. Although I'm not sure how many teams have an offense ready to go like Minnesota does. And if you're some team that thinks if you're the Jets and you think that he could be your answer, again, go back to him. I mean, good luck with that. I just don't think he's the guy. But for Daniel Jones' sake, I think it's smart. You go there, you sit back, you kind of lay in the weeds a little bit and watch how things work. You're probably not going to be pressed into action this season. And then you'll hopefully have given the Vikings enough of a look in practice where they can say, all right, we do need you here as a bridge until JJ's ready to go. And it could be a really good situation for him because of, again, the offense that's there. I don't think he's a very good quarterback either, but it's a good situation for him, and I think it's a smart move for him to go with Minnesota.
Yeah. Look, I don't think the Lions are going to rue the day necessarily because I think odds are that Jared Goff stays healthy. We made it this deep into the year, knock on wood. They have an offensive line that, for the most part, protects him. It feels like in maybe 3 of the last 5 games, he's taken too many hits. Any backup quarterback that you sign at this point of the season is an insurance policy. I really, really hope that something you said yesterday that we don't know to be fact, but I hope something you said yesterday is true, and that is that they are building a good backup quarterback in reserve here with all the practice reps he's getting. If you brought in Daniel Jones, he would take away from those practice reps because assumedly you'd be preparing him to be the backup, which is fine. I don't care if it stunts the growth of Hendon Hooker. If you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you do whatever you can. But, the Lions were mentioned early by a Fox insider, and that was it. There was nobody else mentioning him. So I'm very much hoping that the reason that they have had no interest is because they have faith in Hendon Hooker. That's the best case scenario.
Yeah, I think there's a scattershot approach when you're trying to gauge. Okay, if Daniel Jones is just at the market, what teams would be interested? It would be teams that are good teams that are looking for a quality backup. Because I think that's the best thing Daniel Jones can hope for the rest of his career is to be a quality backup. He may get an opportunity to be a starting quarterback somewhere else, and maybe he does flourish. Maybe he has a surprise change to his career. But I never thought that it was, the Lions backup situation, they've invested a little bit in it, and I think they're happy with it. And then apparently reports out of yesterday's practice were that they like the progress that Hendon Hooker has made, and they feel comfortable with him. Good. I'm glad to hear that. It's reassuring to hear that.
I hope that's something that's authentic and true and not just what you say about your guy, because you don't want to undermine your guy, and you hope it doesn't matter. We all hope it doesn't matter.
I mean, Dan Campbell, as we've said before, he doesn't sugarcoat things. So I don't know where that – I just saw that kind of, headline story out there that maybe it's sources telling them that they feel good. But Dan Campbell said he actually had a quote about releasing James Houston.
Yeah.
And said it just didn't work out here. Maybe it's a change of scenery thing, but, wish him the best. And he didn't have – he could have gone all coach speak and say, oh, we just – we have a crunch and we just have another a stronger need at other positions right now, and he's getting squeezed out, and maybe we hope to get him in the practice squad or whatever. No, it was, hey, didn't work out here, and wish him luck.
The quote from Dan Campbell yesterday, it came from yesterday regarding if Hendon Hooker is needed. He's progressed, which is we've told him from day one, we just need growth. We need you to grow every week, and we've given him opportunities in practice, good on good, to run our offense as much as we can, putting him under pressure. We've done that, and he's progressed. That's the best way to say it. Every guy grows at his own rate, and he's growing. So take that for what it's worth. I hope it means if called upon, he can win him a football game on a Sunday. Hopefully he won't be called upon. All right, hopefully so you mentioned James Houston. Interesting career arc in Detroit. Will they rue the day they let him go, which was the news yesterday? We'll get to that today at 11:02. It's Carson Anderson. Open line calls mixed in. Happy Thanksgiving on this Thanksgiving Eve. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Daniel Jones found his new team after being cut loose by the Giants. The former 6th overall pick goes to the Vikings practice squad as a new backup for Sam Darnold in Minnesota, per the NFL Network. Also, we head into Week 13 for the Lions, and with 6 games left in the regular season, they do have a path to clinch a playoff spot already. The simplest combination that doesn't involve ties would be Detroit winning, plus losses by Seattle, the Bucks, Cardinals, and 49ers, although the Seahawks and Tampa are facing the lowly Jets and Panthers. Meanwhile, Jamison Williams is feeling the urge to finally end the Thanksgiving Day losing streak. A pregame coverage on 97.1 The Ticket will begin at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. As always, it's a 12:30 kickoff from Ford Field on Thanksgiving. The Wolverines and Spartans hoops teams will finish up their warm weather tournaments today. MSU playing for a 3rd consecutive day in Maui. They get North Carolina in the 3rd place game at 9:30 p.m. our time. Michigan will face their first ranked opponent this season when they take on number 22 Xavier tonight at 8:30 down in Fort Myers. Brian Bush's call over on WWJ. And to the pros, Pistons basketball ready to go in Memphis. I'll have your pregame at 7:35 on Alt 98.7, and the Wings will stay at home against the Flames at 7:30 right here on The Ticket. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So the Detroit Lions have cut James Houston. The news broke yesterday after we were off the air. Okay. And thus concludes the James Houston portion of your programming. This, it's too bad. It is what it is. You know, he was a late round draft pick, but a guy that really impacted the Lions 2022 season, the second half. Was it 8 sacks? I think he had total. And little did we know he didn't have one after that, right? He got hurt all last year, and he got one this year, right? He got one this year. Okay then. It's funny because you think about players that are flashes in the pan. And some make sense and some don't. In baseball, I feel like you can swing a bat and the round bat can hit the round ball, and that ball can just not find a guy on defense. And you can get lucky over a period of time. I don't know how you can be a flash in the pan as a pass rusher. I can see you can burn some people early because you got speed off the edge and you just run past people. Really good at, what are they? Turning your hips and turning that corner, putting a foot in the ground and getting upfield, all those cliches they use. But he did it for long enough that it just felt like, I don't know if you get hot. You get hot as a pass rusher. He just got hot. How did that happen?
I'm not sure. And I think maybe it's just it could be simply explained that he got hurt and never recovered. Maybe that's it.
Okay.
And then lost his ability to be, a pass rusher and be that guy because he lost the quickness, that was his game. He was quick as hell.
Yeah.
And watching him play every snap, I was glued to watching him play because I was a James Houston guy, but it wasn't there this year. It just wasn't there.
Yeah.
He would get stuck at the line and not go anywhere. Couldn't advance. It was in a lot of ways, it was like watching Michigan State's pass rush over the last 7 weeks prior to last Friday night against Purdue. They just couldn't get a rush. The guys would get locked up and they couldn't find a way to get unlocked. The offensive line just got you and you were done. And it was really strange to watch. And remember they had Anthony Zettel, kid from Penn State, was it?
Yeah.
That he had a 6.5 sack season in the 1 year, and then was like never heard from again.
Yep. And we were all asking the same question: why? Where? What?
Right. And that was in 16. He played all 16 games. with Houston, he played 7 games and had 8 sacks in the 7 games in that rookie year. Got hurt right away last year. Played in 8 games this year and had 1 sack. And it just leaves you scratching your head. But like I said, he looked like a different player. Why did he look like a different player? Was it because Hutchinson's not there on the other side, getting all the attention?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think some of that may have been true, but I can't believe that's the whole reason because he's still working one-on-one. He's not getting double-teamed, and he was just getting handled. I wonder if it has something to do with that injury or if he just lost confidence, or I don't know what the deal is, but Dan Campbell said he wishes him luck, and maybe it's he'll get an opportunity somewhere else and he can shine again.
Zettle's such a great call because Zettel in 5 years in the NFL played in 50 games. And in his second season in Detroit, he had 6.5 sacks in 16 games. So the other 34 games, he had 1 sack.
Wow.
I mean, that's pretty crazy. Kerry Hyder. Remember Kerry Hyder?
Kerry
We thought we had
Hyder's
one
another
of
great
Kerry
call. That's a
Hyder.
great call.
He had 8 sacks in his second year with the Lions. The Lions, you got to give these football people to a certain degree some credit. Because remember the Lions let Zettel go, and we were like, why? He's a second-year guy who gave us 6.5 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have another sack the rest of his career. Kerry Hyder got let go, and he had one more good year. I think it was in San Francisco. Charles Harris did this. Charles Harris came into Detroit and had 7.5 sacks in 1 year, and then poof, away he went. And so the football people, I guess, know a little bit better than we do. They obviously know better than we do, but
Sure.
but these are examples of it where the sack is such a valued statistic in the game of football that I think we all get intoxicated with it when we see it and see a player that can produce them. And yet I think teams and guys in the game kind of know, all right, this isn't sustainable. And in the case of Houston, he got opportunities. It's just, it's too bad.
It goes the other way, too. Remember, the Lions had Kyle Van Noy, played 3 years with the Lions, and had 1 sack in 3 seasons with the Lions.
Yeah.
And he played in 30 games with them. Goes to New England, has 1 sack his first year in New England, then starts to turn himself a little bit better, 5.5, then 3.5, and then 6.5. Goes to Miami, has 6 sacks in 2020, has 5 when he goes back to New England, 5 with the Chargers. In the last 2 years of Baltimore, he's had 9 and 8. He's got 8 sacks this year. And, oh, by the way, that's a long-ass career.
It is.
For Kyle Van Noy, which you wouldn't expect. Sometimes it goes that other way.
Yeah, but the difference, too, though, Gator, is Kyle Van Noy was a second-round pick. When you bring up Zettel and you bring up Kerry Hyder
those were guys,
and James Houston, those guys, James Houston was a late draft pick, undersized, and he had a magical 7-game run. I mean, and maybe it was the injury after that, or maybe he was just never that good, and you got flash-in-the-pan type stuff, and that's why I never really fully bought in on the James Houston thing. Because if he was a first, second-round pick, I'd be like, well, that's why they drafted that guy. No, maybe they were caught off guard, too, because he didn't even make the team that year. He had all those sacks the second half of the year.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him play until past the halfway point.
Yeah.
And, he's a guy that came from a small college but had huge numbers his last year at that small college playing for Dion. And, you wonder if is he a guy that would have – I don't think he had any more eligibility, but you wonder what he would have been if he was at a bigger university.
Well, he started out at a bigger university.
Well, right, but then didn't get noticed, gets a chance to play, and then just shows up all over the place to the point where he gets drafted. But I wondered if it would have been if he had started at Jacksonville rather than, I forget where it was.
I think he went to Florida.
I forget where it was where he started, but if he had started there and worked his way and then was able to transfer like Jared Verse did. Would he have had some kind of impact like that, or would we have been exposed to being what he was? Once you get to better competition, you just can't handle it.
Well, the one thing that we have talked about that's going to happen, and this does happen when you have a decent football team, is there are sometimes sort of painful cuts. I don't know if this is painful, but it's an organization that doesn't have time to wait around for you to develop. They've got one single goal. And while there are going to be developmental guys, and they've got a couple of them, Giovanni Manu being one of them, who every week is a healthy scratch, and they just don't have a ton of spots left for guys that aren't contributing.
No, and they've look, they just brought David Long on board. They're dealing with some injuries now. They're going to have to do some more shuffling and bring guys up to the active roster. And you're going to have to release some people, or whether it's on the practice squad or on the active roster, to demote them. And maybe that's just what happened here. He got caught up in the numbers, although I don't think that's the case because that's not what Dan Campbell said.
Yeah.
So he clearly just wasn't the player that he was that first year.
Yeah, and
for whatever reason.
And Campbell said fresh start because it can't be the numbers, because guess what this team needs? Edge rushers.
Yeah.
And if you can't make it on the team that literally lost their 2 starting edge rushers, then it's probably not for you. And by the way, raise your hand if you trust this coaching staff and they're the way they can develop players and get players in position to make plays and be productive. I do, and he couldn't do it here. And he had opportunities the last couple of games to finally see some real action, and I think they put the tape on and go, it ain't working out.
It's not working out, no. And it's not like this is a situation where maybe he clears waivers and get him back to the practice squad. I don't think they want to. It sounds like when you say he could use a fresh start, that the Lions have wiped their hands clean. And like, we tried, it didn't work out. We're going to move on. Does it also mean perhaps, when you start looking towards, because now there's a little bit light at the end, at the finish line, not there yet. They still have 6 games to go, but there is some light towards the end there. That is it possible they feel better about getting maybe Barnes back or Hutch coming back? There's reports of Hutch he's moving very quickly through his rehab, and the Barnes is starting to work out a little bit more now.
Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't think they'd do it this early because those guys don't appear to be close.
Kaminsky, or is that a possibility that either of those 3 guys has the ability to come back?
It's possible. It's possible, and I hope sooner rather than later.
Yeah, certainly.
248-539-9797. Lions Bears. We'll get into Michigan State Rutgers, Michigan Ohio State coming up next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Your holiday weekend starts today with Twin Peaks. When getting together with your out-of-town friends and family, be sure to stop up at Twin Peaks and really start the party. They are right in the middle of their Black Friday costume party, serving up awesome drink specials in martinis, whiskey cocktails as well. Favorite Twin Peaks girls in their finest black lingerie, serving up the scratch-made dishes you crave, like their hand-breaded and fried-to-order boneless wings and tenders or hand-smashed burgers. Mark your calendars for an awesome weekend for sports, starting with pro football action on Friday as Vegas heads to Kansas City, as well as a full slate of college football games. And then Saturday, we all know the matchup. Maize and Blue head south to Columbus in hopes of playing spoiler. All the lodges are giving away a themed cornhole set with chairs to enhance your tailgate setup. Circle back on Sunday for the remaining pro football games and keep up with all your fantasy stars as they show up to 10 games at once at Twin Peaks. You won't want to watch a game anywhere else. Be sure to check out and pick up your Twin Peaks gift cards for the holidays, perfect for friends and colleagues. And they even offer you something back. For every $25 you spend, you get $5 back yourself. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. You asked a question in your show sheet. Do Michigan fans think they can win this game? And I've talked about my weekly pattern when it comes to covering Michigan. I'll look at the matchups early in the week. I'll look at the last game, and we all know what this season has been. It's been a bit of a struggle. And I'll go down to the building, and I'll spend time with the kids and the coaches, and by the time Friday rolls around, I fully believe that they can win every game because they fully believe they can win every game. And so I guess it starts there. Weird trend in that the last two times Michigan was a 17-plus point underdog. They not only covered, they won the games outright. That is not to say that the formula is to be so inferior to Ohio State leading up to the game you want to be more than a 17-point dog. This is going to be tough, obviously, and it's hard to craft a path to victory. You look at the areas that Michigan can perhaps exploit. I mean, the Ohio State offensive line didn't look too worse for the wear last week, but they have lost 3 starters, and Michigan's strength defensively is their front 7. They've got the 3rd best rushing defense in the country, and the 4th best rushing defense in the country. Ohio State's going to try and run it. Conversely, Ohio State does have the 3rd best rushing defense in the country. These are 2 of the best rushing defenses in the country, and both teams want to run it. Gator, I guess, the question is there really a Ryan Day factor? And I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here a little bit. I think it's possible that they just lost to a better team the last 3 years. But I think if this game's close, we'll find out for sure if there's a Ryan Day factor. And remember the whole Notre Dame game? We're tough.
Yep.
We're tough. This game the temperature might be in the 20s for this game. And these are the kinds of games where it can test your toughness. So I don't know if those are just false narratives or there's something to them. I think we'll learn a lot this weekend. But, I don't concede anything. And like I said, by the time Friday rolls around, I'm usually fully convinced they can win whatever game they're playing.
I think there's a chance Michigan can win, and I think that chance is because Ryan Day is out of his mind when it comes to this game because Michigan is in it. They're in his mind. They're totally. And he is feeling so much pressure to win this game. Like we've heard irrational takes before from people in this rivalry and other rivalries where they say, "Oh, I'd rather, beat this team than if it's between beating this team or making a college football playoff, they'd take beating the team." And I feel like that's kind of where Ohio State fans are in this one. Like they'd rather beat Michigan at this point, and then somehow find a way not to play. If they would beat Michigan, of course, they're into college football playoff regardless. But it's just how crazy they are about this whole thing. Ohio State clearly has the better team, I think, between the two, even with the injuries to the offensive line. Although that really bodes well for Michigan's defensive line. But Michigan's defensive line being stalwart against the run has been good for them this year. But they haven't commanded games like I thought that they would. They're getting some contributions the last couple of weeks. You're seeing the pass rush come. Josiah Stewart's been great. Is it TJ Guy?
TJ Guy.
He's another one that
come on.
He's really kind of getting after it. But, I mean, what's going to happen with the cornerback situation? Are the corners going to play for Michigan? If Will Johnson's not going to play, that's going to be tough. And I don't know if he is or isn't. I don't know if I trust the report that ESPN had and the whole thing. Sharon Moore said something a little bit different. We'll see if he can go. Truly probably a game time decision on Saturday, unless he's already made up his mind of what he wants to do and just hasn't made it public. But trying to match up with those wide receivers is such a daunting task. The true freshman is outstanding.
Jeremiah Smith.
We know Ibuka is as solid as it comes. He's as polished as a wide receiver as you'll find in college football. And then, don't look now, but the other guy, why am I messing up on names? The other receiver they have there is he had a huge game last week against Indiana. They just kept
Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate. They kept throwing to him in the first half, and he kept coming up with big play after big play. They've got the guys. They've got those receivers, and they have the best tandem of running backs in the country. But Michigan's really good against the run. But there were a couple times and there were chinks in that armor in games where teams are trying to run the ball. I think Illinois ran the ball reasonably well against them. A lot of it may have come from the quarterback, but
And
nonetheless.
the fake punt. They got a lot of rushing yards on that.
Yeah, they still made a dent with Michigan. So it's tough. It's tough sledding. If they can neutralize the running game, if they can render those running backs useless in terms of running the football and expecting those guys are expecting to get 4 or 5 yards a crack and they're only getting 2 and 3, they've got a real chance. But then you still have to stop the pass. But I'm not sold on Will Howard being a big-time quarterback.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think Will Howard's good. I mean, he's good. What you said, big-time quarterback, right? And look, this is his first experience in this rivalry. It's the same thing for Davis Warren. In fact, Davis Warren is just scraping the surface of his. I mean, he's taken more snaps this year than he took his entire high school career, having lost a season of leukemia and a season of COVID. And so, he is really short on experience. I think he's talent. He's got arm talent, but I think the lack of experience shows. Will Howard, this is his first experience in this game, and maybe that's a good thing.
But that's the other side of it. Is it, okay, we've talked about Ohio State's offense against Michigan's defense. What about Michigan's offense against Ohio State's defense?
Yeah.
What does Michigan have? They've got Kalel Mullings, who's a tough runner. And if he gets through to that second level, he's explosive. But Ohio State's really good against the run.
Yep.
It's just like Michigan is. They don't have receivers to go to. There's not, the only go-to guy they have is Colston Loveland, and he's banged up. But is he going to play on Saturday? I would assume he is. And if he is, how effective is he really going to be? And oh, by the way, it is Davis Warren that's throwing the football. Not that Davis Warren is shown to be some kind of juggernaut there, and he's got more interceptions than touchdowns this season. So it's not a good offense for Michigan against what is probably a good defense. I'm not going to say it's a great defense from Ohio State. They're really good against the run, but overall, we've seen some teams keep things close against Ohio State.
So last week was Michigan's best performance of the Big Ten season. And yet, I'm not sure that's a reflection of Michigan coming together or more of an indictment of where Northwestern is right now. Davis Warren probably had his best game of the Big Ten season overall. And they haven't lost the turnover battle since Illinois. They've cut down on that. Davis threw a ton of interceptions, 6 in the first 2.5 games, and has really cut back since. But they've been better with ball security. They had the very costly fumble in the Indiana game. But this team, can they be the best version of themselves? Because they're going to have to be. They're going to have to be. It was funny because I will say this in talking to some of the kids this week, there is full-on belief, and their belief is stoked in large part because of their success in the rivalry.
Yeah, I was going to say they should believe in themselves. They've broken the hearts of Ohio State 3 straight years. So they have every reason to be a little, I'm not going to say they should feel chesty about it, but they should feel good about their opportunity. They shouldn't I don't think they're going to get blown out. I mean, the spread has gone up to 21 points here. Actually down, I guess, because it started at 22.5. But to 21 points, a little foreshadowing of what's to come a little bit later on, I guess. I mean, if I were to bet this game, I would take Michigan in the points.
Would you? Well, we'll see. Voted on ESPN as the best rivalry in sports ahead of Ali Frazier. Does it bring out the best in Michigan? Meanwhile, Michigan State 3:30 game against Rutgers, trying to get to that bowl eligibility, which is important. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. You want those practices. You want that extra time. Heck, your early enrollees are allowed to practice. So it's a jump on next year. And so in a chance to kickstart next year, they're playing a Rutgers team, Gator, I find hard to figure out.
Well, only because they're hard to figure out. I mean, it's a team that lost to both USC and UCLA. Damn near beat Illinois last week. It's just, you don't know what you're getting at. They're a 6-5 team. They're already bowl eligible. They've got a really good running back in Manungai. The quarterback, Kalik Manis, he can run as well. They like to run the ball. They 175 yards a game rushing. But Michigan State, that's the strength of the defense, is stopping the run. And Michigan State is so banged up in the secondary. If you're Rutgers, do you abandon what you typically go with, which is running the football, so that you can pick on the young secondary of the Spartans that are literally running with their like fifth deep cornerback. Like it's like 5 and 7 with the cornerbacks, and their safeties are hurt as well. So I'm not sure if Kaliakmanis can get it done in the air, but I know they can do stuff on the ground. But they're going to have to do stuff on the air if they're going to beat Michigan State. And Michigan State, the problem is they don't get the pass rush. So Kaliakmanis is going to have plenty of time to throw, I would imagine. And if he wants to take off and run, I think that's where the rushing yards can come from Rutgers. It won't necessarily come from Monungai, the big running back. It'll come from the quarterback.
248-539-9797 if you want to keep talking college football. In the meantime, the Lions have placed one of their injured players on the IR. We'll get to that at 11:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. The deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV, only $154 a month. Blazer EV, only $174 a month. The Chevy Blazer is just $367 a month. And all these unbeatable payments with only $999 down, taxes and fees included, because there's no games and no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. Huge money, in fact, for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service only to feel like you're left in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available, no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. I do think that the Michigan State Rutgers game, look, there's premium on it for Coach Jonathan Smith to show that things are going in the right direction. They won 4 games all of last year. So they surpassed the win total, great, but it would be really nice to see them win the game to become bowl eligible and then get the extra practice and maybe end up with a 7-win season in his first year. To have a winning record his first year would look good. It look like things are going in that right direction. And it's a home game. It's senior day. You got a lot at stake for Michigan State. And not as much at stake for Rutgers because they were already bowl eligible because they got the 6th win. So I would expect Michigan State to look better than what we've seen. Hopefully they can be more competent offensively for the entire 60 minutes rather than just showing up for the first half and scoring on just about every drive in that first half last week and then disappearing in the second half. They're going to have to be better. But I don't know, you can't make the team healthy. And that's the issue they've had is when they look like they're getting a step forward, they take 2 more steps back with injuries. And like I mentioned earlier, their secondary is decimated by injuries, specifically to the cornerback position. But maybe getting experience, any kind of experience, is going to be better one week to the next. And if you're a Spartan fan, you're hoping that's the case and that they can come out winning. I think they end up winning the game because I think there's too much at stake for them not to.
I think they win too. And it is always good to prove you're better than Rutgers. And so that's the 3:30 game on Saturday afternoon. In the meantime, I let you know before the break, Lions have placed one of their injured players on injured reserve. Ian Rappaport reporting that the Lions are placing wide receiver Khalif Raymond on the IR. Reading from Ian Rappaport's tweet, sources say because of the foot injury he suffered on Sunday, he's expected to return and could play again before the regular season finishes. Either way, he's almost certainly back for the playoffs. I remember a couple of years ago, you and I were doing a show prior to a preseason game, and we said, in the message board vein, we wanted to start a Khalif Raymond appreciation thread.
Yeah.
Because he is sort of that reliable guy who we should never be surprised when he makes a big play for them. In a punt return game offensively, he's like this very reliable 4th guy at the wide receiver spot, and a guy that you like to have, and a guy that when more is asked, he'll step up and do it, and then settle back into his own role, his old role, and just do what he's always done. You got to have guys like this. You got to have guys like Khalif Raymond when you're trying to build the complete football team that are really good in their role and then can occasionally step up and do more when called upon. Defensively, that guy is Malcolm Rodriguez, who can go games without getting any snaps and then hop in there and get 7 tackles, right? And that's what he did in the postseason. I think it was no snaps, 1 snap. Derek Barnes got hurt against San Francisco. Malcolm Rodriguez had to play, forced into action, 7 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and an interception. Then he settled back into his backup role. Now more is being asked of him again, and he's capable. Khalif Raymond's that on offense.
Yeah, Khalif Raymond is going to be missed for a while here. The return game, he's great in the return game. I mean, he single-handedly. I mean, look, the Lions blew out they blew out their opponent in that game, but he was so good in the punt return game. And he is one of those guys that you don't even think about until the ball's in his hands on offense. Like, oh, that's right. Hey, he made a play. Nice. He's not targeted often, but when he's targeted, he makes the play. Are they going to miss him? I think they're going to miss him in the return game. Offensively, though, Tim Patrick has stepped in and become that guy. He became the 3rd receiver. We talked about it before the season meeting. Who's going to be the guy that replaces Josh Reynolds? We always would mention Khalif Raymond, even though the team seemed like, Khalif, we've got Khalif, but we're looking for other players too. And it was Tim Patrick that was the acquisition, and he's emerged as a guy who's been a go-to guy as much as Josh Reynolds has been.
Yeah, they've had guys step on offense. As much as it sucks that Raymond isn't going to be there as a receiver, the real burn here is the punt returning. And honestly, with kick returning, teams were purposely not kicking to Raymond. They would kick to Dorsey like every single time. Raymond never got a shot as a kick returner. Punt returner, you're forced to kick to him. And he made plays happen. He's a Pro Bowl special teamer in this league. And so I think that's going to hurt the Lions as far as the rest of the regular season. Sounds like he'll be back for the playoffs, which is important. I'm curious to see what they do at punt returning now because he could flip positions. We already know what Jack Fox can do. But Khalif on the other side, he was that guy, that type of difference maker. So I don't think they're going to use ASB back there. So I don't want to just throw that away either, though. But you just want someone sure-handed, I guess, at this point.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, do they have 2 open roster spots on the 53-man? James Houston and Khalif Raymond? We certainly expect a Tom Kennedy or a Peoples Jones or somebody like that to get an opportunity.
Maurice Alexander.
Yeah, it could be Mo Alexander, who's got a college quarterback at Florida Atlantic who's made a name for himself as a return guy. But, one of those guys will be activated. I don't know who the other one will be, but and then this goes into the category of we keep talking about the tolerances.
Well, it not only is it the 2 rosters, but if Taylor Decker is unable to go.
Yeah.
Carlton Davis, if he's unable to go, I mean, you're really starting to dip into that pool.
This is one of those deals that we're sitting here, we're so impressed. They're not going to be immune to injuries costing them. Like, eventually it has to catch up to them. And, earlier in the year, I had a list. I was going through a website that had the list of all the players that have been hurt. And you were rattling off all the guys on the Lions defense that are hurt. It's incredible how many guys are hurt. Now, I'm like, look, we sit here and talk about, woe is us, but they're still playing well. In fact, since Hutch went down, it's amazing how good they've been defensively.
It's the thing
and
we've
their
said.
pass defense.
It's to me, it's the most impressive thing we've seen this year is we touched on in the offseason. We said, okay, the Lions roster, there's depth on this roster. It's not only the starters are good, the backups are good because they've been able to develop their own guys. They've made smart decisions in the offseason when it comes to free agency, acquisitions. They've all been real smart here. And yet, it is a lengthy list when you start with Aiden Hutchinson and you go to Marcus Davenport and Derek Barnes and John Kaminsky. That's just, and remember Pecco, they got Pecco as well.
Yeah.
And he was, a big run stuffer. He's gone. That's 5 defensive linemen right off the bat. If you count Barnes as a defensive lineman, let alone that you throw in Anzalone in the mix and, Ennis Rakestraw, the rookie he's been out of action. Melanfon has been out of action and Carlton Davis missing a game, and maybe he'll miss this game tomorrow. There's a lot that they've had to deal with, a lot they've had to overcome, and that's just the defensive side of the ball.
Now, I mean, you look at Philly, the biggest threat to the Lions in the NFC, perhaps. I mean, a strong argument's being made. The Get Up guys this morning on ESPN were debating whether or not Philly has surpassed Detroit as the favorite in the NFC, and I'm like, of course they're debating that. Oh, the next week it'll be as Dallas catching up to Detroit. But in the case of Philly, they just lost Brandon Graham.
Yeah, that's big.
And so it happens to everybody.
Yeah, no one's going to feel sorry for the Lions.
No.
And the Lions aren't going to feel sorry for themselves. But you go with the Niners, they start off the year without CMC. Brandon Ayuk gets hurt. Bosa and Kittle are always dinged up. Debo's always dinged up. Purdy's missed a game, This is the league. And the Lions have just done a great job of moving on next man up. It's so cliche.
Let's add more games to the schedule and give them less time to prepare for it too.
Well, if it means more money, but it's so cliche. But the Lions really have taken it and just it is next man up, and they're deeper at some positions than others. But at some point,
it gets uncomfortable. Catch up. Yeah, I'm uncomfortable now going to this game with the Bears, and yet again they've been able to. It's their depth. It's good quality depth. I'm really curious. I'd love to sit down and talk to Dan Campbell about what he sees in practice from the guys that never get even elevated to the game day roster. Guys like Christian Mahogany or Giovanni Manu, Colby Sorsdahl. Those 3 offensive linemen, where are they at in their development? How strong do they feel about it? They haven't really gotten a chance yet. And now with Decker out, maybe one of those guys gets elevated.
Feels like guys that they've drafted and placed in storage. 248-539-9797.
It's like drafting and stashing the NBA in a way.
Yep. All right. We'll get more into the Bears game. Got a question for all Lions fans. There's going to be possibly in your household a first-time challenge on Thanksgiving. We'll get to that at 12:05. Here on Carson Anderson, the Birchie Kid joins us from Allen Park. We'll have the latest on what Dan Campbell's telling his team, including how they plan on surviving without Khalif Raymond now, who's on the injured list. And did they have any interest in Daniel Jones? Doesn't sound like it. Again, Birchie Kid today at 12:30 for out in Allen Park. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms, they specialize in all kinds of areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. You go to a specialist, and it matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. You know how we do hunches here on the show? Our guy Kang's
Love
got
the
a
hunch.
hunch. We'll get to his hunch coming up. 248-539-9797. Brad's in Clarkston and on 97.1. Hi, Brad.
Yeah, how are you?
We're good, thank you.
I don't hear as much talk about those pesky Vikings. They just won't go away. And I'm 69 years old, and there is no other team, including the Packers, Bears, that have disappointed in the last 2 to 4 minutes of a game than the Vikings have done to us. If we beat them, it's, that's the new Lions. But if we lose to them, what's the tiebreaker?
Well, the tiebreaker would be division record, and that's why this game tomorrow is actually really, really big, because the Vikings are 2-1 in the division. Their lone loss coming to the Lions. If the Lions lose tomorrow, they'll be 2-1 with a loss to the Bears, and the Vikings will actually control their own destiny in the NFC North, in that they can win out, win the season finale in Detroit, and pass the Lions. If the Lions keep winning, that game against the Vikings at the end may not matter, because
there's no other team in football that has disappointed us in the last couple minutes than the Vikings, and it'd be nice if we can get 2 games up on them, but I fear them.
It'd be great. I don't fear them as a team. I think the Lions have a far better team, but the record by the Vikings, it just keeps winning. And look, they've got an easy schedule the rest of the way. They're playing a 6-5 team in Arizona. Then they take on Atlanta. Atlanta's not good. They have a terrible, terrible defense. Then they take on the Bears. All 3 of these games are at home, by the way. Then they finish up with at Seattle, home against Green Bay, at Detroit. Their last 3 games are really tough. Their next 3 games are not. Are the Vikings good? Offensively, they can be explosive. But I'm not sold that Sam Darnold's the answer, the guy that can lead them past what he's done already. And I don't know if their defense is overall good enough. I mean, if you want to go back and look at some comps, they beat Jacksonville 12-7. They beat Tennessee 23-13. These are teams that the Lions handled extraordinarily well.
We didn't exactly beat up on them in our win. I'll take it, and I hope the Lions repeat, because these are not the SOL Lions anymore.
Then I tell you what, if you really believe that, then you know what doesn't matter? What the Vikings have done to the Lions in the past. You've cited that as one of your reasons. If they aren't the same old guys, then the truth is all that stuff that happened in the past is irrelevant to the here and the now. The Vikings in the here and the now matter, but what's happened in the past really shouldn't even be brought up.
I mean, Lions beat them last year, and the Vikings threw for over 800 yards against the Lions.
Yeah.
So in the 2 games.
All right, so Lions taking on this Bears team. You mentioned how Chicago's lost 5 in a row, and they're probably a little bit better than their record indicates, because a lot of these games have been close, but most NFL games are actually close, and most NFL games are won on the margins, and the Bears are just a couple of plays away. And when the Lions were that team that was a couple of plays away here and there, I'd get all fired up, only to realize in the end that it just meant that they were a bad football team. So that's what the Bears probably are right now. Oh, so close, but yet in that football purgatory. Now, some feel they are a head coach away from being good. And I always check, what time is it? Is Eberflus still hired? I am amazed that he is surviving it and has continued to survive it, and maybe he won't. He had maybe a bit of a self-preservation move, and they changed their offensive coordinator a couple weeks ago, and in the 2 weeks since, with their new offensive coordinator, Thomas Brown, Caleb Williams is 55 for 78 for 571 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 15 carries for 100 yards. He made some throws in that game against Minnesota, the one on the run, running towards the near sideline, where he on the run, lofted it over the linebackers in front of the safeties to DeAndre Swift, was a thing of beauty. He had a crossing route to Keenan Allen that fit into a tight window. It might not even been a well-advised throw, but it speaks to the arm talent. And the last throw to DJ Moore he had to set up the field goal at the end of regulation was one hell of a gotta-have-it throw. There's a lot to like about him. He also has gone 4 straight games without a turnover. 4 straight games, Caleb Williams has not turned it over. Yep.
Well, that's impressive. I think they've got a really good receiving core, and that includes DeAndre Swift with those guys. DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, the rookie, Cole Kmet, the tight end, the veteran Keenan Allen, along with DeAndre Swift. That's a pretty good core of guys that you can throw the football to. And Caleb Williams has struggled this season to find those guys quickly enough or to go through his progressions quicker and to have the game process and slow down for him. It hasn't happened maybe as quickly as he wants it to. But to your point, he hasn't turned it over lately. And he has been more accurate lately as well. And he makes plays with his feet. I'm not worried about DeAndre Swift as a running back and running the football in this game.
He's been a hit or miss.
Yeah, he's averaging 4 yards a carry, literally 4.0. But he's a guy that when the ball's in his hands and he can make something happen, he can make you miss, and he's fast as hell. I worry about him in the screen game. And sometimes a screen pass is your best friend, but I also feel pretty confident that Aaron Glenn will devise a game plan to neutralize that. Be wary of where Caleb Williams is, but they did a pretty good job last week against Anthony Richardson. Despite Richardson that first drive marching the team right down the field until it was bend but don't break territory, and they only gave up a field goal on that, and then they only got a field goal the rest of the way. And they shut him down completely in his second half. Okay, we'll give up some yards rushing to the quarterback, but they weren't going to let him beat him through the air because they just better than what the Colts had. It's a different game this time around. The Bears have legit receivers all throughout.
4 straight games without a turnover. I brought it up in the office today, and Kank said,
Yeah, all that means is he's due. No, I honestly, though, my hunch is Caleb Williams not only just finally has a turnover again, he has 3 of them. Okay? And yes, he's been playing better, but Gator, that last game, there was a throw that should have been a pick, and these things happen throughout the course of a season. My issue with Caleb Williams is he's still playing college-style hero ball back there, but this is the NFL. This isn't, the Pac-12. And I think Kirby Joseph, the ball hawk that he is, gets one. I think Terrion Arnold gets his first pick. I think he's going to be running around there trying to do what he does, and he made a mistake this time doing it against the Lions. I believe in Caleb Williams long-term, actually. I just think he doesn't know yet that some plays you got to give up. And he is one of those guys that does not give up on plays, and he'll throw a hook shot throw across his body because, you know what I mean, instead of just throwing it to the sideline reporter. When, Doug, you always say when Tony Ortiz was working sidelines, Tony Ortiz is always open.
Always open.
Yep.
Always open if
Big
you don't
target,
have somebody.
too.
Yeah. And I don't think Caleb Williams has, I don't know who their sideline reporter is for the Bears, but that guy's open, Caleb. And he hasn't learned that yet. So I think my hunch is we see multiple picks, maybe 3 from Caleb Williams Turkey Day. Gobble,
Wow.
gobble.
He's only thrown 5 all season, but I like the gobble.
Yeah, well, you know what? He's playing the Lions this week.
I got a hunch, too.
Oh.
I got a hunch as well.
Okay.
David Montgomery, a little bit banged up, but looks like he'll be ready to go and play. I think that means that they're going to give more run to Jahmyr Gibbs and err a little bit on the side of caution. Jahmyr Gibbs is only 114 yards away from 1,000 yards rushing on the season. We know how explosive he can be. I think Jahmyr Gibbs ends up passing the 1,000-yard mark on Thanksgiving. I think he'll have more than 114 yards rushing. I think he'll have a couple of touchdowns, and I think one of them is going to come from outside of 30 yards. It's just a hunch.
Well, I got to tell you, if you look at the Bears' defense last week, Minnesota gave them problems.
Gobble? Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Minnesota gave them problems with Sam Darnold and the deep ball, whether it was caught or a pass interference. They had success throwing the deep ball. Darnold had 330 yards passing. Aaron Jones went over 100 yards rushing. And both Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson had over 100 yards receiving. Like, they actually feasted on that Bears defense. The one thing that happens with the Lions, and the Bears I know are concerned about the Lions run game, as they should be, and your call of a big day for Jahmyr Gibbs is a wise one, using context clues of who's banged up and David Montgomery is. As much as he wants to play, it isn't about this. The other thing the Lions, and we haven't talked about it much this year, is Jared Goff's accuracy isn't just finding the open guy. He's hitting guys in stride. So they're not having to slow down to catch a football. They're not having to dive to catch a football. They're at maximum RPMs when they catch the football, which leads to huge yards after catch and allows for more big plays in the passing game. All touchdown passes aren't thrown into the end zone, as you all know. Many are thrown outside the end zone, and the wide receiver carries the ball down the field into the end zone. And then, like J-Mo, there are so many examples of Goff hitting Jamison Williams in stride, allowing him to finish the play in the end zone because he doesn't have to slow down. He stays running full speed, and that's an issue for other teams.
It is, and he's averaged 21 yards of reception this year. He's become the guy we talked about before the year. He has to have a big year and kind of step up and be that number 2 receiver, and he has. He doesn't have a huge catch total, only 29 receptions on the season, but he's also only played the 9 games because of the suspension.
Mm-hmm.
But he still has so much more to give on a game-by-game basis, and he's explosive every time the ball comes near him.
I think I want to put together a parlay.
I was thinking the same thing.
With Jamison Williams anytime touchdown scorer.
I like it.
Jahmyr Gibbs over on the rushing total. And if we can bet Caleb Williams over interceptions, the Carson Anderson hunch parlay bet of the day.
I like it.
Let's see what we can get on that in terms of odds. There's that no sweat thing I was talking about.
Winner, turkey dinner.
Let's go, boys.
Woo!
It's Carson Anderson. All right.
Not going to pardon that turkey.
You might have a new challenge on Thanksgiving. Something you've probably never had to deal with before when dealing with the Lions and Thanksgiving. We'll get to that today at 12:02. Inside Allen Park with the Birchie Kid at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing great on this Thanksgiving Eve. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We are very thankful for our audience. We do appreciate you being with us. Those of you who are with us each and every day. It's awesome. It's awesome that we get to do this, and hope you enjoy the show. In the meantime, Gator, I tried to I tried to play the Carson Anderson same game parlay.
Yeah.
So I got Jamison Williams anytime touchdown. That's mine. Yours is Jahmyr Gibbs over on the rushing total, which is 71.5. And Kang has Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I think the Caleb, you got to do over turnovers or over INTs.
So you can bet yes or no on an interception with Caleb Williams, and it wouldn't let us combine these bets for a parlay.
Yeah, me and David are trying back here behind the glass too. It will not add the Gibbs and JMO one is already like what plus 460.
Yeah,
which is already a nice payout.
Yep.
I can't imagine if you were able to add the Caleb Williams INT on there.
Yep,
would definitely spice it up.
Let me see here. I'm trying to find something we could do with Caleb Williams that would be.
So we said we wanted anytime touchdown from JMO.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yep.
All right. Let me see if I can do this one.
Yeah, it doesn't include it. Won't let us do a three-leg parlay on that for some reason.
Yeah, what the heck, man? We need I hate the Bears parlay.
I know, right? We're not getting that. But okay, let's get to something Kang brought up in the office earlier today, and I think it's great. Tomorrow is the day you get together with family, and you sit down in front of the TV at 12:30, and you're going to have a vast array of people gathered around, right? It's not going to be your typical football audience. And I wonder how many people are going to have to do what Kang's going to have to do tomorrow. And Kang, explain what you're talking about.
So I know we all love sports so much. Our lives revolve around it. Free time, watching sports and football on the lines, right? Mm-hmm. But not everyone's like that, like us. Not everybody's like us.
Nope.
I have a brother-in-law who could not care less about sports. Does not care, doesn't follow it, goes on with his life fulfillingly without sports.
Not his thing.
Yep. I'm going to have to explain to him on Thanksgiving how and why the Lions are good.
Oh, boy.
No, seriously. Because he knows what I do for work, and I think, eventually it's going to come up, and the Lions, we're during dinner tomorrow, so the Lions have about already played, but he's going to say, so why are the Lions good this year? Like, what's different? How is this happening?
I think the first thing you can tell him is it's not about the lights. It's not about the cameras. It's not about the action. It's about the action.
I think that does it.
Yeah, wise football man once said. All right, so.
But I can't be the only one where you're going to have to explain to somebody. And then I'm not going to be like rude. Like, no, they're going to explain to him like, hey, what is going on right now?
I think you're right. And that's our question for you at 248-539-9797. Who is it in your life that you're going to have to explain tomorrow why the Lions are good? Because tomorrow's a different group of people that you're watching the Lions game with. And there's going to be somebody that's going to have questions. Why are the Lions good? And the other part of this is, what are you going to say first? What are you going to say is the reason why they're good? 248-539-9797.
I know how I would approach this. And no, it's not about the lights, camera, action. It's about the action.
Solid approach.
Thank you, Jameis Winston. It's about the way that they were built, the way they're constructed. It starts with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell being of like mind and looking for football players that love the game and that play the game that they wanted played. They had their own vision of what they wanted, and they found those players, and they put them together and continued to build the roster. It's always been building. This thing, didn't change overnight. It took a couple years to get going, and once they got halfway through that second year, Katie barred the door. It's been amazing with what's happened since then. So it starts because they've been able to build the team through the draft, through a few players that were here ahead of time when they got here, specifically on the offensive line. And when you build up the offensive line and you have a quarterback, you acquire a quarterback that has talent, but has been a cast off because he was thrown under the bus by his previous coach, and now has a giant chip on his shoulder. That works. But it's the drafting that they've done to build this team together, put this team together, and smart moves outside of that. It's those two guys working together. And if you want to say that's because Sheila went out and surrounded herself with smart people like Chris Spielman that know how to put together a football team and wanted to do something to change the culture, go ahead. That works too. But to make it easy, it's the general manager and the coach working together.
248-539-9797. This is going to be potentially a brand new experience. Watching a exceptionally good Lions team that's taken the nation, quite frankly, by storm, playing on Thanksgiving Day. It's going to be a vast array of people gathered around your television. Is someone going to ask you, why are the Lions good, and what are you going to say?
By the way, I was able to go into the BetMGM app.
Yeah.
And work those three parts of the parlay.
Yeah. What does it pay?
Plus 550.
Plus 550. Okay.
This is weird. Someone just text us this. Scott in West Bloomfield says BetMGM plus 550.
Okay.
I did not.
And it's not your phone number because I can see the phone number.
Right. And I no longer live in the mean streets.
But, I know, but still.
But I grew up in the mean streets. Yeah.
That's funny.
Plus 550.
All right. So who is it in your life that you are going to have to explain why the Lions are good tomorrow when they're taking on the Bears on Thanksgiving Day?
I'll be interested to see what my cousin who lives in Madison, Wisconsin, is a huge Packer fan, season ticket Packer fan. I'll talk to him tonight and engage where his head's at.
Yeah.
Because all he has known is Packer supremacy over the Lions, and yet things have changed, and I think he's mad about it. Like, what is going on over there? Actually, he's happy for us, but as long as his Packers can still play well. But that's going to be someone I have to explain to. It's just been great drafting, great coaching.
I'm thinking tomorrow in our family, it might be my wife's cousin Lauren. As she grew up a Michigander, but has moved to Colorado. I think they're coming back. And anyway, I think I might have to explain to her why the Lions are good. Although she'll probably hear this and take offense.
Are you mansplaining?
Yeah, it might be.
Cousin Lauren doesn't want to hear it.
Cousin Lauren doesn't want to hear it at all. I think I could run into that.
Is she the visitor?
Just for the holidays, right?
Yeah, just coming in.
But my reasoning would be because they hired a great GM. I think it starts with the GM, and obviously it's the coach, it's the quarterback.
And ends with Jack Campbell.
It's so many reasons, but I think the biggest factor here is the GM. 248-539-9797. Get your phone calls and feedback on this.
What's ironic about that, because I obviously I agree with that. I added Campbell to the mix too. I'd give more credit to Brad Holmes if I could, but we can't. Like, the extra credit would be, yeah, he hired the head coach. But the Lions hired the coach before they hired the GM.
I know.
They did it backwards.
They did.
And it's worked out brilliantly. Why is that?
I have no idea, because
that's what you have
unconventional. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you got workout clothes on your Christmas wish list, then you should be buying your shirts, shorts, and workout leggings from Show Some Respect, a Michigan-based company focused on high-quality, durable fitness apparel for athletes, weekend warriors, and anyone who competes. I say it every day, treat each other with respect, and respect is their motto. Respect yourself, respect the game, and respect all others. With the courage to compete, go to SHOSUM respect.com and use the code DOUG at checkout. ShowSomeRespect.com, SHOSUM respect.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Birchie Kid at 12:30 from inside Allen Park. There is news today in the NFL. If you missed it, Daniel Jones has signed with the Vikings. Did the Lions have any interest as a backup quarterback? In the meantime, Khalif Raymond placed on the injured list. The IR, who are we gonna see in a kick return, punt return situation? What is the latest on the health of the Lions? 1 day away from moving in on 24 hours away from their game with the Bears. All right, we brought up that tomorrow is going to be perhaps one of the more, it's going to be different because when you sit down and watch a game on Thanksgiving, many times you are watching it with people who maybe aren't as dialed into what's going on. And tomorrow you may have to explain to some splaining to some relatives why the Lions are good. Who is the person in your life that you suspect you're going to have to explain it, and what are you going to say?
You know, my wife, she kind of follows sports a little bit. You guys know this. And she asked me a question the other day. And she said, why could the Lions have done this with Matthew Stafford? And I said, that's embargoed. I go, listen.
Shut her down.
Yeah, right off the bat, listen. No, we're not going there. We're not going back. We have moved forward. I'm not going to answer that question. Like, I don't want to get into it.
Treat it like a press conference. Next question.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Yes, she knows what's going on, but she's curious. Hey, why couldn't they have done this with Stafford?
That's embargoed.
Nope.
We
don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer is no because they wouldn't have got all the rest of those draft picks.
Well, are you really?
Yeah, sorry.
Did that just happen?
Right? This is the man who embargoes it, and then he actually tries to answer it.
I actually answered the effing question. What am I doing?
Let's treat everyone with respect here. Come on.
All right, here's some of the feedback we've gotten.
Javi Baez, you want to go? 248.
Javi's contract.
Was Darko the right pick? Could they have won more championships?
Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? 248. All right, that's an easy answer, writes an unnamed texter. The reason they are good is depth. Kang, you tell your brother-in-law it's Jared Goff. Although he said it in a chanting cadence. He even used hyphens. It's simple. Sheila fired the whole team, found a good GM, and started over. That's from Dennis at work.
That's how it worked.
Greg writes in, grit. This team is gritty. They don't take anything for granted. Homegrown and talent is through the roof, which is, in fact, the ceiling. It's great.
They have Gert, too. They're very Gerty.
Be wary of the knockoff gas station Gert hats. Wink in Royal Oak says, when asked why the Lions are good, the real answer is Peyton Manning and Jeff Daniels exercised the curse of Bobby Lane by lighting a bathtub full of whiskey and salt on fire inside of Ford Field.
They did do that. It's been years since they've done that. I don't want to give too much credit to it, but there's something there.
There might
be something there.
I mean, I don't believe in things like curses and jinxes, so I don't think there's anything there. But you roll with it, Wink.
You know a Wink. Is it the same Wink?
I highly doubt that Michigan's defensive coordinator is sending us texts from Royal Oak in the middle of his workday.
I mean, are there more than one Wink? Is that possible?
Yes. Why is he named? His name's Don Martindale. He got the nickname Wink because of the game show host. There's two Winks right there.
It's true. Did you ask him the question yesterday that I told you to ask him?
I did not ask him what you told me.
What'd you try to ask him? What'd you try, Gator?
I said, ask Wink Martindale how he feels about the loss of Chuck Woolery.
You didn't ask him, Doug?
I did not.
Another game show pioneer. I mean, come on. It's that inquiring minds want to know. I can't believe you didn't ask him that. Coach, I'd be remiss if I didn't finish up this interview without asking the question, and it's something that lots of people, are mourning this week of the loss of Chuck Woolery. What did it mean to you?
How long were you on the Spartan postgame show?
2 years.
Pregame show?
Yeah, I did for 2 years.
And you didn't see a third year, huh?
Well, they switched stations, but wasn't my fault. Wasn't my fault. They would have had me forever. Hollis loved me. I have no idea.
Next up, it'd be pretty funny if we were on the dueling broadcasts. Regarding the...
Why didn't Karsh ask the question? Gator did.
because that's Gator.
Yeah.
I hate watching Lions games with extended family. They always want to ask questions, or worse, tell me how bad a player is for getting one pass interference flag.
I could see this being an issue if you're not at the game, if you're at home, and then you've got extended family from out of state and people that don't know, and all you want to do is watch the game. Hey, why is Jahmyr Gibbs spell his name with an H in it? Shut up.
No, yeah, you're out of your normal viewing habits.
You're right. I'm just trying to watch the game right now. I'm okay. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just focused on the game here.
Which one's Sonic? Which one's Knuckles?
Right. Why do they call him that? I don't know. I get just go have some potato chips or something. Hey, when do they get cheerleaders? I'm just trying to watch that game. Hey, they still get that turducken out at the end of the game? And if it is, which piece would you go for first? I swear to God, I don't want to watch the game.
You're going to be watching the game with people you normally don't watch football with. At all.
And you may not want to watch it with.
Right?
Jeff writes in, my sister, the only Lions game she has ever watched is Thanksgiving. So she's seen a lot of losing. My answer will be Sheila prioritized emotionally intelligent and serious people at the leadership level, and they put together a group of serious and talented football heads that complement each other. Wow, Jeff, that's deep. Let us know how your sister does with that answer. Greg writes in, my mother-in-law.
Uh-oh.
Gert. He writes, this team is gritty. They don't take anything for granted, homegrown, and enough talent. Did I read this one already? Maybe I did.
It's worth reading twice.
It is worth reading twice. Anyway, who is it that you're going to have to explain why the Lions are good on a Thanksgiving Day that has them in a place they haven't been before? A massive favorite, well-earned, well-deserved. And you know what? It's great to be here. It's been a long, long time coming.
Gator, I'm not sure if they're on air or not, but wait, are you going to the game tomorrow, Gator?
Yes.
You sticking around for Shabuzi?
Is it Shabuzi's at halftime, right?
Yeah.
I mean, will I stay in my seat to watch?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Sticking around, like, not getting up and, using the bathroom, getting food.
Probably not going to watch Shabuzi.
You're not?
I don't think so. I don't know. Halftime's a little bit longer on Thanksgiving, I believe. Like 5 minutes longer, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, halftime, that's the time when I go down and I just walk the 3 steps down and I go and
hopefully
talk with other people in the media.
Hopefully they give Shabuzi some kind of stage. Remember when Jack Harlow did it? And they brought out like a white sheet or something?
That was really
weird.
It
was terrible. It was like a deflated swimming pool or something. It was so bad. Look it up. You probably forgot.
Well, I probably didn't watch it because it was Jack Harlow. So
no, but it was viral because of how bad the set was.
I will say this, Gator. I know this is like a pop music song, the Shabuzi, the bar song. It is so catchy. I hate how catchy it is. I'm falling for this. This feels formulaic.
No, it's historically popular.
I know.
Historically popular.
Yep. And, 1 to the 2 to the 3 to the 4. I mean, really? And yet I'm sitting there singing it every single time. So, Gator, I want you to report back on what you thought of Shabuzi.
Okay. I mean, I'll be able to hear it, I guess.
One would imagine. Although, here's the thing about it. This is the only song, right? He doesn't have anything else.
Dude, he has another one, I guess.
Right? This is where you debut something so that they get to hear something else.
I told you guys the records this song is broke. Like, this is like, I don't know if he needs another one for that's how big this song is.
The rest of his life.
I mean, I guess I could sit and watch Shamboozle. I don't know.
Who was it? I think it was Joe Buck screwed it up on the Monday night game.
We call him the ShamWow guy? Or?
We called him Shabazzle or Shabuznal or something. He did screw it up. But all right.
I'm watching this Jack Harlow stuff. He came out of what looks like a plastic fake
I
igloo.
told you. It was like the worst Christmas setup
this is
ever.
A terrible, terrible set. And yeah, you're right. It looks like it's a a deflated swim pool. They're trying to make it look like it's like a winter setting. It's like somebody just put down a white tarp.
This looks like the last thing they had at Lakeside Mall. Like like before they said, "All right, we're shutting it down."
This is after people took the trees.
Yes, and the
plants. They took them all.
Usually these shows too have a rehearsal.
Oh, but they brought out the cheerleaders, and that works.
Usually the shows have a rehearsal. Do you wonder Jack Harlow was looking around going, "This isn't actually in the set, is it? I mean, I'm not really performing in
Maybe
this."
he asked for it. Maybe he didn't want it to take away from his performance. Maybe he wants less. Less is more for Jack Harlow.
It could be.
Maybe Shamboozle wants something bigger,
Shaboozy, Gator. Shaboozy.
Ask your niece and nephew.
Without question.
Come on.
And then you know what? It's
They're
too
gonna
bad
be
you're not
ready.
going to be with them because you'd be like, "Who is this Shamboozle?" And you know what they'd say? "I'm just trying to watch the show. Quit asking questions."
Oh yeah, they're gonna do what you did to them.
Yeah, but I'll be here. I'm gonna
That's
ask
too
him when I
bad.
go. I'll ask him during the break.
All right, straight ahead. Let's go inside Allen Park. You get the latest from our Birchie kid, covers the Lions live. What's Dan Campbell saying about the loss of Khalif Raymond for several weeks here and the rest of the injured Lions going into Thanksgiving Day game? 97-1 the ticket.
Cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage doors and also on Jack Harlow's performance. Woo! Springs, rollers, any of those moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops and it's getting cold out. I mean, it was like 30 degrees last night, so you're going to want to make sure that they're up to date, that they're maintained well, and that means you're going to call Precision Garage Door Service. They're awesome. It's a great local company. They do the same-day service, so you get your garage back and right back to new in no time. I've worked with Daryl's crew. They're amazing. Plus, they've got garage doors in stock at the warehouse. They can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. And if you need a new garage door or some repairs, Precision is the place to call. Just give them a call. Ring them up, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Our Lions insider who covers this team all week long joins us now here on 97.1 The Ticket. Birchie Kid, how are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. I'm actually inside my bedroom right now. We're not down at Allen Park today, but happy to be here nonetheless.
Well, good. Well, I don't know what you're doing in your bedroom, but we appreciate you joining us.
Hanging out, man.
All right, so the news today, Daniel Jones signed with the Minnesota Vikings. The Lions' name got floated out there by Jordan Schultz, a Fox insider, over the weekend. Was there any interest at all, do you think?
No, I didn't sense that there was. We actually caught up with Hendon Hooker yesterday in the locker room for our podcast, and he spoke pretty confidently about the strides that he feels like he's made this season, and obviously, getting some of those game reps has been really productive for him, and playing underneath Jared Goff's wing has helped him develop his own game. I don't think the Lions ever gave that serious consideration, and I think that they do feel like Hendon Hooker is a viable backup for them if they have to break glass in case of emergency.
Podcast? Where can you find this podcast?
Wow, Gator, funny you should ask. You can find that podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcast. And you can rate, review, and subscribe, or just listen as background noise to give us extra listens and maybe one day extra profit.
What's the name of the podcast?
The podcast is known as the Detroit Football Network Podcast, and we break things down on a granular level all week, take you inside the walls of Allen Park, talk to players, have a pretty big player interview scheduled for next week, but I'll just tease that in Karshian fashion and say tune in to next week's podcast to find out.
Very smart, very smart. So another move the Lions made, they decided to release James Houston. We've been talking about James Houston all season long, what they need to do with him. Was this a situation where he just never really recovered from the injury, or was it just he got exposed?
I think that was definitely part of it. We saw the bend and the explosiveness he had off the edge back in 2022. I don't know if he ever recovered that bend to the full degree after that fractured ankle. And then ultimately, he just no longer suited this Lions defense. And when Dan Campbell was asked about it yesterday, for as sort of vague and nondescript as his answer was, thought it was also pretty telling when he just said, look, we had him up for a number of games and it just never worked out. And that felt like a gentle way of saying it was never going to work out. I think James Houston can thrive in a defense where maybe he can freestyle a little bit off the edge and rush in a way that makes him most successful. But as Justin pointed out on our podcast yesterday, this is a really rule-heavy defense, and you have to be assignment sound. And as coaches often say, rush with integrity. And it felt like James Houston too often just didn't do that. And it reached a point where he wasn't worth keeping around on this roster anymore. I don't have much doubt that if he ends up in a defense that allows him to play with a little bit more freedom, I guess, off the edge, and unleash more of his own athletic strength, that he might thrive again in this league. But it just wasn't going to happen here, and I think the Lions were wise to admit that and make that decision. But look, James Houston's a great guy. I wish him all the best, and he certainly still has some ability in there, but it just wasn't going to be weaponized here.
All right, Khalif Raymond placed on the injured reserve list today. Who are the likely candidates, or do you suspect gets called up here?
Yeah, well, for one, they got to figure out who's going to be the return man. And I don't think they love the idea of Amon-Ra St. Brown handling those duties moving forward. There's just too much risk in asking one of your most valuable offensive players to expose himself to 11 guys trying to tackle him at once multiple times a game. And look, you can tell St. Brown to err on the side of safety in that role. He won't listen. I mean, he said it yesterday, like, I don't play scared. It's not in me. So if I get a chance to return punts, I'm eyeing the end zone. And I just don't think that's a risk the Lions should be taking. There's guys on the practice squad, and Maurice Alexander who could get called up. He's shown some electric ability as a return man in the past. Jamison Williams said he was crying for an opportunity last week to the coaching staff on the sideline. Hey, give me a chance. And they went with St. Brown because his hands are second to none. The other guys who might get a look, Donovan Peoples-Jones is the most experienced punt returner on this roster, so he's a guy, and then maybe Tom Kennedy. But I think anyone other than St. Brown makes the most sense moving forward.
Carlton Davis got banged up at the end of the game on Sunday. His status kind of in doubt. If he's not able to go tomorrow, who starts on the opposite end of Terry and Arnold?
It's a great question. I'm leaning a little bit towards Emmanuel Mosley, and obviously that was Kendall Vildor who stepped in last week for Terrion Arnold. And look, he didn't have the best of games. He might have had the worst of games, but they survived it nonetheless. I think that Mosley, given his proven production in San Francisco as an outside corner, is a sensible option to step in there. The Lions viewed him more as a slot corner entering this season, but he's proven that he can play on the outside in the past, and he has the experience in big games and against some big-time receivers, and now he has his feet wet after last week that you can expect him to slide in there rather seamlessly. I think Davis is missing certainly Thursday and maybe even next week too. We saw him yesterday in the locker room. He had the electric stim hooked up to his knee. He told me he's feeling better, but I don't think the Lions are in any position to rush him back, and knee injuries are nothing you want to play with. So it'll help to have Arnold back in the fold, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Mosley get a look on the outside on Thursday.
I apologize. You haven't mentioned, is David Montgomery slowed, or is he going to be good to go?
He's good to go, and you could have told him he wasn't playing against his former team, and he would have laughed in your face and then played anyways. You are not keeping Demo out of this game. It's funny. I was talking to him after the Jags game, and that's when he told me that the Lions are kind of the land of misfit toys. He feels like it's a bunch of rejects on this roster, and he's the most prominent example. He said, look, I played in Chicago, and I wasn't good enough there. So Detroit took a chance on me, and I ensure every single time I play, they know that was not a mistake. And when he was asked about getting to play his former team last week after the Colts game, he just sort of grinned. He's looking forward to this opportunity. He's going to be running with as much force as ever and then some on Thursday against his old team.
Monday on the morning show, Dan Campbell was talking about Taylor Decker probably being out, and if he's out, they asked him, would they put Penei Sewell back on the left side? And he said, well, at least we had him practicing on the right side, but we can always move him to the left. What are they going to do with the offensive line? Is it going to be Skipper on the right or Skipper on the left?
Yeah, it'll be Skipper on the left, I would assume, with extra help from tight ends and running backs. And this feels like the most critical matchup in the game. Obviously the Bears have some big-time receivers who might be playing against some inexperienced corners. But to me, it's Dan Skipper versus Montez Sweat, in the same way that the Texans got Danielle Hunter on Skipper often in that Sunday night game. I would expect the Bears to do the same with Montez Sweat. And look, the Texans were a handful, and Danielle Hunter was a handful for Dan Skipper. And the offensive line as a whole, though, that game struggled, including Penei Sewell. I would expect the offensive line to play up to its standard on Thursday, and that would seem to mitigate whatever advantage the Bears might have against Skipper. The Lions were, and they've admitted this, were caught off guard by two teams in particular last season, and specifically with the fierceness and aggressiveness that those teams rushed with on the defensive line. And it was Green Bay on that Thanksgiving game and the Bears really both games. And the offensive linemen have acknowledged this. They responded the right way against Green Bay this season. I would expect nothing less against the Bears on Thursday.
Well, the Bears, Caleb Williams, they're hoping he's turned a corner and that their offense has turned a corner since they changed OCs 2 games ago. They lost them both, but Caleb Williams has looked better running the ball and throwing the ball. What have they talked about the keys to slowing him down tomorrow?
Yeah, it looks like he's playing his best football yet. The keys to slowing him down are limiting the options downfield. He's got 3 really good receivers in Odunze and DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. It seems like Odunze has been involved a little bit more since the OC change, and certainly they're letting Caleb air it out. I think he threw 47 times last week, and he's driving the ball downfield in pretty aggressive fashion. So, it's holding up against those receivers and then getting a good push up front. For as much as, though, that the Lions might be undermanned at cornerback, you still feel good about the secondary because Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph are the erasers on defense. Ben Johnson talks about Gibbs and J-Mo having the speed to erase mistakes on offense. Well, Branch and Joseph have the range and the ball skills and like the perceptiveness on defense to make up for some deficiencies around them. So against a young quarterback, and we saw this last week against Richardson, we'll see it again on Thursday against Caleb Williams. I think this defense is just going to present all kinds of different looks and come at them with coverages that turn into blitzes and blitzes that drop into coverages to confuse Caleb Williams as much as possible. And if they do that and can make him think twice about making throws, then that's when Joseph and Branch can really leave an imprint on this game.
Birchie, you got a young family, beautiful young family. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? Are you dressing the kid up like a turkey? What's happening?
Well, I'll be wearing my traditional turkey hat on TV. You can catch that on Fox 2 pregame show. I'm not sure the plans to dress up little man, though. He just kind of is a turkey in general. I mean, he's just gobbling around the apartment, crawling around like a little turkey. So he's already fully in character. He's in costume at all times. And, we're looking forward to his second Thanksgiving. Since he entered this world, man, the Lions are the best team in the NFL. So I think we'll keep him around for a little bit longer. How about that?
That sounds great. You got family coming in?
Yeah, I got my parents in town. They're actually here right now watching Little Man. I got my brother in town. They'll be hitting the game tomorrow and then hitting the bars afterwards. Maybe we'll do a Jack Fox rendezvous at the break, man. That's Jack Fox's post-game spot, as he told me last week. So if you want to catch Jack Fox, just look for him surrounded by family and friends, all wearing Jack Fox jerseys at the break, man. And you might catch the Birchfields there, too.
Well, have fun, my friend. Happy Thanksgiving, and thanks always for your hard work.
You guys as well, man. Happy Thanksgiving to all.
All right, thanks, buddy.
There he is, the Birchie Kid. Joins us to preview every Lions game the day before, the Friday usually before, here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator. On you and Kang to guess a little bit here. Let's spring something on you.
All right.
And this is useful information for everyone. These are 4 foods to be aware that can cause Thanksgiving flatulence. So you don't want any holiday Fox halftime Cowboy game Thanksgiving flatulence.
You don't think?
Well, you may. But if people are looking to avoid it, these are the top 4.
I mean, fart equals funny.
Not everybody feels the same way about that.
Oh, I think everybody thinks farting is funny.
Well, I can tell you that I have tested that theory for almost 25 years here with a certain individual, and she is not impressed ever.
You got to put more effort into it.
No, don't. That might be an accident waiting to happen.
I'm not sure she's a fan of that, but I agree with you. I do find them amusing. All right, well, any guesses as to what's on this list?
For this is like a Thanksgiving list.
Yeah, it's typical Thanksgiving foods.
I would imagine it's got to be vegetables of some kind. So bean casserole.
Green bean casserole?
Sure.
It didn't make the list, but it would stand to reason, yeah.
Stuffing probably. There's usually some onions and stuffing. I think onions get it going.
Not on the list.
Wow.
You're
Maybe I don't know.
I mean, these things might work for you. I think we're all different. For me, because
I don't know if anything makes me more flatulent than the next thing. I'm a pretty flatulent person.
Dude, I know. I do know. You're good with everything.
Yeah.
He can turn anything into a fart, people. For me, it's onion rings. If I eat onion rings.
That's just in general.
Yeah. If I eat onion rings, look out.
But you don't serve onion rings for Thanksgiving, do you?
No, I barely ever have onion rings. But when I do, I know there's things brewing.
Yeah, you've gone 7 years without a carb.
Yeah. Have you been banned?
What do you mean banned?
Banned from having onion rings? Is that part of it?
No, but
because somebody doesn't think it's funny.
But I will warn people.
No, if Doug's eating onion rings, he's like, hating himself, eating in the car. You know what I mean? No one can see it, and then he's you know what I mean? Like that's Doug, and then he goes out.
Moment.
Yeah.
It's a moment of darkness for
him.
him.
That's his darkness retreat.
He's sitting in the back seat of his own car.
In a weak moment. Kang, any guesses or you good?
What about we know what asparagus does to you when you have to stand up.
Yeah.
I mean, does it do anything for the back end?
It does not according to this list. No.
What about Brussels sprouts?
Bingo, that's on the list.
Oh,
Brussels sprouts.
Good.
Roasted Brussels
there you
sprouts.
Go.
Oh, roast. I like them flash fried.
They write the fiber content of Brussels sprouts can cause gastrointestinal distress. Brussels sprouts are nutrient dense and rich in fiber and antioxidants. However, these mini members of the Brassica family are so filled with fiber they can cause gastrointestinal issues. So there you go.
Farting is not an issue, by the way.
It's a natural body.
It helps move things along in the system. That's a fact.
All right. So Brussels sprouts, you got that. There's 3 left.
Is the turkey?
No. Turkey's not.
What about the gravy?
Gravy's not, but I would think that gravy is.
Mashed potatoes?
Nope.
Cranberries?
Nope. I'm sure some people are yelling at the radio, and we're not going to have any more guesses.
Corn?
Corn did not make the list. I'll just tell you now.
Yeah.
Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese?
Yep.
Okay.
Starches like pasta produce gas, and they can break down in the large intestine. Comfort Food Classic brought to our shores at the behest of the founding father, Thomas Jefferson. Macaroni and cheese has been a staple of the Thanksgiving table and the culprit for gnarly farts, according to the story. Broccoli casserole. The thoroughly cooked broccoli helps aid the digestive process in addition to smelling remarkably like, well, I'm not going to read. I don't even know if I can read that on the air, but.
Is it a 3-letter word?
Well, there is a 3-letter word in this description. And finally, sweet potatoes and candied yams.
Sweet potatoes, but not mashed potatoes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yams and sweet potatoes contain fructose, a short-chain carb that can trigger gas. So, again,
Love sweet potatoes.
you know what this is useful for? This is incredibly useful. If you are meeting the family for the first time, like you're the boyfriend meeting the girlfriend's
gotcha.
family for the first time.
To avoid.
Because while they are funny.
More sweet potatoes, hon? No, thank you. I'm good. I want the broccoli. No. I'm good. Turkey is so good.
Yeah.
It's just filling me up here. I'm good.
I'll have more salad. Probably not the first time you meet, your future fiance.
More sauerkraut?
That's not talked about enough. Holding farts in the beginning of a relationship like that, or something like around family. Man, that's rough.
That's important.
Yep.
I mean, you have to find a way. Like all of a sudden, you smoke. You know what I mean? Like you gotta go outside or whatever.
I'll be right back.
I forgot something in my car.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. I think what? I left that. I'll be right back. I know something's in there.
And you go outside.
Yeah.
You're just
It's
like
it's like following you every step. Yeah,
you're outside for a long time.
Stop. Oh, okay.
So anyway, again, that list: mac and cheese, Brussels sprouts, broccoli casserole, sweet potatoes, and candied yams.
Duly noted.
Do they have like apps on there? Like, is deviled eggs anywhere on the list?
Well, deviled eggs would have to be on the list.
Right, Gator?
One would think.
Oh, love a deviled egg.
I mean, right?
Deviled eggs are crazy. I could eat 12 deviled eggs, and I could never have a 6-egg omelet. You know, like that's just like a 6-egg omelet's
that's
insane.
insane. You
Yeah,
can't do
right?
that.
Yeah, no. But deviled eggs.
To power
Yeah,
through
no.
12 deviled eggs.
How long's the halftime show?
That's impressive.
How long is the song that Shabuzi that he sings?
I think I had a shabuzi in my pants.
Too many Brussels sprouts. All right, there you go. Just trying to help. Carson Anderson.
Son, you haven't moved in a while. Just trying to maintain.
Meditate.
Make it go away. Make it go away. Make it go away.
Lions and Bears tomorrow. We'll get into that game a little bit next hour. Also, we will swing around the NFL plus our picks. We're doing them on Wednesday this week prior to another great weekend of NFL and college football. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, a couple things I want to follow up on. One is you were going to send a text to your niece.
I sent it to my niece, my nephew, and my niece's boyfriend.
Okay.
And I only got one response to this point.
All right.
But it's a pretty good response. I asked the question. I said, are you guys familiar with Shabuzi? Will he have more than one song to play tomorrow at Ford Field?
Hold on. What did you actually write?
Are you guys familiar with Shabazi? Actually, I think it would be phonetically pronounced Shabozi, the way that I spelled it. 2 B's and 1 O. Will he have more than one song to play tomorrow at Ford Field? I got a response from niece's boyfriend, and I think this is a brilliant response. He will, but if he doesn't play Bar Song first, there may not be anyone in the stands to hear it.
Yep.
Which I think is a solid point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to play the hits. Got to give the people what they want.
Okay.
I was at a concert one time. Saw an Iron Maiden show. They played at the Palace, and they had just released this new album like 3 weeks earlier. They played the entire new album and then did an encore, and they played like 3 songs in the encore. That place was pissed.
Really?
They were not happy. They weren't having it. I loved it because I had gotten that new album at the time. Like, this is a great album. I love this. Awesome. Did I want to hear all the hits that Iron Maiden had from the past? If you follow Iron Maiden, absolutely. But these people were not happy. And then they got the 3-song encore, and they were thrilled with that. But they're like, people walked out of there really upset. You got to play the hits.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's how it works.
Well,
it's like Gary Newman not playing Cars, or I don't know, Lenny Kravitz not playing Are You Gonna Go My Way? Thought I could get a little more recent than that.
Yeah, it's well done. Way to keep it in the mid to late 90s.
I thought it was better than go with the early 80s.
Yeah, you brought it back to 30 years ago.
Yeah, better go with the early 80s. I went with the late 80s.
It's like Frank Ocean showing up. I don't know. Where is Frank Ocean these days? He's been completely gone, hasn't he? Has he done anything since that year he had the Grammy?
I don't remember, honestly.
He gone.
All right, so Shabazi tomorrow. The other thing, you asked a question on your show sheet. We talked Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, Rutgers a little bit earlier. But you asked a question which felt like one of the college football questions. Which non-local college football game are you most looking forward to this weekend?
Yes.
I can't wait for Texas versus Texas A&M. That rivalry was so bitter. Texas A&M booked. They took off. They were like, we're going to trump Texas and go join the SEC. And their thought was that they would take over the state of Texas. And I'm sure they're not happy that Texas is now in the SEC.
Oh, no. They spent all that money on getting the coach, and Jimbo Fisher did not work out there. And then now Texas shows up, and Texas right away, they look like they're the SEC champs. Mm-hmm. This is bitter. They asked Dan Campbell about that the other day on the morning show, and he was really excited. He was fired up, and he was also pissed that it had been a while since they played each other, because when he was at Texas A&M, it was such a heated rival between the two. I think that's a great one. Clemson, South Carolina, normally I couldn't care less about it, but this year it means something. It's pretty big this year for both teams. Clemson's ranked 12th right now, and they're trying to get into the college football playoff. If South Carolina beats Clemson, South Carolina's 15 right now. They'll have a chance, perhaps just a chance, to get into the playoff and be another SEC team that gets there. I think it's a big game. South Carolina at Clemson. Clemson's a 2.5-point favorite in this one, so that's going to be interesting. But I love the Texas A&M Texas matchup too.
Yeah. The other thing, and it was pointed out by Dan Wetzel, I was listening to his podcast, the Texas A&M fight song actually sings about cutting the horns off a steer.
Oh, jeez.
And the second verse of their war hymn starts with "Goodbye to Texas University, so long to the orange and the white."
Oh.
Like they literally call out very distinctly their rival. It's kind of crazy.
This is one of these stupid things where they call themselves Texas University, but they're still the University of Texas.
Yeah, I don't know. No. Anyway, that's the college game I'm most looking for.
Yeah, I like it. But there's a lot of great matchups this weekend. This is rivalry weekend that you can throw things out the door, Doug.
Yep.
Throw the records out the door.
I sure as hell hope so. All right. In the meantime, Lions and Bears, we mentioned we get into this a little bit. You know, it's funny because we just talked to the Birchie kid, and he was all, David Montgomery they would have said David Montgomery's out, and he would have laughed and played anyway.
Yeah.
Do you think DeAndre Swift has a chip on his shoulder in this game? Now with the Bears, of course, the former Lions running back.
I would think if you're DeAndre Swift, look, if you want to cultivate a chip for any reason, go ahead and do it. But I would imagine his bigger chip is that he's not with Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because they said, all right, we'll let him go and we'll get Saquon Barkley. Like they traded up. Lions traded up too. So, yeah, he could be upset all he wants. But I would imagine he's probably more chippy about Philadelphia than Detroit.
Now, was he not re-signed by Philly? Because Detroit traded him, remember? And so, I guess you can get mad about either getting traded by a club or a club deciding not to re-sign you. But yeah, I would think that he would cultivate a chip on his shoulder. Because, why not? He's kind of been hit or miss this year a little bit. Their offensive line has been banged up, although I guess they're getting healthy. The one thing about them that's really weird.
Yeah, they're completely healthy this week.
Minnesota, I guess, had a season-low blitz rate against the Chicago Bears, and Caleb Williams had one of his better games. So, look, you don't have to be, channel your inner Amos Alonzo Stagg to figure out that maybe the Lions should blitz him. No quarterbacks are as good when they're under pressure. Some are better than others. But you pressure quarterbacks for a reason. He is elusive, can't make plays with his feet. As you mentioned, you got to be aware of him at all times. And, if he's a better thrower than Anthony Richardson, he's not, Richardson's like a big, strong running quarterback. He's more like Josh Allen. Caleb Williams is a make you miss and bounce out of the pocket kind of guy, throw on the run kind of guy. As Kang said, he still does some of that college hero ball stuff, which can get you in trouble at the NFL level. But I would imagine the Lions are going to bring an extra rusher quite a bit.
They may, but they got to be cognizant of him, keep him in the pocket, and look for DeAndre Swift coming out of the backfield as a receiver. Swift has 31 receptions this year for 9 yards per reception. He's way ahead of the pace that he had last year when he had 39 receptions and only 214 yards. He was the Lions utilized him well as a receiver out of the backfield. He had his highest receiving totals. His three highest receiving totals are the 3 years he was in Detroit. But his three lowest rushing totals were the 3 years he was in Detroit. He had over 1,000 yards last year with Philadelphia. Caleb Williams I don't think he's ready yet to be that guy that you really got to worry about. But when the game slows down for him, when he can process things quickly, and if in the future he still has this kind of receiving talent around him, he's going to be dangerous because he's got that element. Not only will he be able to make the throws, but if it breaks down and he's outside the pocket, he can make plays happen that way too.
Yep, coming off one of his better games. This has probably nothing to do with anything, but the Lions in their 7-game losing streak on Thanksgiving Day have lost 3 times to the Chicago Bears. Bears have been close, have been able to come through of late. One weird thing, they've given up back-to-back games with a blocked field goal attempt.
Yeah.
So
they're worried about the trajectory that the kicker has, that he's not taking it the right way. But look, this game is played indoors. The elements have nothing to do with it. So I suspect that won't be much of an issue. You wouldn't imagine, although was it in the Bears that kept hitting the upright several years ago? How many doinks there were in that one game? Feels like it wasn't that long ago that there was like literally 4 doinks in the game.
Yeah, but Phipp is as good as we think he is. He sees the stuff on tape. This is all on film. How you can exploit a weak inside guard or something, or you know what I mean. You find the guy that you can overload and get a rush where you affect the kicker. Because if they're weak there, Phipp will find a spot and exploit it.
Yeah, the Bears were upset with. I think it was against the Packers. They thought the Packers cheated, and then the NFL actually came out and said no, it was fine. But if you look at the replay, you're like, are you sure about that? Just the NFL backing their their officials like they always do.
All right, let's swing around the NFL next. Picks coming up later this hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
So it's great to see that our teams in the D are back to their winning ways, and it's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal, and the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV, only $154 a month. The Blazer EV, that's only $174 a month, and the Chevy Blazer is only $367 a month. All these unbeatable payments with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included. There's no gimmicks, no games, just great winning deals for their customers. And if you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered because they treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right, huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. There's no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. Sarah Chevrolet, sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This Thanksgiving, we're serving up epic moments with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel app. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We're going to pick some games coming up. We do it every Friday. This is our virtual Friday this week with Lions playing tomorrow. Many people have the next couple of days off, and certainly look forward to this great holiday and this football game coming up tomorrow. And then Saturday, Michigan and Michigan State both playing games of some import. Michigan at Ohio State, and Spartans trying to get a bowl eligible against Rutgers. How about a Thanksgiving Day edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Gator, I've decided we're going to do Thanksgiving traditional sides.
Okay, I like that. That's
from,
good.
From the South
Uh-oh.
and from Canada.
Oh.
Because they have their own Thanksgiving, which is like last month or something. I don't know exactly what it is. But these are traditional Thanksgiving meals and sides.
The Boxer's Day or something like that?
No, it's the day after Christmas.
Sorry.
Sorry
Sorry to my Canadian friends. I just don't know.
From the South and from Canada. In Canada, at Thanksgiving, they have something called red cabbage glazed maple with maple syrup. The cabbage cooks down, braising in its own juices, while the sweetness of apples and maple syrup, a Vermont staple, tones down the bitterness of the cabbage. The result has broad appeal. Gator, a Canadian Thanksgiving dish, red cabbage glazed with maple syrup. Would you eat that?
Look, I'm always looking for a new vessel for my maple syrup.
Yeah.
Cabbage is interesting. I love coleslaw, and you can't make coleslaw without cabbage, so I would try it to see what it tastes like. Again, it's maple syrup, and I love maple syrup.
Kang, would you try this?
Maple syrup can hide a lot of deficiencies of other foods, and because of that, I will try it as well. I'm not the biggest cabbage fan, but damn, I love maple syrup.
I, too, would try this, but I would also argue that this is not something you would want to do before you're meeting her family for the first time.
Oh, cabbage is rough.
Cabbage, yeah. Cabbage can flatulence.
You could have a blowout.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's 3 for 3 on the maple syrup glazed red cabbage. All right, this apparently is popular in Newfoundland. It's called a Jig's Dinner. It's a veritable melting pot of salted beef, root vegetables, and yellow split peas. The ingredients: 2 pounds of salt beef, 1 cup of yellow split peas, 1 head of cabbage cut into wedges, 4 to 6 carrots peeled and cut into quarters lengthwise, 1 large turnip peeled, 6 to 8 potatoes peeled and cut in half, 2 to 3 tablespoons of butter and black pepper. You put all this in a pot, you cook it. It's a salt meat stew similar to corned beef and derived from Ireland. Gator, the Jig's Dinner, popular in Newfoundland on their Thanksgiving. Does that sound like something you'd eat?
Yeah, I would try it. You know, a stew. I like a stew, a good hearty stew. It sounds interesting. You describe it with the corned beef kind of consistency to the salt beef, which is just weird to hear it's salt beef. But I like root vegetables actually quite a bit. I would try this.
Kang, would you?
It depends on what century this is. Like, did I just avoid a sword to the chest and I'm going inside for, a pint of ale? Then yes. But if it's 2024 and I just left my, Tesla and walked into, checked my phone app to see what's when my Amazon delivery is coming, then no. I'm gonna pass. It's just like it's old school stew, right?
Yeah, it does sound. It also sounds something you want to avoid, like the plague, if you're going to meet up with the wife.
Well, you might get the plague in what century? What like I said, what
Good
century
point.
is this?
Good point.
Yeah, I'm a hard no, obviously, with the beef.
What if it was made with goat's head?
This might be one of my favorite.
I would not do that.
Okay, what a great answer. All right, next up, again, Canadian Thanksgiving. This is popular in New Brunswick. It's called poutine râpé. You know what poutine is?
I know poutine very well.
Yep. Basically,
I'm a fan.
this poutine râpé, it's a boiled down dumpling stuffed with pork, which makes a delicious alternative to your standard mashed or sweet potatoes. A boiled down potato dumpling, rather, stuffed with pork. Gator, the poutine râpé. Does that sound like something you'd eat?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I love poutine, which is just French fries with the gravy and the cheese curds. I think that's amazing. And you're going to make it into a potato dumpling that's stuffed with pork? Sure, absolutely.
Kang, you?
I agree 100%. I'm in, man. Doug?
Yeah, I'm an out.
It's white meat.
It's
Yeah,
pork.
it's the other white meat.
I fell for that once. I got so sick. It was a Piston playoff game. And I'm like, other white meat. No, it's not.
Blame it on the pork.
Yeah, right.
Next up, these are traditional down south Thanksgiving treats.
Okay.
Sweet potato cake. This is a sheet cake.
Yep.
Sweet potato sheet cake.
Yep.
It's warm and spiced and topped with a sweet marshmallow cream frosting.
Yeah, 100%. Yes. Hatchet was telling me that he's in charge of desserts, and then he's going to make a sweet potato cheesecake.
Yeah.
Along with banana pudding. I mean, you had me at sweet. Yeah, I'll do this.
Wait,
This sounds-
Hatchet's making what?
Yeah, sweet potato cheesecake. And then he's going to make banana pudding, and I forget what the third one. There were three different desserts he was going to go with.
I'm going to Hatchet's house.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Exactly, 100%. He said
delicious.
he's never made the sweet potato cheesecake before. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It just sounds perfect.
All right, what about you there, Ken?
Oh, I'm in as well. I don't have like the strongest sweet tooth, but Thanksgiving, I don't turn much down on Thanksgiving.
All right, and the final.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
Sorry,
Oh,
my bad. My
when
bad.
you're in, you tell us.
My bad. I apologize.
Get in touch with his southern roots.
And the final one from down south, the pimento cheese thumbprint crackers. What is this? It's classic pimento cheese cooked and using the thumbprint. You push it into the shape of a cup. Then you fill it with sweet and spicy pepper jelly in this fun southern bite. Pimento cheese thumbprint crackers. Would you try this?
I love pimento cheese. I would try this. It sounds weird. I'm not big on the pepper jelly, but cracker makes it sound
Might
like
be
it's
a little
just
spicy, spicy cheese.
It's just a little appetizer bite. I'd give it a shot.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for appetizers, especially cheese appetizers.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Tell me there's cheese there. I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, I'm out. I don't think.
No?
Was it the thumbprint?
It doesn't
That's
help.
that's not appealing.
I know
Right?
it doesn't
Whose
help.
thumb?
Exactly.
That's a big part of it.
Yeah, it's just my thumb.
The pimento cheese is the part that I'm not a big fan of. Pimento cheese. So there it is, a Thanksgiving edition. Thanks to Canada and the South for helping out.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
Well, we live in a place where Canada is south.
It is. Good point. I guess it applies.
Not
in
many can
both.
say that.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to ask my Canadian relatives if they eat any of this stuff.
I feel like these are things we can absolutely find in Metro Detroit, right? Because there is a heavy Southern influence. People migrating north to this area, and of course we've got the Canadian influence.
Yeah,
I bet you this stuff is not uncommon at all.
You're probably
in
right.
our listening audience.
You're probably right.
People are like listening, going, "Oh yeah, that's awesome." Or some people are like, "That's terrible. You have no idea how bad it is. Don't do it." What's that, Dulce? Yeah, stay away.
Dulce is a thumbs up for me.
Yeah, Dulce is a thumbprint of leafy crap.
Yeah, it's not even the thumb. It's not even okay.
Yeah.
It's dried seaweed. My wife, did I ever tell you the story why my wife wouldn't try it?
Did it make her flatulent?
No. She said, and I quote, I said, why don't you want to try this? And she said, because that's where fish poo.
It's a great response. It's a great response.
I mean, I couldn't really argue.
No,
I don't know
you
where
can't.
what the fish, do the fish use the seaweed as their, anyway.
Well, they drop and, it goes into the seaweed.
Are you ready to pick some games?
We better be.
Let's go. You ready, my friend?
I am. I didn't have a great week last week. I was 3-3. I'm 39-30 on the season. 6 for 6, 6 and 6 shooting the boot. But Doug,
this is incredible.
I was 3-0 in the NFL last week.
Again.
I'm now 25-8 picking NFL games.
All right. I went 4-2 last week.
Nice
I am
job.
18-18 in the college game, 18-15 in the NFL, 36-33 overall, and I too am 6-6 in my locks of the week. I'll start in the college game where Colorado's playing host to Oklahoma State. Colorado's still hanging on to playoff opportunities. Oklahoma State is 0-8 in the Big 12.
Ooh.
I think Colorado bounces back and wins at home, covering the 16.5 in Boulder.
Got the battle for the state of Mississippi rivalry week, and this is always fun. Mississippi State is at Ole Miss, but the Bulldogs are getting 25.5 on the road. This is a rivalry game. You're giving 25.5 points in a rivalry game? I'll take the 25.5 points.
That's a lot of points, but Mississippi State is bad. Well, we'll see. USC and Notre Dame. Rivalry game being played out in Southern Cal. USC, good offense. They still have a good offense. I like them plus the 7.5 against the Irish.
Ooh. I didn't see that. I would have gone the other way on that one, but that's okay. You go down to South Carolina, you got a big matchup this weekend. I told you this is the one I'm looking forward to the most over the weekend. Clemson is at home against South Carolina, taking on the Gamecocks. Clemson's only giving up 2 points in this one. They can taste the playoff, but they've got to win this game to get in there. I think Clemson covers the 2 points.
Go to another rivalry game. Texas A&M, 2 quality running backs. Texas without really a quality win. They need it. They'll win the game. I'll take A&M plus the 5.5.
Lastly, another rivalry game, the battle for the state of North Carolina. North Carolina, who just fired their coach, is giving up 3 points to NC State. However, they love that coach. I think the players love that coach. They hate to see him go. They're going to send him out a winner. I like North Carolina -3 versus NC State.
All right, let's go to the NFL. Bounce back. I think a team that is going to make a run, it's not just the ping pong tables, is the Cincinnati Bengals. I will take them and lay the 3 against Pittsburgh.
Doug, I told you what I thought about this. I think they're good enough to be in games, but they're going to lose some of these games. They're giving the 3 points to Pittsburgh. I'll take the Steelers getting points all day long.
Okay, we're on the opposite sides of that one. Green Bay against Miami. Tomorrow night, temperatures in the 20s and windy. I will take Green Bay at home -3.5.
I'm looking at the same game. I thought you were going to steal my thunder and go this way, and that is the over-under is set at 47. But because of the cold temperatures and what's going to happen, I love the under in this one. Packers and the Dolphins, under 47.
My final game, Denver is playing host to Cleveland on Monday night. Jameis Winston has gone from a player I didn't like to a player I can't get enough of, but I'm not sure he's a very good quarterback. I'll take Denver at home -5.5.
Did you have a lock of the week?
Sorry, my lock of the week is Green Bay, Miami. My apologies.
I'd say my lock of the week for the last game, and that is Houston -4 at Jacksonville. Jacksonville is god-awful. Houston is, they're kind of Jekyll and Hyde. They're trying to figure themselves out, but they can take care of Jacksonville. I like Houston -4.
There you go. Those are our picks. 3 college, 3 pro games. Every week, Kang loves one and hates on one. Kang, which one do you like the most?
This was easy for me, man. I agree with you, Doug, on the Bengals making a run. Table tennis, my friend, which means if I love that pick from you, Doug, I don't like that pick from Gator.
Oh.
Bengals make a run. Table tennis. Have you guys ever played ping pong? It brings people together.
Well, we'll see if it works for the Bengals. There you go.
Did you see Forrest Gump?
I actually did, yes.
See? Doug watches movies.
I did see that movie.
Gator, you said he doesn't watch movies.
I say I don't watch movies.
He has seen 9 movies, and Forrest Gump is one of them.
Yeah. There it is, our picks this week. Back to wrap it up, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I know you see those red, white, blue trucks. They're everywhere. They belong to Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. These people are awesome, right? You've got some issues right before Thanksgiving. Give them a call. They're going to help you out. They've got trained technicians going to make sure that your party runs smoothly on Thanksgiving. And not only are they going to help you keep warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market, but they can also unclog a pesky drain just in time for dinner. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of their 5-star reviews they have on Google. I've used Birmingham Plumbing a number of times. They've always been awesome. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I'll be on there Friday. Recap the Lions-Bears game and do plenty of Michigan-Ohio State preview. And then I'm off to Columbus. Gator, how many times have you been to games in Columbus?
Once.
And it was the incredible Michigan State.
1998, Michigan State a 28-point underdog, and Michigan State won.
I mean, look, you build a case around games like that. It was a bigger underdog than Michigan is. The last two times, I think it was Stuart Mandela had the stat, the last two times Michigan was more than a 17-point underdog against Ohio State. They not only covered, they won outright. But that doesn't mean this is the formula. You don't want to be this big an underdog. You'd rather be this big a favorite.
That was a game where Michigan State had some really talented players, and they were just starting to come into their own, and then, boom, out of nowhere, seemingly from that season, but they carried into the next year with a 10-win year. But guys in that defense really, really stepped up. Really stepped up. Robert Smith broke his leg early in that game. I think he broke his leg, but he was out for the rest of the game. And Julian Peterson comes in, and next thing you know, he has a game for the ages defensively. Just amazing against Ohio State in that game.
I want you to go look at the most recent tweet from our account. Hopefully all of you follow us on Twitter, @DunganGator971, because tomorrow means the return of the Madden patch, which is a bit of a Rorschach test. Like, what do you see when you look at this?
Right.
We had two of them that we tweeted out. The first one we tweeted out was apparently on its side.
Yes.
And when I first saw it, I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. I remember this from a year ago. You can see it at DunganGator971. It's like a ghost face Madden. Like remember the ghost Bronco on the side of the Western Michigan helmets? It's there. It's not distinctly outlined. It's shaded. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's hard to see it originally.
Yes.
But once you see it, you can't unsee the Madden patch, which will be on the jerseys tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, even when it's in this upright position, now that I know it's Madden, it's fine. But if I try to see something else in it, I'm looking at it with like a blurred eye, and I'm like, is that a Western Michigan Bronco?
Here's some of the feedback we got. Michigan Golf Live tweeted us, I think it's a map of the Galapagos Islands where Costanza became a marine biologist.
Could be. And there's the blowhole and the golf ball coming out.
Michael Park, it's a smoking whale with a giant Tootsie Pop stuck in its blowhole running into a sword.
That's what it looks like when it's in this other angle.
David says, I see a turkey with 6 drumsticks.
Yep.
But once you see it, you can't unsee it. But originally, when you first see it, and I remember these came out last year, and we were looking at them, and we were like, I don't know what the hell this is. And then, bam, I'm like, oh, now I get it. So you can check it out for yourself. Test yourself at DunganGator971. So, Kang, did you see these patches?
Yeah, I remember that last year. Big confusion because when they released them, it was like on a weird angle. But now that I know, it's Madden, man.
Yep.
That's John Madden.
And
bam,
boom. Exactly. And you see it, and you're like, how did I not see it at first? But it takes a second to fill in the lines. So there you go. Lions taking on the Bears tomorrow. Keys to the game. Look, Caleb Williams is taking care of the football of late. Time to end that streak. But the weird thing is when you go to keys to the game for the Lions, I feel like go do what you do and you'll be fine, which is oversimplification, but tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't want to tell you you're wrong.
Okay.
I don't want to do that to you, Doug.
Well, the question is, and this is a deeper dive that we'll get into at some point, and maybe it's Friday, is this team is flirting with something that I didn't know was possible and I never thought we'd see. Is this team any given Sunday proof?
No team is. No team is.
Any given Sunday implies that a game when you're a reasonably heavy favorite, you lose. Losing to Philly is not any given Sunday. Losing to Kansas City or Baltimore isn't any given Sunday. But is this team potentially any given Sunday proof, meaning they can't be upset which sounds so cocky and over the top.
It does. It sounds very cocky, very over the top, and I don't think they're in that territory. I think that because I think Any Given Sunday is with every team in the history of the league. There's always been Any Given Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
The only one team has gone unscathed, and that's the 72 Dolphins. And they played a 14-game schedule.
Yep.
And then the 3 playoff games. The Patriots made a run at it, and they failed in the Super Bowl when it came down to it. Their teams have gone 15-1 in 16-game schedules, and they get tripped up. It's just that's what the NFL is. I mean, nobody likes to hear because it's cliche.
Yep.
But there's a reason cliches are brought about. It's because it's been proven time and time again. So that's why you can throw out a cliche. You have to, protect against that. Have they already had that game? Was that the Tampa Bay game? Are they going to go unscathed the rest of the way? They may go unscathed the rest of the way, but I will never dismiss the Any Given Sunday.
Would Buffalo qualify as an Any Given Sunday game?
No, Buffalo's a great team.
Yeah.
But with the Bears, I guess that's.
I think the Bears would qualify. If
the Bears, the weakest game on the schedule the rest of the way. They got 2 against the Bears, 1 against Green Bay, 1 against
Minnesota.
They have Buffalo, and what's the last game?
I think that's it, isn't it?
That's 5
2,
games.
4. No, 2 against the Bears.
Oh, my bad.
You're missing the Niners, but the Vikings are the last game.
Niners are the last one I'm missing.
All right, let's bring in Rico Beard, who joins us at this time here on 97 on the Ticket. What's up, Rico?
Oh, Mr. 49er.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sitting there screaming, the 49ers.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm looking at the patch, the Madden patch.
Yeah.
All I see is John Madden, so I'm trying to see everything that you guys are saying that
if you turn it on, if you see it on its side,
Which
that's
was
the
the
problem. Is
original.
that like if you're just looking at it like it's the profile of Madden, then you're only going to see Madden. But if the first time we saw this, it was flipped, so the back of Madden's head would be on the bottom of the screen. So it's almost like Madden's head is sleeping and looking straight up, and it looks completely different.
But I struggled originally seeing it for a long time, but I guess I don't do well with these kinds of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't see anything, but I'm like, okay, if you turn it that way, because I'm like, all I see is the Madden face, the Madden silhouette.
Yeah.
But now I can understand where you would be a little lost.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to start off with Thanksgiving with people you don't really hang around, new people, and you have to watch football with them and how annoying it can be. We're also going to do the Thanksgiving Day draft and our annual white Thanksgiving versus black Thanksgiving.
Buckle up. Have a great one. Rico, you enjoy the holiday. And
too,
everybody
guys.
out there
Thank
enjoy
you.
the holiday. I'll talk to you Friday. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. We're going to leave you on this Wednesday with the Gator Rant with a huge weekend of football ahead.
You'll need it tomorrow.
97.1 The Ticket.
We are 3 days away from the Michigan Wolverine showdown with number 2 Ohio State. It has been 5 years since Michigan has lost to OSU, but Vegas currently has them being beaten by about 3 touchdowns. Ohio State quarterback Will Howard spoke about just how massive this rivalry is. Michigan and Ohio State will have their big noon kickoff on Saturday. Meanwhile, Lions prepare for a bit of a rivalry game of their own against fellow NFC North foes in the Chicago Bears. Detroit in search of their first Thanksgiving Day win since 2016. They did announce they will be wearing the all Honolulu blue jerseys for the game rather than the throwbacks, to the disappointment of some fans. Also to the disappointment of Lions fans, this team will be missing Khalif Raymond, who earlier today was placed on injured reserve. He is expected to return prior to the end of the regular season. And finally, Michigan basketball has a chance to win the Beach Division title today. Tonight, they take on number 22 Xavier in the finals. Tip-off at 8:30. Meanwhile, Michigan State continues to play in the Maui Invitational. They battle number 12 North Carolina at 9:30. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can keep it here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
How the hell is that a real song? Oh, my God. Rico, I told you you'd enjoy that.
Gobble, gobble.
Yeah, Kenny and I were like, is there even a Thanksgiving song we could remix Ed to? And that was the first thing that came up. And I'm like, well, some jackass made a Thanksgiving song. We clicked the button. I went, remix this immediately. This is the worst thing I've ever heard. Wait till you see the guy who made the song. There is no way you will not be overcome by an urge deep within you to slug this guy in the face. You've got to see the music video to this song.
Giving off Weird Al Yankovic vibes?
Worse. We need to have a conversation. We need a conversation about Thanksgiving before we get into the Lions game, because it involves the Lions game. And I need to understand 2 things. One, why, if you have people coming into town, are you letting them stay at your home? That's one. It's called a hotel. Go get one. I've talked to 3 separate people in my life, and they are like in hell because they have house guests. And I said, well, why didn't you just have them get a hotel? Well, I couldn't possibly. Why? They're imposing on you. This is not a hostel. This is my home. Get a hotel. Well, how could I say that to? And I'm not going to use the person's name. Simple. Here are the words. You need to respect my home. I'm happy to have you. I'm happy to host you. And I'm happy to have you stay here longer than really I want you here. But you need a hotel. You can't sleep in my house. That's 1. 2, I have a real issue. And I want to know if Lions fans have this issue, Rico. I do not like watching football around family or people who don't know football. It is awful. Specifically, children, the real scourge of the earth. I don't want to watch football with kids running in front of the TV. I don't want to be Uncle Mike. I don't want to be anything. I don't want to talk to you. I do not want anything to do, because everyone knows what I do for a living. And then you end up at these Thanksgiving things, and it's like, sports guy. Hey, Lions are pretty good this year, huh? And I'm like, I want to assassinate you. So, like, tomorrow we have a couple of new people at the Thanksgiving festivities, and I'm dreading it because I know what's going to happen. Hey, Lions are pretty good this year, huh there, sports guy? And I'm going to want to take a pipe to their skull.
So I just would like to know if you're a Lions fan and you are in your Super Bowl drive, you're focused on these games. Like you want to watch these games, and holidays are the worst for sports. So I wanted to get people's perspective on this. I do not like watching games at family event. I don't want to talk. I don't want to really answer sports questions. And I don't want to have to play with crayons. Uncle Mike's busy. So I needed some help here. But Rico, I know it'll be a little different for you. You're having a more romantic Thanksgiving, and that's respect. But I know David's going to be in hell tomorrow. His 17 kids, huge family, bunch of people he doesn't like talking to. You tell us about it all the time off the air.
Not at all.
Really?
I love everyone that's going to be there.
Should I say the name of the person you wish
Stop
death
it.
on?
Stop it.
All right. And then, of course, Kenny making his famous possum stew. So let's help me with it, people. Are you stuck in either of these situations? A, your house is now a hotel, or B, you're dreading watching the Lions tomorrow because you're surrounded by people you don't want to talk to during a football game.
Yeah, because what happens is, Mike, I'd rather be playing with crayons than be hey, the Lions are good, and what do you think the Lions are going to do? And, man, did you see this coming? The Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. Or we could just sit here and watch the game and say nothing to each other, and that's allowed.
Sports guy. Hey. I can't take it. And look, even if you're just a regular Lion fan, but everybody knows in the family that you're the Lions guy, tomorrow's your nightmare. All you want to do is watch the game and just be left alone. And people can't leave you alone. Because every holiday, here's what happens, Rico. Every holiday, it turns into a broadcast booth. And do you know what broadcast booths are famous for? Fake banter. Mm-hmm. Silence is okay. We don't need to fill every morsel of the day with talk. The fake banter starts, and that's where I lose it. Because I can't do it. I can't partake in it.
See, that's why I said I'd rather be the crayon guy, because at least with kids, Mike, you know what you could say? Hey, let's play the quiet game. And then it's quiet. And then we're done. And they're going to stop. Okay, whoever wins gets $1 or whatever. And they won't say a word for the rest of the night. Adults, not so much.
248-539-9797. David, join us on this journey. We're going to do the prop bets in a little bit. We are going to do the picks. We are going to do the Black versus White Thanksgiving, where Black has won 20 straight years. Because you can't vote for White Thanksgiving. It's flavorless.
No, not at all.
You can't do it. We've got a lot to do today. But I wanted to start with this because I will tell you. It's going to be a little bigger Thanksgiving this year. We have new people in the fold. I'm interested to see their behavioral patterns. I don't know how this is going to go for me. But, David, talk to me. A, has your home been turned into a hotel?
No.
Excellent.
No.
I mean, you're an adult. Respect. Now, as far as watching the Lions game, big gathering, big family. Come on, this is a nightmare. You know it.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if it's because we're black or just my family does it differently, but we have dinner after the Lions game. So I will not go over to my parents' house until after that game is over.
So you get solitude.
So I get solitude for the Lions game, and then they can ask me all they want during the Cowboys game. I don't care. So I get solitude. I'm good. I don't have to worry about anybody asking me those questions, but I do hate that, though. That's why I kind of hate going to the Super Bowl party I go to, because they started asking me questions. They know what I do, and it's like, I just want to watch the game.
David, just say it right. It's like the broadcast booth. It's fake banter.
It is. It is.
Oh, he must feel like a real turkey on that play, Brent. And I'm like, kill me. Please, I want to leave.
What do you think of that play, Johnny?
Oh, sports, David. Sports.
Or, hey, guys, how many times will somebody come up to you tomorrow and go, Thanksgiving?
No one. Nobody will dare.
Please don't do that.
Can you imagine?
Thanksgiving.
Right, they're going to think you had too much to drink. That's a very inside bit. But we can get the ticket text rolling. I just view it like it's my version of shoot the puck guy. When Kenny gets all bent out of shape and he's at a hockey game and he doesn't like people that don't really know the sport yelling and screaming, that's how I feel about holidays and sports. And look, I understand Lions are the tradition. You can play it at noon. I'm good if we stop there. I don't need the Cowboys at 4, and I'll tell you what I won't be a part of at 8. Football. Stop. Same thing with this Black Friday thing. No, you know what Black Friday is? I decorate my entire home. I'm putting the Christmas tree up. I'm going to have a holly jolly Christmas. I'm going to enjoy my day. You know what I won't be doing? Watching Chiefs and Raiders. Hey, Roger, roll it up nice and tight and pound it. Go to hell. Stay off of my holidays. I've had it. I'm taking
Friday
it back.
is the marshmallow Christmas day.
That's right, amongst other things. I don't need the NFL that day, but that's a different topic, I guess. 248-539-9797. I want to hear from you guys. A, we got a couple people here at the office, and I got a couple of people in my life. Their home has been turned into a hotel. I don't know why you people allow it. Second of all, very simple. The Lions game, packed house, family. Is that a nightmare for you? Nightmare for me. Because you don't get any solitude. And it's just questions and kids and noise and constantly, oh, can you help with this or can you do? How about everybody just shut up? Let's watch the Lions. We get the rest of the day to talk to each other. Just enough. 248-539-9797. David, early returns on Ticketex?
Yes, I agree. I hate Super Bowl parties for the same reason. Someone else, Gary from Ecorse says, watching football with my dad on Thanksgiving is impossible. He wants a call on every play, and he hates the biased announcers.
Listen, I can't watch Giants or MSU with my dad. Can't. First of all, my dad hates Aiden Giles. Anything Aiden does wrong, I got to hear about it. Dad, I don't need to hear about it. I already know the team blows. Can we let it roll? Even worse is when he gets on his maniacal old man text arc, and it's like 38 text messages making the same point. I'm like, Dad, I haven't responded in 25 minutes. Take
But
the
Michael,
hint.
one more thing.
Yeah, one more thing. Why does he always look so confused on the field? I'm like, okay, I please. And it's the same thing with the Giants. Now, tomorrow I got a shot because my dad swears to me he's rooting for them to lose. He has sworn to me he has crossed over to the dark side. Maybe I got a shot there. Maybe.
Steve in California says, my wife has decided she wants to clean the carpet tomorrow morning while the Lions game is on. I want to throw her out the window. Oh, my.
Oh, Jesus, that 9 a.m. kickoff.
Ugh. I thought I was the only one that hated watching football with people that don't know football. Thank God I bring the Crown Royal to pass around for touchdowns, sacks, interceptions, pretty much anything.
Yeah, but that's like when you put water on a gremlin. It turns into chaos. The people who won't leave you alone sober are going to be even worse. Then they're going to be Kenny at the bar, hand around your shoulder. You're my best friend. No, not.
We should buy tickets for the Lions Super Bowl and go together.
Yeah. Thanksgiving. No. 248-539-9797. We're going to get to the people. We do have the Prop Bet Casino. We do have the picks. We don't have TJ because he's probably drunk and still in bed. But we've got a jam-packed show for you. Our Thanksgiving special rolls on next. 97.1. All right, when it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in tax resolution. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. It's just that simple. Guys, Maurice and Jerry used to work for the IRS. They'll advocate for you. They'll get out in front of these issues, and they're going to guide you through the whole process. Their hope, their goal, save your time and money. All you need to do is call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
The holiday season is upon us, and I need internet speed that will allow me to stream all the football action while I'm on the go. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps, all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats during football season. Get started today. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply stop at an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, so a little bit of fun, a little bit of Lions, and it's simple. Hey, if you're in the situation, I've come across 3 people today where their house has been overrun by guests, and I'm like, well, why are you letting them stay in your home? Entertaining them is the respect. I would never, as an adult, stay in another person's home, much less with children. That's asinine. But this holiday, you got people avoiding their homes. If you're in that spot, we need to have a conversation. It's called a hotel. Second of all, Lions are must-see TV, right? They've always been the feature of your Thanksgiving. Always. But now, they are a serious football team run by serious people that require serious attention. It is a nightmare, not just if you do this for a living. If you're a serious Lions fan, tomorrow is your nightmare. It's Thanksgiving, and you're going to have kids running around that aren't yours. You're going to have family members you don't like. You might have people you don't know, depending on the type of event you're at. And the best part is, if you look like you're seriously watching, oh, how come you're not paying attention? Aunt Delilah's going to sing a song on the piano because I'm watching Lions. Oh, your mother could use some help in the kitchen. I don't care. Like, you're going to be a target tomorrow. And I wanted to hear from the people. So Rico, can we go to the people? Are we ready?
Yeah, let's go to the people.
This is exciting. And I will tell you off air 2 of the people that are in hostage situations. Tough scene. Let's begin the proceedings today with Joseph, 97.1. Joseph, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, what's going on? How you guys doing, man?
Good. What's up?
Hey, Joseph.
Well, what's up is over here in Thanksgiving over here is your Columbus Day, right, over here in Canada. And this year was Dallas versus Detroit, which we've been waiting for almost a year. My sister's a Dallas fan. Whatever. I'm ready to rock. Go at her all day. The whole house we had everyone over that Sunday for Thanksgiving, and my mom's there. You got little kids. Do you gotta be so loud every time something's happening? Yes, I do.
Oh boy.
Yes, I do. This is where I live. You guys are all guests here because people would jump. I'm a big Italian guy. I'm just loud as it is. I'm talking shit to my sister. I'm not swearing. Sorry, I just swore. I'm not swearing. You know how it goes. I hope you got that edit there.
I got you covered.
I got you covered. All right, but I was like, stop telling me what to do on my Thanksgiving. So I already did it. For American Thanksgiving, I go to the game. I'm lucky enough to work for a company that has season tickets. We switch every year. I got lucky. I'm going this year. I can't wait. I've been to my Zia's house 100 times. We watch it there over the last 20 years, and that's fine. But, I couldn't agree more with you guys. You're in my home. This is how we roll.
Oh, I know. I mean, Joseph, I'll give you a real-life application. I've already talked to my father. My dad is like, reminder, you cannot curse in your mother's house. If the Giants are playing well, I go, Dad, stop. Do what I want. Now, no one said I'm going to flip the table. But if I see the Giants do something stupid and screw up our draft pick, I'm going to have something to say about it. This is the type of stuff I don't want to deal with.
Wow. Okay.
No, you can't. You can't curse in my mom's house. Plus, now the kids are getting old enough. Oh my God! Both my niece and nephew are narcs. They run right to their mom, my sister. Uncle Mike said word that rhymes with duck. Well, you know what? Welcome to the school bus.
See, you got to bribe them to not do that anymore.
I do.
Oh, they still do it?
I do everything in my power, but they have a high moral compass. These kids, they can't be corrupted. I've done everything.
Mike, I'm just laughing because I'm like, wow, like to the day she died, yeah, that was the rule. Like there was no swearing around my mother.
No.
Ever.
Oh, no.
Ever.
No. And I can get away with an occasional thing, but like, yeah, if Cutlets does something stupid tomorrow and I'm using some words, oh, please, I'll hear it right from the kitchen.
Oh, you will not have Cutlets tomorrow. I read a report. He's not traveling with the team.
The Drew Lock experience.
Yeah, it's going to be Drew Lock.
They are really trying for you and Big G right now.
Oh, I wish they'd start Jamie Gilliam, the Scottish punter. That'd be the punter. The only way to be better. But yes, I am with Joseph on this. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you doing, Mike?
Good, Chris. What do you got?
Hey, on house guests, I disagree with you, or I have a different position. I have a guest room. I'm only going to invite people that I want in my home. And one of the best things about that is, like, late at night after dinner when everybody who's not staying with you is gone, you got a couple drinks in you, it's before bed, conversation's flowing, filters are off. Those are the best times for me.
That sounds like Kenny's kind of party.
Yeah. And regarding watching, whether it's the Lions or any football, I mean, I played football in high school. It doesn't make me an expert, but I know how to watch a game more or less. And listening to the Bill Burr guy, that wasn't holding. It's just, oh my God, shut up. That said, somebody who does know football, sometimes it's fun if somebody truly knows how to watch to kind of have somebody to bounce stuff off. And then my last thing that you didn't put up for the call, but was like you being an expert, you being a sports professional. I would liken somebody to saying, like, hey, Mike, to like having a doctor at Thanksgiving dinner and say, hey, Doc, hey, I got this black thing on my foot and nobody's looked at it. You know, can you look at this?
Chris,
Yeah, we're eating here.
Chris, it is. I got to be honest. You're right. And again, look, we got a few new people coming. I don't know what to make of it now. My other sister got married. We got some new folks showing up. I don't know what's going to happen here. We got some wild cards. But if it turns into this, sports, you're going to see Uncle Mike walking down the street. I'm going to need a break. Where'd Mike go? I don't know.
He's out in the back smoking a couple cigars. He'll leave him alone.
Did he take his keys? No. Aimlessly walking. Let's go to Katie, 97.1. Katie, how you doing?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Welcome. What's up?
I tried my best. I'm the same way. I'll be watching the Lions, and someone will be like, "So you like football, or what's the score?" And I'm like,
"God help me."
One or the other. I'm like, "Well, the score's on the TV."
Yeah, thank you. What's the score? I don't know. The graphic takes up half the screen. Team A, Team B, numbers.
That or like the awful halftime shows.
Well, now I'm going to tell you something. Now, Katie, this is controversial. I leave the premises for halftime. I don't watch the shows. I can't stand it. Can't stand it. Anything's got to be better than that Jack Harlow $10 igloo they built him last year. So it's got to be better than that. Who's halftime this year?
That or Big Sean every year, or the Detroit Youth Choir, which I'm not going to bag on them. They're kids.
No, I think the worst was BB Rexa when they literally had her in the concourse, not even on the field. Like, where is she?
Why do we need a halftime show? Katie, you've just brought something up. Why do we need a halftime show? It's not the Super Bowl. Just show some John Madden highlights eating turkey. Better. Who's the halftime show?
Shabuzi will be the Detroit Lions halftime performance, and Lainey Wilson will be the Dallas and Giants halftime.
What is a Shabuzi?
Great question.
Remember the song
Black
Tips?
Country or something he sings.
He
Excuse me?
remade the old song Tipsy and made it a black country song.
Great. I won't be a part of it. That's an opportunity to get up and leave. Then I'm more social. I'll socialize. We'll do some fake banter.
And you
with
catch
people
up
I
on
don't
everything
know.
that happened in the first
Right.
half with
Then
the
I
family.
will say, hey, Mom, what do you need? I'll do the fake banter with people if I have to, shake a few hands. But they're not even putting people that are real.
Now, here's the thing.
Is Shabuzi a real person?
Apparently so. Yeah,
Yes.
a bar song is his hit song.
Okay.
It's the one where he used Tipsy in it. So.
Okay. No one cares.
Jaquan's Tipsy. Yeah.
Great.
You remember Jaquan, Mike?
Right. Who could forget? Who could forget?
Some advice for you, Mike. Someone says, yes, just disappear. I'm that guy. Make it up after the game. Go to the garage and watch the game.
And this is the worst part. My dad is turning into a total candy ass now. See, it used to be on Thanksgiving and Christmas Eve. We'd carve out a little time. We'd have a little setup in the garage. And sure, it's a little chilly, but you wear a jacket. We'd have a cigar. I'd make him a cocktail. Father, son, we sit there. Now, oh, please. He's like one of the Golden Girls. Oh, it's awfully cold outside. Ooh. I'm like, what has happened to you?
Mike, 2 words, grandchildren. There you go.
Ah, please. He won't admit it, but he wants to get away from them from time to time. It's incessant.
Man, something about grandkids turn these old folks into something that you never saw growing up. I think it's because they know they're one step away from heaven and they're trying to clean up their act. So they're going to do a do-over with the grandkids.
All right, Rico just said my dad's dead. All right.
Wow.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for giving.
Oh, Big G's going to live forever.
You're Satan, you know that? You're a real problem. 248-539-9797. All right. Listen, not for tomorrow, clearly, because you got a lot of cooking to do. But isn't tonight the busiest pizza day of the year? Hungry Howie's is there for you. You're not cooking tonight. Dial up some pizza. Watch some off-brand college football or terrible college hoops brought to you by Tom Izzo. And order some Hungry Howie's. Simple. It's there in 20 minutes. And they're offering a deal. You spend $25, they throw in a free Howie bread. What more could you ask for? Set up your Thanksgiving the right way with a little bit of pizza tonight. You ordered from Hungry Howie's. Yeah, that's it. That's the deal. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We will get to the prop bet casino momentarily. We've got to do our Thanksgiving draft. We're going to have a little fun with Thanksgiving. But, yeah, this Lions thing, it's a whole new world for us, guys. The Lions are no longer background noise. The Lions are, pardon the pun, the main dish. You have to seriously watch this team. And at a family gathering, to me, that is the worst way to watch a serious football game. David, what do you got?
It's the worst. I'm trying to watch football. Inevitably, there are a couple of people who just won't stop freaking talking through the whole thing. Makes me want to kill people. That is Sherry in a truck. Oh, my.
Happy Thanksgiving.
I love watching sports with my family and friends as long as they are invested in the games and only talk sports. I don't want to talk about your Black Friday shopping plans while the game is on.
Does anybody have a political household?
Well, someone says that they will bring up political events just so they will stop talking about the game.
See, that doesn't fly in my parents' household. There will be none of that, regardless of what side you're on. Ain't nobody trying to hear that mess.
Personally, watching with other people isn't terrible till the game starts going badly. Go down a touchdown, they think the game's over. God forbid you go down 2 scores, they think the season's over too. Oh, my.
Yep. Or the first incomplete pass of the day. See, I knew Goff wasn't any good. That's how I imagine Costa on the holidays. Like Jim watching at his family's house, and the first thing Goff does wrong, he thinks he's in a safe space, and he starts slandering Goff.
Really? I thought he had come around to Goff.
That's an act. He's a Hendon Hooker truther. You know this. He's like Kyrie. He's a flat earther.
Oh, my gosh. My in-laws will come back to Michigan from Florida for Christmas. And because we have a guest bathroom, they thought we bought the house for them.
Nope.
No, we did not.
No. Anybody traveling back, unless you are a parent and it's your kids coming home from college or something, but the minute they move out and they start their life, there is no more. I left my parents' house in New York. My room was painted and remodeled like 10 minutes after I left.
But is he gone? Is he gone? All right, let's go.
And dead. Like, that's it.
What's this drop cloth for? Don't worry about it.
My dad was putting in a planetarium for Rico 10 minutes after I left. Oh, but we have to let Barbara come home and stay with us. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Danny in Port Huron says, I won't go to my family's Thanksgiving dinner until after the Lions game. I'll show up 10 minutes before dinner, eat, then leave 20 minutes after I eat. I hate social events, period. Happy Thanksgiving, fellas.
Thank you. Let's go to Shane, 97.1. Shane, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Happy Thanksgiving.
That was dead nuts on, by the way. Tremendous.
Thanks, man. I've been practicing for a while, Mike. Now here, I got kind of a dilemma.
Okay.
Now, first, let me tell you, my wife's aunt is always hosting Thanksgiving, and so there's besides me, there's like 4 or 5 other guys there. We're always in the garage or in the basement watching the game. Well, as of a month ago, her aunt is now divorced, and he had those 3 boys before his marriage with her. So nobody's going to be there, guys, besides me.
Oh, God.
I don't even think that I am going to go because now, mind you, the kids running in front of the TV, that stuff never bothered me. People asking questions, it didn't really bother me because the Lions were always kind of irrelevant. It was more of just like a tradition thing to me.
Right.
But now, you know, that I'm kind of older and, it is completely different when I'm actually investing my time and my money with going to the games. And, I got my wife and our kids into, going to the games and everything. So now that I'm investing like my personal time, it is a little different for me. But for me to be in that household with I kid you not, there's going to be like 8 or 9, 10 females there. And they're all Italian, and the noise.
Oh, see, you buried the lead. You're dead. You're dead. I'm allowed to say that. I'm Italian. You're dead. Oh, yeah, God, you poor thing. Know. Shane, you got to fake your own death. You got to do what Red did in Red Dead in Shawshank. You got to go. Yeah. Find a bus.
Oh, my gosh.
Find a treasure box near a brick wall. Go to Mexico. You're dead.
All right. Yep, I got that written down.
Oh, you poor thing. Oh, God. Guys, he buried the lead. He goes, listen, if we only got air, there's going to be 10 females. They're all Italian ladies. Dead. He just described my entire upbringing. Dead. You stand, no chance.
That bad?
Okay, my family now, good, because we trim the fat. Like, they don't talk to a lot of the people. Like, it's a smaller thing. I'm talking when I was young, and everything was like a scene from Goodfellas, except we were poor and not connected. You just had 800 people in like 1,000 square foot home. You're dead. Nobody shuts up. Nobody. And the older they get, the louder they get. And the more they need. And then the way it works in Italian households is like if you're a kid, you're basically Farnsworth Bentley. You have to, like the grandparents and the aunts and uncles, they don't do nothing about nothing. You got to go one step from wiping their face after every bite. Oh, your grandfather needs a beverage. Does my grandfather have legs? Have him go get it. Nope. Now you got to go do it. Can I get some more ice? Oh, I tell you what, maybe if you got your fat ass out of the chair and you know. God. I got PTSD.
I was about to say, I'm sorry I asked, Mike.
Rico, it was devastating. I don't know if it's like that in the black culture.
It can be.
I
It
can
can
just
be.
tell you in the Italian culture, you're a kid, you're a busboy. You are not a human being.
Turn the channel for me.
I was gonna say the best thing in the world that happened was the remote control and how easy it got to use. Because yes, as a kid, go change the channel.
Get up, change the channel. More volume, less volume. Go help your mother. Go help your grandmother. Go help your nonna. Oh, hey, he needs a drink. He needs more hors d'oeuvres. I think Grandpa just bleeped himself. Help him up from the chair. Please, dude.
Yeah. Mike, how about this? Like, you're outside playing and they're calling your name. You come running into the room and it's literally, hey, change the channel. You're 3 feet away from the TV.
Oh, exactly. Rico, the best part. You got to wash the dishes. Now you got to dry the dishes. You put it in the wrong place. Now you got to go here. You got to do this. Go clear the table. Oh, may as well wear a tuxedo as a little kid. I should have been dressed like the short guy from Fantasy Island. That was your childhood growing up Italian.
Tattoo. They played.
Yeah, that's what it's like in a big Italian family. It's a nightmare.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, it was a bit of a therapy session there. Okay, we'll get back to the callers momentarily. We do have the prop bet casino. Rico, Lions, Buckeyes, hell, throw some sad MSU Rutgers props in there. We got lots to do. We'll get to it next. Whether you're a business owner who needs health insurance or you purchase your own, shop for $25. Have Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans, take care of it every step of the way. He'll be your advocate. He'll shop on and off the marketplace. And as always, present you with a variety of options. But it will always include the least expensive one, guaranteed. You don't have to wait. You don't have to get stressed. Let Mike Papura do it for you. 877-734-2200 or go on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. special holiday edition of the Prop Bet Casino, we give you Mr. R.L. Beard.
Congratulations, Michael.
Thank
you
you.
ran away with it last week.
Thank you, thank you. I've gotten decent at this game. Not that anyone cares. All
No,
right.
you really have. I mean, but me, you, and Kenny really put up great numbers.
And then there's David.
Well,
I mean,
every now and then, David does rise to the occasion.
Wow, talk about patronizing. All right, let's get to it. What do you have for us?
All right, Lions total points versus Caleb Williams rushing yards.
Wow, I hate you. Let me go Caleb rushing yards. I think this game will be lower scoring than people think. So let's say the Lions score 24, Caleb 25.
Ooh, what a good number.
Ooh, Jim.
This Thanksgiving, I'll take Caleb as well.
Thanksgiving.
I'll take total points. Total points.
David takes the Lions. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Caleb. Lions wide receiver Tim Patrick, over under 21.5 receiving yards.
I'm going to say over. There's a nerdy reason. The Bears are actually excellent taking away your wideout one. I think tomorrow could be a JMO day, a Tim Patrick day, critical third downs. He's earning trust. I'll go Tim Patrick.
That's what I was going to
Over.
say. He's earning trust. It seems like more and more we see him in the offensive schemes. I'll say over as well.
What's a J? While you're back there, what's a JMO anytime TD tomorrow? That might be something
I looked
to
it
mess
up
with.
earlier. I forgot.
No, it's okay.
It might have changed.
Because I know Rico's got a zillion of these.
Yeah.
But keep going.
So Tim Patrick makes himself available when mobile golf, when he scrambles out to keep the play alive. So, yeah, I'll go over there.
Yeah, I'm going to go over as well. Yeah, he is starting to have that breakout season where he's being trusted more and more, and he's getting the job done.
JMO anytime, by the way, plus 230. Not to interrupt you, Rico.
Plus
Oh, no worries.
230?
Plus 230.
There might be a play there, people. Go ahead.
Longest play for scrimmage for the Detroit Lions, over under 41.5 yards.
You said scrimmage yards?
Longest play.
I apologize.
From
Okay.
scrimmage.
I will say under.
I'll say over. They can break a big one.
They can, but they won't. Under.
Kenny, I'm with you. I do see either Jahmyr Gibbs screen pass or Gibbs just taking it to the house. So, yeah, I'm going over. Jake Bates, total points for the game. This includes field goals and extra points, over under 7.5.
Over. He's good, man. Like at a certain point, you just got to say he's good. And if they have an end of half situation from 56, could steal some points, yeah, they're going to do it. He's good.
Did you say 7 or 7.5, Rico?
7.5.
All right. The hook is throwing me. I'll take the under.
I'm with you as well. That hook is throwing me there, so I'm going to go under.
I'm going to join Mike. I'm going to go over. Mike, this one's for you.
Okay.
Jared Goff rushing yards. Over under 6.5.
Over. Do you know what they call him in the locker room? The improviser. He's a play extender. He's been comped to a modern-day Fran Tarkenton. Over.
You could put it at 16.5. I'll take the over.
Tomorrow's the day we're getting the read option. I'm speaking it into existence. Goff walks into the end zone.
You know
All
what?
I need is for Ben Johnson to call it.
Weird things happen on Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
I can see him, at the end of the day, getting that award, that turkey, and that'd be the highlight of the day.
Just close your eyes and imagine it. Goff steps up, works the pocket, sees a seam. I'm going to go ahead and grab an easy 7 for the ball club.
Yeah, I think he will get the turkey, David, but I'm going under. Caleb Williams passing yards Caleb Williams passing TDs over under 1.5.
Under, because nobody throws for 2 touchdowns against the Lions. So, under, I think.
It's a great point, but weird things happen to this team on Thanksgiving. I've seen it too many times. I'll take the over.
No, this is going to be the day. It's going to be over.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I think it will be over, even if it's a meaningless, almost just trying to come back from behind. Mike?
Yes.
More receiving yards, CeeDee Lamb or Malik Neighbors?
God, the game is such ass.
Not a choice.
I know. Give me CeeDee Lamb.
I think they're going to be needing to throw the ball more, so I'll say Neighbors.
Then again, the way Neighbors behaved after the game, he may murder somebody if we don't get him the ball.
That's what I was about to say. Yes, he's been leading the team the last couple games, but they still want to get the ball to him more. They will try that. Neighbors.
Yeah, I'm with Neighbors as well. I mean, you got two diva wide receivers, but Neighbor can play the more recent, so he'll get the rock. Passing yards. You got Love or Tua?
Well, Tua's been bumping his gums about the whole I like destroying narratives. Tua, it's not a narrative if it's true. You're 0-7 in cold weather games. Give me Love.
I mean, it's a lot of talk. I'll take Tua.
Yeah, there's also talk there that they need to give the ball to Tyreek Hill. While I don't believe in the cold weather stuff for them, Tua does it somehow, some way.
You know what? No, the cold weather exists. The cold weather just is the Achilles heel to Miami Dolphins. Give me Jordan Love. Michigan at Ohio State. Dono rushing yards over under 58.5.
Under. I don't. Ohio State's defense is actually pretty decent at stopping inside zone. It's what Michigan primarily wants to run. I'll say under. Feels like a Mullins game to me, right?
It does, but yeah.
That's what I was thinking, a rivalry game. I'll take the under.
Last year we went into
the big game. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We went into this game thinking that it was not going to be a good day for him, and he broke it out. I mean, he had a horrible year except for that game. So I'm going to go over.
Yeah, David, I'm going to go over as well. Barely over, but yeah, he'll get over 58.5. Michigan total points against the Buckeyes over under 13.5.
You know, it's tough because the total on the game is plunging. It's down to 41.5, which is, again, with a 21-point spread suggestive of something like 31-10. I'll say under.
I'll say over at exactly 14.
I just want to enjoy the game a little bit. Over.
I just want to enjoy. Oh, man.
David, that was me last Friday, so I feel you. But I'm going to go under. Davis Warren passing yards over under 136.5.
Under. Both these teams play at a snail's pace. It's not going to be Service Academy football, but possessions will be limited, right? You might only get like 7 or 8 possessions. I'm going to say under.
Yeah, under for me as well.
I think the game's going to be way grosser than anybody understands. Like, not necessarily the margin, but the style. Just nasty football. Go ahead.
I'll go under.
I will go under as well. Jeremiah Smith receiving yards over under 71.5.
Got to break one. I don't know. I'll go over. That kid's a freak, just like Ryan Williams. I guess he could pop one. I'll go over.
Yeah, if it's only one, over.
Over.
You could say under. I'm not mad.
I don't.
He didn't want to say it.
I know it's going to be over though.
Listen. I'm just saying. I got a hard time believing you're going to go out there and lose 52-3. Like, I know that's the popular thing to say. I don't buy it. I think your D-line's going to play a big role, David. You'll lose, but I don't think it'll be like that.
Right, but if we can only score 10 points, we don't
that's problematic.
All right. MSU second half total points. Second half over under 7.5.
Under. They look lost. They look totally lost in the second halves of these games. Under.
Yeah, under.
Yeah, you better get a big lead in the first half because it's going to be under.
How is MSU favored in that football game?
I think they're thinking that, well, one, they're at home, and two, Rutgers is probably broken after how they lost to Illinois.
One problem, empty seats can't cheer.
Yeah. Don't know if the students will be back. And, I mean, they showed up on Friday, kind of.
Yeah, I know. What I heard is they
Maybe.
were like, hey, if you show up, you can bring as many people as you want kind of thing.
Hey, people with free seats still count.
I know. It was the Rico Groupon in living color. Go ahead.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I'm going to go under as well. Aiden Child's rushing yards, over under 30.5.
Over. It is their only legitimate ground game. They have no choice.
I was going to say, how else are they going to run the rock over?
They won't.
Well, Lynch Adams has been pretty good.
Not good enough, so I'm going to go over.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go over as well. Jonathan Kim, field goals made, over under 2.5.
Over. They're terrible. Over.
Terrible to the point where they might not get into range as often as you might like, so I'd say under.
Rutgers, over.
I'm going to go under. I think he makes 2. Top 25 upsets, 23 games. 3 are against ranked. 3 games against ranked teams. Over under 2.5 upsets.
All right. So last week, I've said over the last 2 weeks for chaos factor. I think this is the week it calms down. A lot of teams who need to win to make the playoff against dead bodies. I think it's a more formful week. I'll say under.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more business trips, so I'll say under.
I'm going to say over. I want more chaos.
You want more chaos? David, I'm with you. Chaos is good. Chaos is fun. That is your Prop Bet Casino 97.1.
All right, Thanksgiving, place $5 bet. You get 150 in bonus bets with FanDuel. And again, the SGPs, the live offers, it's all there. So maybe you're indisposed during certain moments of the games tomorrow. FanDuel, jump in live, create a live SGP, whatever you want. 21 and up, present, Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, now withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Turkey Day tomorrow, which means it's also a Lions Thursday. Detroit taking on the Chicago Bears tomorrow afternoon. They will not be wearing their throwback jerseys this year. It will be all Honolulu blue. Khalif Raymond will not be in play, as earlier today he was placed on injured reserve due to a foot injury suffered Sunday against the Colts. Also, no James Houston, who was waived from the team yesterday. Dan Campbell quoted saying he wishes him the very best and a fresh start may be great for him. 2 years ago in his rookie season, Houston had 8 sacks in 7 games. Since then, he has only had 1 in his last 10. Another name we won't be seeing wearing a Lions jersey anytime soon, the freshly released former Giants quarterback, Daniel Jones. We may, however, see him in a Vikings jersey as the Lions play the Vikings in the last game of the season. Minnesota now signing Daniel Jones to a $375,000 deal for the remainder of the year. He will be making $11.8 million still from New York. Finally, both fresh off of wins, the Wings and the Pistons look to make it 2 in a row tonight. Wings hosting the Flames for a 7:30 puck drop. That game carried here on the tickets. Pistons also tipping off tonight in Memphis against the Grizzlies. Cade Cunningham already ruled out for his 3rd consecutive game. Tobias Harris also listed as questionable. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Tickets or head to Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, good to have you with us. We will do the picks later in the hour. Just get done with the Prop Bet Casino, talk a little Lions. We got our Thanksgiving draft to do. Let's get to the Lions for a minute. So, David, you had something you wanted to bring up. Now, people, I want to tell you, and Rico, I don't know if you even know the topic. I just want to tell you, I think David is on crack. And I mean, seriously, you need to be drug tested for this take. But as you get ready for your Thanksgiving and you want to relax, watch the Lions, they're off to their best start in 94 seasons. It has been electric. Here's what David is bringing to the table. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I heard people texting into the morning show this morning, basically telling them they were bored with their team, bored with the Detroit Lions. And I wondered, are fans missing the drama? Missing the drama of, oh, we're not sure if our kicker's good. Well, he's good. Oh, we're not sure about Thanksgiving. Well, you're a 10-point favorite on Thanksgiving. Are you missing the drama of what the Detroit Lions used to give you? Because, I mean, me personally, I would love for my team to be your team. Well, I don't have to worry about things every week. We can just go out there and we just win. But many of you fans saying they were bored with this team. Maybe you're missing the drama.
You know what? I'd say this, David.
Oh, my God.
I would say this, and it was kind of touched upon in the last hour when we talked about, watching the game with relatives and new people. And if you missed it, Odyssey Rewind.
Good plug.
Thank you. But I guess the Lions used to be background noise. The Thanksgiving Day game was background noise because you knew they were going to lose. Remember, there was a time where other teams were petitioning, hey, maybe we should take the game away from Detroit because all they ever do is lose. Now, they've still lost 7 in a row. Even managed to lose last year in a great season. But missing the drama? No, I got to think if you're a diehard Lions fan, you're embracing this. I mean, when I'm reading articles and I had to double take, be like, wait, is this real? The Lions, under certain scenarios, could actually clinch a playoff spot this weekend. Now, we all know they were going to make the playoffs. You knew that was going to happen. But to have it happen this early, I got to think that anybody who misses the drama, man, I don't know what kind of childhood you had growing up, because you have to be loving this because there is no stress, because you can't, you know what? You may be able to help your mother in the kitchen because the game's over at halftime.
I can just tell you, David, look, if this were your 3rd Super Bowl run, if it was something you'd been accustomed to, if you've already had multiple Lombardi trophies in the case, I might understand what you're saying is that, look, I can tell you, I have fun because of what I do for a living, because this is giving people a joy they've never experienced. But if you're talking actual football, is it boring? Yes. There's no drama. We always joke about RFR, root for radio. Well, there's only so many blowouts that you're going to have before it kind of becomes passé. Like the idea that you're a 10-point favorite tomorrow, I don't think you can have a real conversation about the game. If they lose, it would be from out of nowhere, because nothing in their profile is suggestive that they're going to lose any game ever. If it happens, it happens. So in that sense, but remember, what we do for a living is very niche. The average Lion fan has been given nothing over their adult life. So the fact that this team is doing this, no, I can't imagine saying, hey, I miss more drama. Now, drama can be good if you win, but I'm with Rico in this regard. This is uncharted territory. You're in euphoria phase. I think you're just enjoying killing everybody. Like great example. The only thing I've ever had like this in my life would be 2013 MSU, where they went out and won every conference game by double figures. Had never been done in the history of the Big Ten. They went out and dominated everyone, start to finish. And that didn't get boring. It was awesome.
No, it did not.
You know what's boring? What we're watching now.
Yeah. Because I look at it as, and let's just use the Thanksgiving Day analogy. You go from sitting at the kids' table to, David, now you're the Lions, it's your house, and you're carving the turkey. That's where you are right now.
I just received a missive from a friend of mine who's a massive Lions fan. Wonderful human being. Has gone to road games as well. Real fan. This is a direct quote to you, David. Any bleep hole that misses the drama is, in fact, a bleep hole. On what planet do fans not love this? Close quote.
Look, I agree. I totally agree with that text. I couldn't believe there were people texting in earlier saying they were bored.
Yeah, but it's no secret the morning show's listeners are less intelligent than ours. Come on. Come on. Or are we kidding?
It just makes no sense to me.
Here's the drama they need to embrace. Chasing a 1 seed. Chasing home field advantage. The drama that you can't lose a game because if you do, you could lose everything. Right. That all of a sudden you could lose the dream of an NFC championship game in Ford Field, Super Bowl, Rico nude celebrating in the streets of Detroit. It could all be gone. That's your drama. Your job now is to never lose because the Eagles are right on your ass. Now, if you get to a point where the Eagles are 2 games behind you and there's 3 weeks to go or something and you go, that's kind of boring, I might get there. But to me, this is such a one-off. It's historical.
Yeah, your drama is watching every game that Philly plays and every game that Minnesota plays because they're your direct competition, especially now that Minnesota has signed Vanilla Vic. So maybe they could be a problem. But yes, you have to keep winning. If you were up and right now they had a 3-game lead over everybody, maybe you could say you're bored.
Yeah, but
you
they don't.
Can't say right. But you missing drama? No. You trust me when I say years from now you'll be talking about this year as the good old days.
If this season goes the way we think it's going to go, yes, this will be the season you look back forever. But the problem, and look, we don't need to go there today. The problem is you better enjoy this now because if they do this, you'll never enjoy it the same way again. And what I mean by that is like when MSU made the Rose Bowl, you never enjoy it the same way again. It's hard to match that. The Cotton Bowl felt like a disappointment. Then they made the playoff. And after that, I got to be quite honest with you. That was it. Job well done. I don't need tickets anymore. It's not the same. You won't tolerate anything less. And it takes away a lot of your joy. There's an innocence to it. This is the first real championship run, real one, anyone has ever been on unless you are literally like 93 years old and you were like roommates with Dutch Clark. There's an innocence to it.
Yeah. Well,
you know what I mean, Rico? I mean, it's same thing. Like, look at me as a Yankee fan. I'll never get the enjoyment I got from 1996. Now it's just like, will you win the damn thing so I can stop caring again? It's not what it was when I was a kid and I had never seen them win it.
Yeah.
So that's where the Lion fan is at.
Yeah, because if you win, especially if you win this whole thing, then going to the going to the the NFC Championship game and losing, you can be like, oh man, this season sucked. Man, what's wrong with our team?
But see, that's the drama. What you just said. There is no falling short. Anything other than a championship, this season's a failure. Now, you can call up, and how can you ever say that at all? Please, I dealt with that with Michigan State fans for years. How can you say the Final Four is a failure? Because at a certain point, you have to win one.
Mike, how can you say the Holiday Bowl was a failure?
Okay.
I get it. No, because once the expectations are there, once you've achieved the ultimate goal, anything less is just totally unacceptable as a fan base.
Yep.
And yes, you'll be spoiled.
I'll just tell you this. I look at sports differently, and I'm not asking you guys to interrupt the sportsgasm. Do your thing. Just know there is a sadness attached to this. Because once you win it, nothing short of doing it again will ever make you happy. So it is the ultimate give back, and no fan base in sports deserves it more than you, but nothing will ever be the same if they get this done. So to answer David's question, yeah, F you, David. That's where I'm at.
Because I think in order to get the feeling back, your team has to hit rock bottom, kind of the way that, like the Pistons and the Wings. Both experienced championships, but now if you win it again, it's almost like you never experienced the stuff in the past. That's stuff you read in history books.
Yes. 248-539-9797. But yes, I'd love to know the emotional check-in. I mean, think about this. Thanksgiving Day, they've lost 7 in a row. They are double-digit favorites. Now, I'm not going to say who. I'm in the holiday spirit. I'm not going to hit anybody with a bus. 2 people in this building have said they think they're losing tomorrow. It ain't me. And it ain't Rico. And it's not David. And it's not old John Denver over there. Nope. No. I'm just telling you. The expectation is they're going to win the damn game. But think about another narrative that the Lions get to destroy. They never win on Thanksgiving. Go and do it. 7 in a row? No, end that streak. But what's the emotional check-in now? I mean, you're sitting here. Guys, we're all going to be putting the Christmas tree up or whatever the hell you celebrate, whatever. It's a holiday season, and this team is the Super Bowl favorite. On a short week against the division opponent, they're laying 10 points. I don't think anybody really expects them to lose or is worried. It doesn't mean that they can't or won't lose. David, I would just question the sanity of the people texting the morning show and speaking the words that you're speaking.
Maybe they started the holiday a little bit too early this morning.
Like I said to you, I think scientifically when we've done focus groups, we're about 19 points up on IQ afternoon to morning from a listener-to-listener base. Now, I may have made that up.
Hey, I like it. Go with it.
You know what, Mike? 60% of the time, it works every time.
We have the exit poll here from Mike Valenti.
That's right. Let's go to the magic wall. 248-539-9797. I want to get with the people on it. We are going to get the picks later in the hour. We have our Thanksgiving draft. We got to have that conversation we always have. Why can't white people just figure it out? What is wrong with our menus? I'll tell you. All right, companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. No. That's ridiculous. You want a real deal? No fine print, just straight business? Go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. Bundle that high-efficiency AC and furnace and save up to $2,000. Visit mastercraftheating.com.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. Their best deals of the year are here. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you could also get a fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or shall we say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how you can get your choice of a free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line, plus get 300 megabits of Xfinity internet and an unlimited mobile line together for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/big Black Friday sale. That's Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots, so Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included in your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
All right, let's get to business. Ticket text, then the phones, then we get to the picks. We got our Thanksgiving draft. Kenny was just outlining his big night at the bar tonight. He's hoping discussing Fenwick with the ladies gets him somewhere. Very exciting.
Oh, man.
You
Yeah,
just
that was
don't
great.
appreciate what Most Cider does on a nightly basis.
He's the glue.
Listen, how did Steve think that Talbot was the answer?
Let me tell you something about Simon Edmondson, okay?
That's why don't they call it Palika? All right. Come on, Rico, if you could have been here for that commercial break. Tremendous. David, ticket text first.
Quick takeaway. Whatever David is smoking, he's lost his marbles.
That's not David. David was repeating what the morning show was getting from your fellow man. Don't put this evil on David. Only I'm allowed to do that.
It's all the fake fans getting bored with the sport because they never truly love the sport. They only love the attention. Scott from Waterford. Someone says, are you kidding me? We've waited our entire lives for this.
That's
no,
right.
I'm not bored.
So why do you think the fans in the morning were writing that and calling in with that?
It was weird because it was older individuals that were doing this. And maybe they just love misery.
You know what, David? See, I was going to say maybe that ticket texter has something, maybe it is the newer fans who haven't suffered. So you just assume like, oh, okay, well, they just always win. No, they don't. Now, the older fans, these are people that are waiting for the other shoe to drop. They still believe in SOL.
That's what it is, yes.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what it is.
Anyone who believes in that, they need to drop. I ain't got no patience for that.
I love watching the Lions beating up on other teams. I love the domination. No way will I ever get bored with this.
No, and here's the thing. The Lions also don't play a boring style of football. The Lions are a show. To Rico's point, the greatest show on turf, 1999. The Lions are a show. So I'm glad I didn't hear that this morning, but I'm glad you passed it along, and now we'll see what the people have to say now. Let's go to Alex, 97.1. Alex, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. Okay, that's sufficient.
Just really quickly, I've been on hold for a long time, but I just wanted to touch on the boring part of the Lions. There's nothing boring about it, but the one game that I was at watching the Jaguars game, they did $3 shots every touchdown they scored.
Oh, boy.
So that got to be
oh boy
a bit much. But
oh boy,
what I wanted to talk to you I wanted to talk to you guys about having people over for Thanksgiving, and thank God the Lions became Super Bowl favorites in an election year, because now it's just me, my parents, and my girlfriend, and we get to watch the game pretty uninterrupted. No kids until much later during dinner. And but he's an avid listener, so I'm sorry, but my stepdad, he's pause the game guy. Like, he'll see something funny in the crowd.
Oh,
and
no.
he's got to pause it. No. Oh, it's bad. And then he's got to rewind it if there's like a no call and there's a big catch. So he rewinds it, and then we watch it again. And then right after that, wouldn't you know it, instant replay comes on. And we got to, it's bad.
Alex,
So what, he thinks he's New York and he has to do the replay?
Right. This is
sure
like
is.
inside the NFL. He's on the telestrator. All right. So, Alex, let's ask a couple of questions. This is important work we're doing here. First of all, I'm going to ask you a question. You can plead the fifth. I mean, do you like this guy on basis?
Oh, he's the best. He's my stepdad, but he's like, he's been in my life much better than my actual father.
All right.
So
So
he's
then
a great guy.
here's what's got to happen. What's his first name?
It's Greg.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. Greg, if you're listening, listen, Alex enjoys quality time with you. He really does, but you don't get the remote anymore. You're going to sit there and you're going to watch the game. Alex will dictate what reviews we watch. Okay? We're not hosting a show now, Greg. Alex, you got to commandeer the remote. This is your coming of age story. You're a man.
I guess so, man. Now or never.
It's now or never, and it starts tomorrow. Greg, put the effing remote down. Relax. I'm going to pour you a drink. I don't care that guy was wearing a foam engine block. I don't need to see it again.
Oh, man. I love the show, guys. Excited to hear the food, the black and white Thanksgiving
Oh, yeah,
dinner.
we got you covered. But yeah, Alex, I think it's just a nice conversation. Does he like drinks? Is he a little bit of a drinker at all?
Yep, and I'm actually a former bartender, so
okay,
I'll take good care of him.
Make him a cocktail and go, here's the deal. I'm putting this here in exchange for that right there, and that's the remote, and sit down and enjoy that. Do that.
Appreciate it, man.
You
Love
got it.
the show,
Alex,
guys.
happy
You guys-
Thanksgiving, buddy. Yeah, and I mean, Rico, I don't think he's wrong to tell his stepdad, like, all right, enough. You're not Dean Blandino. Stop it.
He's like, hey, look at this. Okay, no more. Don't care if it's your TV. Don't care if it's your house. We're not enjoying this.
See, I'd make a reference, but I think only you would understand it. David and Kenny would have to Google. But like the way he was describing his stepdad, I'm like, is he enjoying Thanksgiving dinner with Hank Stram?
I know who Hank Stram is, Mike. Kenny doesn't. He's looking at me like, what?
First of all, Kenny, all I'll tell you is I wish we could go back to those days where coaches wore crested blazers on the sideline.
Yeah, probably the only thing missing is him going full John Madden and going to the TV with a telestrator.
Right, all right.
Okay, if you look at this, and
Pow,
look at that.
bam. No, enough. Why are you laughing? What's wrong?
I love John Madden jokes, man.
No,
I grew up on John Madden. That was my
Yes.
favorite.
Did you watch the documentary that came out Christmas a couple years ago?
Yes, I did.
It's excellent.
Great doc.
Really, really good. But no, I don't think he's out of line for talking to his stepdad, right? Stop with the remote. We're all trying to enjoy Thanksgiving. Sit there, Greg. Sit there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're paid people in New York. They're going to go ahead and do the review of this play, not us. Right. We don't matter.
That's a strong move to do with a room full of people watching the same game, is to start pausing and rewinding and
But
flashbacking.
see, but this is where Greg needs a reality check. Greg thinks the world revolves around him. Alex needs to step to the plate and go, listen, buddy, here's the deal. I'm going to make you some drinks. Sit there. You get bored, close your eyes. I'll let you know when the game's back on. Greg is out of control. I think that's really what I take away from this segment, personally. Greg is a menace. 248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts real quick. What do you got?
Boomers love to complain. Those are the people that are bored. As in a car. Kenny, drunk with the ladies. I don't know why they don't keep shooting the puck more. We need to get bigger on the blue line. That has been in Ann Arbor. The Lions aren't as suspenseful as they once were, but they are definitely not boring. The past few years have been the best and the most exciting years of all. That is from Ron in Carlton.
I'm totally fine going on a historical journey with a team where they destroy everyone. And again, Are there people out there picking the Bears tomorrow? There are. I don't think you're a bad. See, this is the one thing I can't stand is if people go, look, you're handing me 10 points in an NFL game. No, I don't think you're a bad person if you say I'll take the Bears and the points. I can't build a scenario where you lose the game. No, you would have to play your worst game of the season. And there's just nothing in the data, and injuries or not, short week or not, there's nothing indicative that you're not going to put out at least a B-plus effort. So, to hell with drama. I want people to be happy. You don't want to end up like me. I'm a cautionary tale. You don't want to be me. I root for Michigan State and the Giants, and I'm basically out on both of them. Sports, for me, is misery. It's terrible.
Yeah, I know that feeling, Mike.
Exactly.
At least
so
for half
just,
of it.
Right, so just enjoy it.
Yeah.
The morning show, miserable people. I think that's the takeaway. Greg's an egomaniac, and the morning show are miserable people. That's our takeaway. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. We'll do the picks at 3:45. We've got a Thanksgiving draft to do. And we settle, have we had it all wrong regarding black and white Thanksgiving for all these years? Maybe it's something different. We're going to talk about it. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more than Northville. Look, Trex decking, railing, lighting, some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. They can move the product because they don't have to wait for the product. It's there. Just go a mile down the road into their warehouse and go get the damn stuff. And deck season, look, I know it's winding down. I can't sell you the pipe dream of a beautiful day coming up, but get the deck built before the spring rush. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
All right, David, let's get a couple ticket texts before we go to the phone lines. We got the picks coming up a little bit later on in this hour.
Lions fans that are saying they miss the drama is like saying, boy, do I miss getting kicked in the nuts every week. Okay.
Okay.
Lions fans are insufferable. These fools are getting a little too cocky out there. They need a dose of reality. I hope they lose now in the first round. That is from Mike.
Yeah, but Mike can't be a Lions fan saying so.
Probably not.
That's terrible.
Probably that sounds like me. Kyle at work. Anyone who works for this station picking the Lions to lose tomorrow is more worried about their personal optics than the Lions' success.
I'd love to hear more about that. I'm not picking them to lose. I just, how do you why does it have to be anything other than what it is? Like the Bears have played a ton of close games. Like if somebody picks against them, I don't think it makes them a bad person.
No.
Whatever. I'm not. Don't put that on me. I just, leave me alone. Leave please the holidays. Go to Casey, Birmingham, 97.1. Case, what's going on, buddy?
All right, so anybody that says that this is boring, I want to take them to a dining hall and give them all a chair to the back. Because this is the most exciting we've ever had watching the Lions, and the fact that, like you said earlier, the Eagles right on our tail, and us being in the best division in the NFL right now, it just makes it all so much more worth it to see them either destroying people or, winning tight games in ways that we never have seen or wouldn't expect. People coming in off our bench, like Rodrigo stepping in for Anzalone and leading the team in tackles. I mean, everything about this is just different. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's historical. And it's just, I'm with you. Casey, the drama, maybe it isn't game to game because, look, most of the games, Houston or Minnesota notwithstanding, you've dominated. But the drama is you have to keep this pace up. Eagles are right behind you. Vikings are right behind you with a matchup last week of the season looming. The drama's in the week to week. You have to win.
And being in this division right now, I just love the fact that we're going to have to go through two good teams to win our division. And then, the NFC, this is the best I think the NFC's been in quite some time with, like, the Eagles. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a great game if we get to them.
I think playing in the best
NFC
division in
game.
Football is what helps you. I think when you have to go through a division like this, it's a litmus test. You're battle tested. There's no way people can talk about your fake or your schedule. No, you played those games. You went in the elements and played the Packers. You went to Minnesota and gutted it out after a horrendous start, and you won. And yes, you get the return trips against those teams. If you survive that to be the number one seed in the NFC, Case, you're as legit as it gets. You have every right to be the Super Bowl favorite.
No, thanks, guys, and enjoy your holiday.
Hey, same to you, Case. Yeah. You got it. 248-539-9797. We'll go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, guys. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yeah. What's going on, Mark?
Okay, I'm a boomer, 63. I enjoy every single second and minute of this. Last Sunday, my wife said, "What are you going to work on today?" I said, "I'm going to work on getting my couch set up so I can sit and watch the Lions game and bask in the glory of us finally having a team that is capable of winning the Super Bowl, and it just puts a smile on my face every single day. And anybody that can't appreciate that, well, they need their head examined." So,
I'm with you, Mark. Hey, Mark, what are you normally working on? What do you got, a little woodworking shop in the garage, or what's your deal?
No. My wife and I, we bought a house in Grosse Pointe Farms. It's an old English tutor, and I've basically been remodeling the whole thing.
There it is. I tell you, Mark, you sound like my dad. I'll tell you, Mark, if you got those skills, enjoy them. I'll tell you what. It's the same thing, Rico. My dad can't sit still. What are you working on today? What kind of question is that?
Well, he grew up in that day and age where you always got to do something.
No, if
I like Big G.
If my mom wouldn't kill him, my dad'd be up on the roof. I got to clean the chimney. Said no one ever. He's got a woodworking station in the garage. He's doing yard things. I'm telling you, it's that old guy generation. So when Mark did that and he goes, honey, what are you working on? All I heard was my mom asking my dad. All I want to do for my dad is buy him a really difficult puzzle and lock him in a room. Be like, do this for 8 hours.
Why am I imagining a Big G with a broom and just covered in soot?
Oh, yeah, 100%. He's insane. Absolutely insane. 248-539-9797. We are going to get to the picks, a holiday edition. Very exciting. A lot of rivalry games. Good NFL slate. Let's keep it timely. We'll get into it next. Also, shout out to TJ for not showing up for work today. Real blessing. Thank you for that. All right, Moran Buick GMC, where you lease the 24 Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition, $259 a month, 24 months, $999 down. They also have employee pricing on all 25 Buick Encore GXs, 39-month lease, $309 a month, 0 down, 0 first payment, 0 security deposit. You need certified service, you go to MoranExpress.com. It's that simple. They give you that loaner, you go on with about your day. Simple, simple, simple. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. All right, holiday edition, minus TJ and the spit bottle, huh? It is time for the picks. All right, let's do it, guys. Very, very exciting. I just want to say this. I know no one gives an F. 15-5 my last 2 weeks. I am on the comeback trail, striking distance of second. TJ's got to cool off. Now, he's not here, so his picks don't count, right? I'd love to saddle that goofball with an 0-10 for not showing up today.
All I'll say is he has not sent me anything, so.
Then we give him 10. Then we give him, you know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll keep it even, Steven. He gets a 5-5. Is that fair?
I think it is.
All right, we begin.
That's more than fair.
Kansas State, Iowa State with Big 12 championship implications. ISU laying 2.5. Rico Beard.
Well, unlike Mike, I have not been as hot in the last couple of weeks. As a matter of fact, I'm sharing last place with you, Mike.
But I had to get hot just to catch you. That's how bad I was.
I'm going to take Iowa State. They need this game to try to be one of the representatives in the Big 12 championship game.
Over to John Denver.
Iowa State at home, less than a field goal. Give me the Cyclones.
Over to David.
I told you in the prop bets I was hoping and wishing for chaos, so Kansas State here.
I'm going to take KSU. Avery Johnson. I just don't like ISU's offense. Rocco Beck looks lost. Let's go Texas. Texas A&M at Kyle Field. Texas laying 5.5. Rico Beard.
You know what?
I see what you did there.
I'm going to take Texas. I don't think that Texas A&M quite got over that loss, that gut-wrenching loss last week. Give me the Longhorns.
Kenny Cott.
A&M wants it more. Devil's number 5.5. They'll cover that.
David.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the gig deal and go with Texas A&M here. They really want to beat Texas. They will.
You want a fun note? Texas loves to run to the perimeter. One problem. A&M kills outside run. Nick Skirton and their DNs, I don't know. Plus, they hate Texas. Just give me the 5.5. Give me the gig 'em. A giga deal. The Palmetto, South Carolina at Clemson. Clemson laying 2.5. Rico.
Now, Mike, you have a rule when it comes to South Carolina. It's when they're underdogs, you take them.
Now,
right?
that's correct.
All right, well, you know what? I haven't been winning. What the heck? I'm going to go with Mike's way. Give me the Cockaboos, even though they're not playing there.
All right, we go to Kenny Cott.
Rico on a historically bad season. I'll just choose to disagree with most things he does. I'll say Clemson.
Okay, that's not fair to Rico, and you're being rude. Yes. We go to David.
But it's fair.
Rico, I heard what you said, but it doesn't matter because the Cockaboos travels well. South Carolina in this one all day.
This sucks, man. I wish this number was 3. But I'm rooting for South Carolina. Guys, this is a de facto playoff game. The winner of this game, you may disagree with it, the winner's getting into the playoff. You know why? Because the Big Ten is booty. Cockaboos. Let's go. Give me South Carolina. Rutgers at Michigan State. I mean, what a huge game.
I'm sure there's a trophy on the line for something.
Yeah, it's probably, you know what, I won't even, I was about to say something foul as hell. Michigan State minus 1.5. No, Rico.
I mean, it's basically saying either you take Michigan State or Rutgers, so go MSU.
All right, question mark. Kenny Cott, he's dressed in red.
What do you call, what do you call Rutgers? The State College of...
It's the State University of New Jersey.
The State University of New Jersey, or as I call them, Wreckers.
Warriors of the Raritan. David.
Michigan State. I'm sorry.
I just want Rico to be happy. That's really my only rationale. This team is straight ass. They're horrible to watch. I don't even know if I'll watch. But for my special little guy out there, I want him to be happy. Go green.
Pat me on the head. Wow.
Michigan and OSU. Ohio State laying 20.5. We go to Rico.
I think this game is personal for Ryan Day based off the last 3 years. He will not let up, and I think Ohio State covers.
Kenny.
20.5 in a rivalry game. Man, I'll take Michigan in the points.
Over to David.
I am going to have such a great time on Saturday when Michigan upsets Ohio State. Let's go, Blue.
I'll take Ohio State, but I don't have a lot of faith in it. I do think Michigan's D will play well. And frankly, Ryan Day in a big game, he's a creep. I don't like him. Just give me Ohio State because I have to. Let's go to Sunday, gentlemen, shall we? AFC North, winter tilt, Steelers at the Bengals. Bengals laying 2.5, Rico Beard.
Ooh, and you know what? I think whatever happens, I think the Cincinnati will finally shake that bad juju and win this thing. Give me the Bengals.
Okay, then. Over to Kenny.
David, what does that drop of yours say? We might lose to the Browns. You did lose to the Browns. Give me the Bengals.
Over to David Hull.
Well, we're playing this game outdoors, so we're going to struggle. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes the weather's going to play a factor, so I'm going to go Steelers here.
I think you're FAF. Fake as fill in the blank. Give me the Bengals. Eagles at the Ravens. Ravens laying 3. Now remember, keep your Lions fandom out of this. Rico Beard.
Well, I think the Eagles are a better team, Mike. I'm going to take the Eagles in the points.
Over to Kenny Cott.
I will not keep my Lions fandom out of this, especially not on Thanksgiving. Give me the Ravens.
Hatchet Man, what say you?
So I got to keep my fandom out of this one. So sorry, Lions fans. I got to go for the Eagles here. I need that.
What? Oh, because of the Ravens thing? You're so ratty. This is tough for me. This is tough. I'm going to take the Ravens. I just, Ravens at home, I got to believe somewhere the Eagles will lose. They've won 6 in a row since that ass of a head coach cut his hair. It's got to stop. Give me the Ravens. I'm not going to do the David Raven noise because that's terrible when he does the whole little bird thing. That, exactly. Okay, a game no one asked for. This game will give you gas. Giants at Cowboys. Cowboys laying 3.5. Why? Thanksgiving.
Yeah, no Tommy DeVito means no win for the Giants. Give me the Cowboys.
Kenny Kopp.
This game should come with an apology note. Give me the G-Men? Question mark?
Over to David.
Cowboys have not won a game at home, but doesn't mean the game can't be close. Well, nope, Giants. I'm sorry.
The Giants have to lose this game. You don't understand. We have the number 2 pick in the draft right now. I'm not even picking sensibly. Just give me Dallas. Please, if the Giants screw up my Thanksgiving, I'm going to be pissed. Dolphins, Packers. Tua says enough with the narrative about the cold. Packers laying 3.5. Rico Beard.
Yeah, cold weather equals Green Bay not only wins, but this one could get ugly. Go, Pack, go.
Kenny.
Rico says Packers. That means I will say Dolphins.
Oh.
Over to David.
On principle, because I go with the Black Thanksgiving, I cannot go with anyone in Wisconsin, so I'm going with the Miami Dolphins here.
That's not even accurate.
It is all white in Wisconsin. I can't go with it. Sorry.
That's also not accurate. Okay, you know what?
Jordan Love and the team, David?
I'm good.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, Dolphins can't play in the cold. Give me the Pack. Last game of the week. I mean, Bears catch Thanksgiving in the Motor City. Bears catching 10.5 from the Lions. Rico Beard.
The Lions are historically good. They erase all the negative things in their history. They're about to erase. They can't win on Thanksgiving Day. Give me the Lions and the points. So, Kenny, what are you going to take?
I mean, I probably am going to take an L if you're picking the Lions, but I'll take the Lions as well.
Over to David.
Well, Detroit, I really hope you have a Bears.
No. You're taking the points now. You're not taking them to win.
Oh, no, just the points. Yeah, no, not to win.
Yeah, give me the points. Lions win, but Jesus, man, they've had 72 hours. It's not even a full week. They're banged up. Just win the game. Go win 27-20. Everyone's happy. Enjoy your Thanksgiving, but we get the cover. Thanksgiving. By the way, special note. Can we do a bonus selection just for fun? Here's how gross Giants and Cowboys is. Over under 37.5. Under. Under. They go low, we go lower. Under.
Because I don't think that your Giants will. I don't think they'll score any points.
Rico, positive as always. Those are the picks. 97.1.
We are another day closer to Michigan and Ohio State, one of the biggest rivalries in all of sports, coming to a head on Saturday for a big noon kickoff. Michigan has won their last three meetings, but number 2 OSU, heavy favorites this year in Columbus. Quarterback Will Howard and edge rusher Jack Sawyer both expressing how badly they want to win this game for Ohio State, and for their head coach Ryan Day, who is 1-3 against the Wolverines. Meanwhile, Khalif Raymond will be MIA for tomorrow's Lions and Bears Thanksgiving matchup due to his recent placement on the IR. It was a no-practice day for Taylor Decker and Carlton Davis yesterday, while David Montgomery and Amon-Ra St. Brown were upgraded to limited. And Red Wings hosting the Flames tonight. Following today's morning skate, Captain Dylan Larkin said in the standings, Detroit is in the thick of things. At 20 points, Detroit is currently 6th in their division and tied at 3rd for last in the Eastern Conference. Finally, they say tonight's the busiest bar night of the year. How about a busy sports night along with the Wings? Pistons tip off against Memphis. Cade Cunningham already ruled out. In college hoop, Michigan goes for the Beach Division title, playing number 22 Xavier. MSU continuing their Maui Invitational against number 12 UNC. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Got an interesting note, and I think there's relevance to the Scooble conversation. Then we're going to get our Thanksgiving draft, have our annual discussion. Just why my people can't get this holiday right. But I wanted to see what you guys thought of this. And tell me if it leads you to what I took so much flack over months ago, that I may end up being right. Not that I'll ever get those receipts or flowers. The Dodgers signed Blake Snell last night. 5 years, $182 million. Okay, so just a shade under $40 million, which is what I said it's going to take to sign Scooble. He's a $40 million a year arm. He's a lefty. He's 27. He's a Cy Young Award winner. He's awesome. All right. Garrett Cole was making 36. Blake Snell slots in just above that. Well, Scooble would be next. Also, Blake Snell is going to be 32. He's a full 5 years older than Tarek Skubal. The Dodgers will have him his age 32 through 36 season. So it's 182, but here's the interesting part. The deal includes $60 million in deferrals. So that reduces the present value of the deal, not by 60 total, because they do a net, but by about $30 million less, right? Right. He gets a limited no trade clause. I don't have the deals on that, but what it does include is this: a $52 million signing bonus up front. He just gets that money, which lowers the AAV on a year in, year out basis, right? They get the deferrals. And if they trade him, he gets a little bumpy bump, $5 million assignment bonus in case of a trade. So here's why I bring this up. The only thing we have right now is that, allegedly, according to reports, Tigers made a non-competitive offer to Tarek Skubal. I said last year, 5 at 200 or 10 at 400. And I got lambasted by certain people at this station, which is fine. I don't care. I'm going to end up being right. The point is 5 at 200 is what it would take. Because if I'm repping Skubal, oh, wait, Scott Boras does. I'm not taking less than what I just got for Blake Snell. Not for a guy who's 5 years younger, throws harder, and has shown no signs of being as erratic as Blake Snell. Signed leading the league in walks 2 years ago, Blake Snell. So 5 at 200 is the minimum. And if you want the bite at the free agency apple in your 30s, maybe it's 4 at 160. I don't know. But $40 million AAV is what it's going to take. Am I wrong?
No, I absolutely think you're right. I mean, this is where, and maybe Detroit can get creative with the deal as well, but yes, that's your competitive deal. That's what you have to come in there and say, we're starting from this point. Let's get this thing done. If you're serious about this.
And again, you can sign deals that on paper look like one thing and in reality are another. There could be opt-outs. There could be kill clauses. There could be deferral. All I'm saying is, if you're going to get Skubal signed, and those winter meetings start in about a week, it's just the framework is there. 5 at 200. And if you don't want to do that, well, then you're going to ask me to say something that's going to upset you. And I don't want to upset you. It's Thanksgiving. But, I mean, it's just cut and dry. Teddy KGB had it right. Pay the man his money. And if you don't want to pay him, well, you know what you got to do. So it'll be very interesting now that Snell is done. I'm treating it like quarterback negotiations. Now that Snell is signed, you could wait for Corbin Burns if you want, but Scooble's the guy. Get the deal done. And again, I'm not telling you to be in love with the idea of signing a 10-year deal with a pitcher. That's why you could break it down. But it's a $40 million AAV now. And there's probably an opt-out clause somewhere after year 3 or 4. And then they renegotiate again, get an even bigger deal. By that point, it might be $50 a year. Look, that's how you got to do it if you're Boris and you're an agent. And if you're the Tigers, you have to understand it. So I'm going to be fascinated because to me, shouldn't that be the first thing they do this offseason? Just get that deal done?
Absolutely. And don't go in there asking for a hometown discount. Hey, buddy, we're kind of broke right now. No, don't. Come at that man correct and just pay him his money. And I like the opt-out because here's the thing. It puts pressure on the Tigers because as you're waiting for kids to get ready and develop, if they're not ready by year 3, yeah, we're going to talk about trading and moving on because I gave you a shot. If I'm coming from Scooble's perspective.
248-539-9797. Just a quick note, huge free agency news in MLB, relevant to Scooble. The Dodgers, look, man, I don't hate the hustle, but here's why I get annoyed by this. All right, it's the same thing as NIL in college, and here's what I mean. If there's no rules, there's no point. For the Dodgers to be brazenly circumnavigating good faith with deferrals and lump sums, it feels very USFL or back in the day, the ABA. Hey, you just signed a $20 million deal, and then you read the fine print, it was $20 million over 40 seasons. Like, there's just a, you know what I mean? Like,
right, the old Steve Young contract.
Yeah.
That very first one.
And again, it's just, if you're trying to violate ethics, it's pretty easy to do it. You're seeing it with name, image, and likeness, which has nothing to do with come to my school, I pay you. And I'm fine with players getting paid a little. What they're getting now is stupid. Did you see the revenue sharing deal that got cut last night?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And
the player in question is a guy that has basically been wholly non-productive the last 2 seasons. Kamara, the kid from Pitt, went to South Carolina. This kid cut a revenue share deal where he's making $250,000 a year. How? He's nobody.
Yeah. Backup linebacker, not one, but 2 different teams. And now he's headed to Kansas, and Kansas is, going to pay him
$250,000. And you're like, wait, what? He's not worth the scholarship. So for the Dodgers' purposes, it's fine, but they're already the richest team in the league, and they're already cheating the cap. They did it openly with Ohtani, right? There's no hard cap in baseball, but there is a luxury competitive balance threshold. They're finding ways to F around. That gets annoying. But if you're a Tiger fan, believe me, you're about $325 million short of that, so you'll be just fine. 248-539-9797. David, real quick, and then we'll do our Thanksgiving draft.
I'd give Scooble 5 at 200. That is easy. Get it done tomorrow. Someone else says 7 at 300.
I think the dog in the background has decided to give 5 at 200.
7 at 300, someone says. They better lock him up. He is in his prime. That is Pat from his car.
If you don't lock him up this winter, it's malpractice. Because what you'll be doing is staring down the barrel of a gun with Boris. And I don't think that's good business. And I've already given you historical data that Boris will get deals done with 2 years of control left. He did it for Altuve. He did it for Strasburg. He did it for Cargo. This is off the top of my head. I'm sure that segment or video on YouTube's floating around somewhere. I gave you 10 deals he's done. Get it done. Period. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Yeah, someone says no on 10 years. That would be stupid, but yes, they need to sign him.
My whole point to you is if they want to play hardball and they demand 10 and they say it's 10 or 0, what are you going to do?
Ball's in your court at that point.
Sometimes the rabbit has a gun. I'm only offering you worst case. Now, if I were advising Scooble, I wouldn't do 10 years. I would do 5, bet on myself. We'll get another bite at the apple at age 32. Plus, Tarek, what the hell can't you buy with 200 or 300 or 400? It's all the same. You're never going to be Bezos. You don't have 200 billion, but you got 200 million. Figure it out. You know what I mean, Rico? Like,
no, right. I was right. There is only so much that you can buy. But yeah, if he hits him with a 10 or nothing, I don't know if I would do 10, but
8.
If you're Detroit, yeah. Mike's right. I would go 5 and somehow maybe having a player opt out, maybe around 4, just in case this just isn't going the right way.
There you go. But again, the parameters to me, the pictures being painted as to his value. Even though I got slandered for suggesting 40 a year. It's weird. Really weird how that works.
Well, but here's the thing. It's kind of like the NFL quarterbacks. The price is only going to keep going up and up and up. So you can, go back and forth and haggle. All you're doing is you're going up against yourself, because in the end, you're not only going to pay him this, you're probably going to end up paying him more. That's what I like what Brad Holmes did. Hey, guys, here's the money.
That's
not
right.
going to haggle with you. Take this money. Let's go.
All right, David, determine the draft order. We come back. We do our annual Thanksgiving draft and a deep dive discussion into why my people can't get this holiday right. 97.1.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Look, you want to make a career change. You want to go into radio, TV, or graphic design artist. Let Specs at LTU be your first steps to your new career. It is very simple. All you need to do is be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in the city of Southfield. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business, and that means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes in the lab to make it in your new fields. So once again, if you want this career change, if you've been thinking about it, visit the website. Be curious. ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, David, it is under hermetically sealed conditions. You have our Thanksgiving draft order.
Yes, I do.
Let's set the ground rules. It's very simple. Once an item is taken, you cannot get cute and slightly alter it. Now, as we have discussed in the past, including the very controversial 2021 ruling of stuffing versus dressing, they are the same thing. Now, you can have an addendum, meaning box stuffing versus the real stuff. But once the real stuff is gone, you're only left with the boxed. It's the same for the potatoes we discussed. Now, I will clarify because you Midwesterners have this weird affinity for something called cheesy potatoes. That is different than mashed potatoes and decidedly gross. But John Denver is shaking his head over there. Is that popular in the West Virginia festivities?
Absolutely. One of my favorite dishes every year.
Why does that not shock me? All right. What is the draft order? And it'll be a snake draft.
Yes.
4 rounds, time permitting. What is it, David?
Kenny.
Okay.
Mike.
Yep.
Me.
Yep.
And Rico.
Okay, Rico will get the turn. So, gentlemen, we have to be very careful. Rico, fittingly, gets the BOGO. David.
Okay.
Music. Hillbilly Jones to the stage, please. Let's go. Kenny.
First pick of the draft is some squirrel.
Grams, paw stew.
No, I'm going meat first because I don't think this is going to survive, and it's not turkey. I was thinking about fried chicken all day, all right? I was thinking about what I would rather have than turkey for Thanksgiving. Fried chicken, number 1 off the board, primarily because I don't trust it to go back and forth through 2 rounds of draft.
And let me tell you something. It's not a racial thing. It's a Southern thing. Fried chicken appears in the South on Thanksgiving. That's why they do it right in the South. What they get wrong with dental care, they get right with Thanksgiving options. We go to me. You know I ain't taking turkey, that fibrous, chlamydia-ridden bird. I am going to take real homemade stuffing.
Okay.
/ dressing, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Homemade. Don't be hitting me with that Costa stovetop box. David.
All right, so I didn't think I would get this because I thought that whoever was in front of me would take it. But I'm going to go with the homemade baked mac and cheese.
That's a power selection. And again, would you say a Southern selection?
Yes, for sure.
See, that's what I mean. Like a New Orleans Thanksgiving has these things. Now, Rico, you have the turn. You have acquired via trade the last pick in the first and the first pick in the second round. Your selections, please.
Well, Mike, I'm going to go with a honey-baked ham.
Okay.
I'm going to follow that up with the Valenti, shout out to the white folks, the cheesy mashed potatoes.
The mascarpone mashed potato, roasted garlic reset. I got you.
Yes.
People, it's a life changer. It's different. All right, back to David. And notice my point is proven with every selection. Nobody actually likes Thanksgiving turkey. You eat it because you think you're supposed to. David.
Yes. Okay, I can go.
Is the Thanksgiving turkey the Aaron Rodgers 06 draft night draft pick?
It just sits there.
Still in the green room. Still with that disgusting thing hanging off of its neck.
Yeah.
Gobble, gobble.
Yeah, so I'll go with the, man, I could probably get this later. No, I'll go with it. I'm going with the yams.
And now, is that with the marshmallow?
No, that is a casserole.
Okay.
No.
All right, I had to ask. I'm not a yam guy. All right. You know, David, I am actually going to pick something similar. Now, this is a very specific rendition of this, but it is a sweet potato casserole that my mom makes. It is a maple bourbon pecan.
Oh, you got me there.
And it's got it's got a crumb topping like the top of a pie.
So yeah, it has that crust. Yeah, that sounds delicious.
You can keep your turkey. I'll take the bourbon sweet potato mash.
I have a question regarding my next pick. Cheesy potatoes is off the board, of course.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, mascarpone mashed potatoes. Cheesy potato, the disgusting cubed, often lukewarm thing served in the great state of Michigan, is still on the board.
Not for long. It's off the board now. And for my swing around, I'm going to get some ribs.
What?
Whoa! That's right. Because
What?
you know what I want Thanksgiving to be? I want it to be options.
Wow. See, Kenny and I see eye to eye on this. I like
Fried
that
chicken
Kenny
and ribs.
Right. Kenny is breaking social norms. I love it.
That way you can choose which type of meat you're looking for. It's the best.
Yes.
It's the way Thanksgiving should be. You shouldn't be pigeonholed into turkey.
No,
You know
you
what?
shouldn't be a prisoner of turkey. But here's what I want to do. This is probably a risk on my part, but I want to make sure that I ensure there's a protein on the table. And someday when I host Thanksgiving and it's not my parents, this will be the law. Prime rib. Who needs a filth-ridden STD bird when you can have luscious prime rib?
I think I may want to eat at Kenny's right now.
Dude, it sounds pretty good, right?
That sounds great.
That sounds like a South Carolina Thanksgiving. The way he's putting that together. Southern Thanksgiving is where it's Thanksgiving. All right, over to David. And mind you, back in the green room, the turkey stands alone.
Correct. So Kenny had the right idea, going ribs and chicken. While I don't eat ribs, to having the choices there, which is, Mike, I'm glad you played that. Play that again, please. Because I am going with the seafood boil. That
What?
gives me options of crab legs in there. I can go with the lobster tail in there. The
Time out.
shrimp.
Can I ask a question?
It's
Has anyone ever done a seafood boil for Thanksgiving?
yes,
You have?
yes,
Okay, I'll allow it.
yes.
I'm not here to argue. I was asking.
Yep.
That's such a power move by you. Like, that's a great
is.
tailgate move.
Correct.
But Thanksgiving.
It is definitely Louisiana. I've had it in Atlanta with family. So
as some
Southern.
people say, for the culture with a K. No, power move by you. Now, that would be Rico's nightmare. Do you want to know what hell looks like to Rico? Besides sitting next to me? A seafood boil. Rico would fake his own death before partaking in that. All right. Rico, so far, you've got the honey baked ham. You have the mascarpone mashed potato. You have a double selection here.
Wow. Kenny hit me with the ribs. You know what? I'm gonna go with some dirty rice.
The hell is dirty rice?
Basically, rice and beans mixed together.
Oh, delicious. It's like red beans and rice.
Yeah,
Oh,
they just call
delicious.
it dirty rice, but yeah.
Again, Southern, Louisiana-based. See what I mean? I'm telling you, Southerners do it right. All right, Rico, your second pick on the turn here, and the turkey stands alone.
And I'm gonna do this because I'm gonna go with the Hawaiian rolls.
Wow. Yeah. Honestly, they go with it. They go with everything.
Yes.
They do.
Like,
and
why-
I didn't trust David or Kenny. So no.
Man.
You right, man, because I was going to take that next.
Damn. Now, David, you can still go dinner roll. The Hawaiian
Correct.
roll is a completely separate category of
Correct.
carbohydrate.
Correct. So what I'll do is,
By the way, the turkey stands alone. There's no one else in the green room. This tells you everything you need to know about this holiday. Hatchet Man, your selection.
dressing is taken. All right, whatever. I love it. It's my favorite dessert. I go sweet potato pie.
Not deviled eggs.
They were on my list. They were
Trust
on
me.
my list.
You could take them as a free agent.
Sweet potato pie is better than pumpkin pie.
For sure.
It's truthful. Over to Kenny.
Wouldn't it be over to you?
Oh, it is to me. I'm sorry. Guys, I apologize. Okay. So I have got real stuffing, not the Jim Costa box variety. Bourbon sweet potato mash, prime rib. Fourth selection. I'm going to add, now I'm going to save my last one because nobody will take it. I'd like to go with a traditional, real dinner roll. You make the dinner roll, hot dinner roll, butter, real dinner roll, little sea salt crust. Give me the dinner rolls. Kenny Cott, double selections to round out your table.
No, this is my last one.
You have fried chicken, cheesy potatoes,
And ribs. Yep, one more.
Oh, yeah, it's only 4 rounds.
So
Go a fifth. Make 2 picks because I got one more thing I got to put on the table. Go
all
ahead.
right, all right, well, since I get 2, wrap it around. I'm doing the
Possum stew.
I'm doing box stuffing because I love box stuffing. I don't care what anybody says. It's terrific.
God, I knew you were one of those. I knew you were one of those.
But we have the stuffing, we have the ribs, we have the cheesy potato, we have the chicken. We're going to round it off with some dessert. Give me that pumpkin pie.
Ugh. Ugh. Disgusting. All right, my last selection. I'm allowed to make this. It's not pasta, even though I know you thought I knew what I was going to. No. I got to put a veggie on the table. A real one. New York classic. We call them Utica greens. Same spelling as Utica, Michigan. But it's hot cherry peppers, prosciutto, cheese, breadcrumbs, escarole, olive oil, garlic. Delicious, wondrous side dish. The Utica greens.
Wow, that's hilarious.
Why? You were going to go collards?
I am going collards. Can I still do that?
100%.
Okay, because that's
distinctly different.
right.
Distinctly different.
I was making sure. All right.
And mine has a pork product in there, so you wouldn't eat them.
No, I could put turkey leg in there.
God, just eat the pork.
Turkey leg.
Jesus,
Yes.
David, eat the pork. What
My
is your
family
problem?
hates me.
Next, Rico Beard.
The one thing that my sister learned from my mother, pound cake. Give me the pound cake.
Great choice. I'll be making one tonight.
What do you put on it? It's a brick.
If you make it right, it's not.
David, that's different, though, than what you're doing tonight.
All right. Whoa.
Okay.
Pound cake, huh? Sounds like David's honeymoon. All right, let's... If I may, here are the draft classes for the 2024 annual Thanksgiving draft. Kenny Cott with a New Orleans Thanksgiving. We have fried chicken, cheesy potatoes, ribs, box stuffing, pumpkin pie. I have selected real stuffing, bourbon sweet potato mash, prime rib, dinner rolls, Utica greens. David, mac and cheese, yams, no marshmallows, seafood boil, sweet potato pie, collard greens. And Rico Beard, the honey bake ham, the Italian mascarpone mashed potatoes, dirty rice, sweet Hawaiian rolls, and the old shout out to David's honeymoon, pound cake. Who had the best draft class? We'll go to the ticket text next. 97.1. All right, so I know it's Thanksgiving tomorrow, but if you want a taste of summer on the holiday, you don't just have to bring winter beers. Tangerine M43, Old Nation, they've got it. Reminisce on the summer. And yeah, you could pick up some of the Solace, the Fireplace football beer they're releasing. It's all there for you. Everything they brew kicks ass. It's all brewed respectfully, locally. Support independence, support Old Nation. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. It's so ridiculous. Rico, before we do anything else,
Wait. Is this a guy dressed up in a red turkey suit? I'm looking at this video. Oh, my goodness.
It's
Okay,
awful, isn't it? I told you you'd want to punch that guy in the face. So listen, not that we encourage that behavior. We have an incredible draft snub. And I don't know if they released, it was like Laramie Tunsil where they released a picture of the turkey wearing a bong mask. But for turkey to go undrafted tells you everything you need to know about this holiday. No one actually likes Thanksgiving turkey. 2, before we grade the draft classes, Rico, we have breaking news.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, I have to issue an apology. I have to issue TJ Lang an apology because he did send me my picks, or his picks, rather. Sent them before the show. I don't know how I missed over it. He also sent me a text before the show saying that he was passing out turkeys for charity. So I made him look bad and didn't get his picks.
And allowed me to slander him while he was doing something great for the community. You are truly a horrific human being.
I don't know how I didn't see it. I don't
said
understand
the man
it.
was drunk on his couch. He's handing out turkeys to less fortunate people, David.
Yeah, he sent me a text like 30 minutes ago. Like, I did send him the pic, and he sent me the screenshot too. Like, oh boy.
Well, Evan and I were thinking, Evan had an idea. Maybe David has that filter on his phone that just filters out certain types of people. I don't know.
Oh.
I do not. I apologize, TJ. I am so
You
sorry
get
I
Kenny's
made
text,
you look
don't
bad.
you?
No.
You get Kenny's text, right?
I never get to Kenny's text. Never.
Oh.
David, you literally allowed me to slander a guy I've been friends with for 10 years while he's handing out turkeys.
I really
for
don't understand.
charity.
I never saw a notification.
What?
Never saw a notification. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Rico, I am left feeling like a horrible human being. And it's David's fault.
Well, have a great Thanksgiving, TJ. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Yeah, he's passing out turkeys. Like, are you drunk? No, I'm not. That's just those guys messing.
Hey, did you hear what the guys of the radio are saying about I'll send a text after the show. That's not going to be easy. Okay. So, let's get to the ticket text. And by the way, turkey undrafted. Let that sink in.
For the record, if we were to win a 6th round, I was going to select deep fried turkey. So, yes. So, I'm picking it up as a free agent.
Undrafted free agent.
I'm liking Mike's meal. Prime rib sounds way better than turkey. That is Rick in Westland. Gravy, turkey, deviled eggs lead the list of available free agents. Well, turkey was just selected by Rico.
I think it's all about a fit. I think it's a lot like an undrafted free agent. You know, it's like when Austin Reeves told the Pistons to pound sand, I'm going to L.A. It's all about fit. It don't fit at my table. The turkey, to me, it's another one of these societal norms. You're told to like it. That's why you say you like it.
Kenny's draft was like a pre-Holmes Lions draft. Great in rounds 1 through 3. Pedestrian on the end. Mike wins with prime rib and Utica greens. Aaron in Taylor.
Kenny was Matt Millen. Just drafting talent all over. One problem, it doesn't fit together. I'll take ribs. I'll take cheese. It's all over the place. But not bad. I got to tell you, it's a strong play. Barbecue on holidays in warm weather climates, it's a total game changer. But see, like, we live in Detroit or I grew up in the Northeast. Dude, it's frigid on these holidays. You are not operating a smoker. It's just not happening. That's where Southern gets it right.
Correct. Someone says, nobody wins. My draft wins. Roasted duck, steamed broccoli, cheese and potatoes, collard greens, and tiramisu.
Time out. Hold on, MF. And that don't stand for my friend. You cannot be all chesty when the words steamed broccoli come out of your mouth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man, that's hospital food. What kind of, if you're going to get all chesty about it, Jesus, steamed broccoli, that's your flex?
Right. I guess rice cakes weren't available.
Might as well.
Rice cakes?
Might as well. Someone's saying you cheated with the prime rib.
How?
How was that cheating?
Kenny's allowed to do fried chicken, ribs, whatever. Why can't I do the prime rib?
I don't understand why that's cheating. That's a great choice.
I would serve prime rib at Thanksgiving and Christmas. I have no need. First of all, if turkey is so good, someone answer this question for me. Why do you only eat it once a year? I'm sorry.
Wish I could answer that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is there a random Tuesday night you're roasting a turkey? How about a birthday?
No.
No? No. Hey, have you ever noticed turkeys aren't even available in the grocery store? It's an investigation, people.
It is.
Go ahead, David.
We do not pay running backs or draft turkey. Kenny for the win.
That is how we run our franchise. Now, I will say this. I want to give credit. I do not like, first of all, the whole turkey is gross. It's disgusting. It stinks the house up. It's disgusting to look at. You're literally cooking a dead body. Think about it. You're cooking a headless dead body in your oven. It's gross. And then you're stuffing the carcass. I mean, just disgraceful. But if you want to do a better version of turkey, you just buy the turkey breast. Stuff it, roll it, tie it, roast it. Much moister, much juicier, less cooking time, and no grossness. Because I don't understand how people don't lose their appetite with the grizzle and the nastiness of a turkey. Oh, give me some of that undercarriage. And you're like, dude, that's slimy and gamey. And like, what? It's disgusting.
Okay.
Rico's gone silent.
No, I was just like, I was good. Mike's anti-dark meat. All right.
Oh, come on. Now, is this what we're doing? Go ahead. Cue the NC State drop while you're at it. I know you want to hit it.
No, actually, I was just like thinking to myself, yeah, that's actually a great alternative.
The turkey breast?
Yeah, so
It's a
I'm
game
sitting.
changer.
So I was quiet because I'm sitting here imagining it like, maybe I've been doing it wrong all these
And the
years.
best way you
Okay.
can make it southern, too, is cornbread stuffing inside. Andouille sausage, garlic, the cornbread dressing, whatever you want. Stuff it, roll it, tie it, roast it. You know Stoney loves it.
You know what, Mike? I think for 2028, we just need to go ahead and elect you as president for White Thanksgiving.
Platform reform?
Because I'm like, everything that you're talking sounds great. Like,
Because, well, listen,
that's
I've been lucky is that my wife and I enjoy traveling anyways, but like when you go to a place like New Orleans or you go to Baton Rouge or you spend time down south, you start to understand how different food is. It's just a different way of things and flavors. And it's like, man, growing up in the Northeast, it's like a Norman Rockwell painting. And it's like, no, you must have this dry ass bird. It's different, man. Down south, they just do it better. I
Correct.
really think they do, Rico.
well, they
I mean,
do.
I love
can
being
attest to
Italian,
that.
but like, I would love to be a hybrid of Italian and Southern. I think that's my sweet spot.
Yeah, Mike, then you'll enjoy the delicacy that is pound cake.
Are we still making the David
It's
jokes?
delicious, isn't it?
Okay.
I mean, it's not a joke. Like, it really is good.
Look, I don't want to go down this road because my next question will get turned into a drop, so I'll just save it for off the air. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to
What
give you
makes
guys.
it so good?
No, I'm not doing it because I know
Just read something because I'm going to say something so horrible.
No, you're not. What you're going to do is apologize to TJ, who was handing out turkeys for charity, and we slandered him because you missed his text of his picks and why he couldn't come in today. Kenny said his hand was in his pants. I said the guy was drunk on his couch. I mean, Jesus, Dave.
Enjoy your Thanksgiving, TJ.
Thanksgiving. TJ, thank you for doing something nice for the community. Honestly. And it's David's fault. We do the prop bet casino next. FanDuel, you're getting a hell of a day on Thanksgiving with football, college, pro, basketball, all of it. FanDuel's got you covered. NFL same-game parlays, perfect way to combine your bets and shoot for a bigger payday. It's FanDuel. More ways to play, more live markets. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required, refund issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. Check out sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Ahead of the Thanksgiving Day matchup with the Bears, the Lions officially ruling out Carlton Davis and Taylor Decker from play tomorrow. Both individuals exiting Sunday's game against the Colts with injuries, as did Khalif Raymond, who earlier today was placed on the IR. And as of this moment, David Montgomery and Amon-Ra St. Brown are listed as questionable. Michigan with a big matchup of their own on Saturday against OSU in Columbus. Ohio State looking for their first win against Michigan since 2019. They are heavily favored going into this matchup, and star quarterback Will Howard spoke on the importance of this rivalry. Michigan and Ohio State with a big noon kickoff on Saturday. And a busy night of sports tonight. Wings host the Flames. Cam Talbot's in net for the Wings. You can catch that action right here on the ticket. Pistons play in Memphis against the Grizzlies. Cade Cunningham missing his third straight game. And it's also tournament games for college hoops. Michigan looking to win the Beach Division title in the finals against number 22 Xavier. MSU continuing in the Maui Classic, or the Maui Invitational rather, against number 12 UNC. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Okay, now come on. I understand the Caller Ed remix when Kenny did it. David, what is that?
This is a kid's version Thanksgiving song. I decided to put Thanksgiving in it.
Oh, my God in heaven, Rico. We have lost cabin pressure. All right, Odyssey.com, rewind. You missed anything. 2 notes. This is important stuff now. One is this. The Lions have lost 7 straight Thanksgiving games. That's hard to even fathom. But there is something weird here where, Rico, we don't even consider the Lions losing to be on the table, basically.
No.
But
no, you're right.
The fact you've lost 7 in a row, people, are any of you, look, you're in a safe space. You will not be judged. You will not be called a bad fan. You will not be slandered. Anyone a little nervous tomorrow at all? Asking?
Well, here's the thing, Mike. I did the Lions pregame show last year for Thanksgiving, and it's why a lot of people get angry at me. No, it's not a siren. People get angry at me for the BOGO because I think they had just beat, I think either Carolina or Jacksonville, and I'm like, well, if you beat them, you're going to beat the Packers on Thanksgiving. And it was just, a foregone conclusion until Jordan Love just carved the Lions up as a turkey, and I was like, wow. I didn't see that coming.
Okay,
so
exactly right. You didn't see it, not that way, not how it happened, not the dominance. We don't see the Bears doing it. But when you've lost 7 in a row, and look, I think there's a distinct disadvantage to this. I hate Thursday football. I don't think it's fair to either team. I don't think it's fair when you're in a playoff chase to be asked to turn around and play a football game 72 hours later. I don't think it's right. Players hate it. And look, I think if you were not going to incur a fine and you were able to have Dan Campbell tell you what he really thinks about Thursday football, my guess would be he'd go, no, it's awful. I mean, the players hate it. So I understand partially why it's hard to win these games on short turns, but that's number one. The second issue is this, and it's more of a lighthearted one. We just did our Thanksgiving draft. Turkey went undrafted. People, the centerpiece of this holiday went undrafted. It's Aaron Rodgers, 06, sitting in the green room. Laramie Tunsil, bong mask. It is sitting in the green room. Rico, Turkey has become Corleone Young.
Wow.
It's
great reset. You know what? Mike, just go ahead and take the rest of the day off. Enjoy your Thanksgiving.
So I'm asking the question here. Who the hell even likes this damn bird? It went undrafted in 5 rounds. All of us had an opportunity to take turkey. None of us. Who actually likes this?
You know what? I like it if, as you say, if it's warm enough outside and I can throw one on the smoker, or if you get a deep fried version.
Yeah.
But see, hold on. You two are describing the proper ways. I'm talking about the classic way.
Oh.
The oven, the Norman Rockwell painting, the turkey. It went undrafted, and I think with good reason. So you've got your Lions right here. And look, you can laugh, you can make fun of the Bears, do whatever you like. You know I don't approach the NFL that way unless it's a couple of teams. Like when Rico talked about BOGO against the Titans or the Jags, I was right there with him. Those teams identifiably have quit. They're terrible. The Bears haven't quit. The Bears are basically the NFC's version of the Bengals. Highly talented, highly dangerous, but if there's a way to lose a game, they're going to find it. Whether it's a blocked field goal, whether it's a special teams blunder, whether it's a drop pass, they'll get close. They'll get close to scare you, but they lose. But they are not bad. They are not the Titans. They are not the Jags. They are not one of these garbage can teams. Now, I fully admit I've been seduced by the Lions into just believing they're going to win every week. But it's okay if you say, hey, look, no, my eyes are on the prize here. This is a rivalry. This is a team that kind of has our number. Should have beat you twice last year. I know nobody wants to talk about it. Got you once. Should have beat you twice. Here at Ford Field, you stole that game. So that's one. And the other one is somebody with a straight face tell me. Just, come on, safe space now. Nobody really likes Thanksgiving turkey. You believe you like it because it's like Inception. You've been told to like it.
Man, you're on fire right now.
Oh, I'm in a good spot. Coffee's good. I got a good night's sleep last night. I'm where I need to be. And I just got called a communist by a friend who says turkey's great. Moved to North Korea. All right. Well, then.
Mike, I think if you're an adult, it's one of those things that, yeah, it's on the table. But if it's safe space, most people would say, okay, right here, right now, who wants turkey? Raise your hand.
I'd rather have chicken cutlets. All jokes aside about Tommy DeVito, I'd rather just have a chicken cutlet and still have all the sides.
Heck, Kenny's menu. I'm like, wait a minute, man. Fried chicken and ribs?
Kenny tapped into his Louisiana roots. Or honestly, it sounded like a Georgia Thanksgiving. Ribs, some fried chicken, some of the sides, the mac and cheese. That's there.
And I was told, yes, dirty rice, it's spicy, so I don't think you would be eating it. You or Kenny will be eating it, and it's got andouille sausage in it as well.
Well, that's not spicy, but yeah, bro, we all know.
Oh, no, but no, it's got heat in it as well.
You're built different. All right, I don't know. The good Lord blessed you with a different colon profile. I don't know what planet you're from. You eat things that are incendiary. God bless. It's not for me. Not for me. I don't know why you want to sweat while you eat. That's terrible.
You don't sweat. It's tangy. It's a little spice. It's a little heat.
Yeah. Hey, Rico, what do you think of an atom bomb? It's tangy. Tangy. Hey, it just wiped out 100,000 square miles. Tangy. All right.
It's good enough for Oppenheimer. It's good enough for me.
David, ticket text. We'll get to the callers in a second.
Said it's amazing that no one likes turkey, but everyone loves a turkey sandwich, though.
But it's not the same.
It isn't the same.
And I said this with cookies. We briefly discussed this. Listen, what I've never understood is the people and their fascination, the adoration of the leftover turkey sandwich. Here's your problem. Factually speaking, refrigerated cold Thanksgiving turkey actually smells like a decomposing body.
Oh,
you can't possibly want to eat that after smelling what that does to your fridge.
I got nothing.
I mean, it's the same thing with cold pasta. I don't understand Italian people who like go in the fridge. Once you smell the cold pasta, forget it. It's the equivalent of your dog leaving you gift in a Ziploc. No, I'm done. Appetite gone.
So you don't eat cold spaghetti?
Oh, hell no. Oh, no. And cold, that whole thing, I'll have a turkey sandwich that night. The hell I will.
Yeah, you get up in the middle of the night, you eat yourself a turkey sandwich.
Man, it smells like Kenny's armpit.
See,
Get the hell out of here.
I guess I'm blessed with having a horrible nose because I don't smell it. I just go in there. Well, you know what? Let me stop talking.
How about that pound cake?
Let me stop. Easy.
Go ahead with the ticket
Rico,
text.
all I did was start talking, and Mike's looking at me and smiling. What am I saying here?
We're off
Welcome
the rails.
to my world. Yeah.
Deep fried turkey and peanut oil is the only way to go with a pineapple brown sugar injection.
See? But think about this. That's the equivalent of a chicken tender.
Correct.
Like, there's a reason you don't bake chicken. It's disgusting. But if you zhuzh it up and, we breaded it, we fried it, and then Kenny's intravenous honey mustard. Like, if you got to do all that work, the base product isn't any good.
Yeah. Guys, think of it like this. You're masking the taste by deep frying it and all the other accoutrements.
Including the injection.
Correct.
Yes.
David is huge on injection.
I love white turkey meat, hate fried chicken. Steve from New Boston. I'm just going to keep reading here. I'm smoking brisket. Mike from LaSalle. I can't with you guys anymore.
David's big on that Holy Ghost injection.
You did like that pound cake.
David, do you ever inject your pound cake?
What is happening?
David, I'm sorry I selected it on my team. I'd like to issue an apology.
No, it's my fault because I'm the
Mistakes
one
were
that had to
made.
comment afterwards, so it's my fault.
Man. Oh, good gravy.
Oh, my.
248-539-9797. We'll get to the calls next. All right, holidays are here. God help you if you're at the grocery store right now, or maybe you're prepping. You need a good night's rest. Get a Serta mattress, save $600 while you do it. The Perfect Sleeper X or the Serta iComfort. Black Friday sale goes all month long. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. Stop in and check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the November Rico deal. Still a few days left. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox EV LT. This all-electric SUV has great incentives to drive off with a payment as low as $199 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, an Equinox EV for under $200. The Equinox EV has the power to go the distance, and Hamilton, they got them in stock, ready for immediate delivery. You know what I say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, straight to the people. We'll get to the picks later in the hour. Julian is batting leadoff, 97.1. Jules, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, bottom of the afternoon to you.
That's right. Thanksgiving. What's going on?
Happy Thanksgiving. So, I had originally called in about the what's wrong with Lions fan topic, and my point there was I equate it to people that have Stockholm syndrome and fall in love with their abuser. And it makes no sense for the many reasons that people have commented on. And that's my only, that's the only rational thought, is that they're so used to being hurt for the better part of, I guess, 2 or 3 decades that they don't know any better. So when they're not being hurt, when in fact they're being rewarded, they're made to feel good, this team is doing everything that Lions fans have wanted them to do and more, they feel uncomfortable. So I don't know how else to put it.
No, it's certainly not something I thought of. It's creative. I can't tell you you're wrong. It's so weird for people who want to continue to be uncomfortable. Just accept the fact you might have a historically great team, and it doesn't
makes
mean
no sense.
No, and look, maybe they do drop a game we don't expect. I don't know. Maybe it's tomorrow. I don't expect it, but whatever. They're awesome.
It's the NFL, Mike. You guys have talked about it. You don't expect it, but anything can happen on any Sunday, right?
Correct.
Ridiculous things happen.
Right. The talent spread is not like college. Like, everybody thinks there's this great gap between good and bad. No. It's really not that great in the NFL because the rules don't allow for it. But go ahead.
You look at the spreads.
Exactly.
The spreads say it all. Much like yourself, I consider myself an adopted son of Metro Detroit, as somebody who works here. And even though I've been labeled as a bandwagon jumper by most of my close friends, I take a tremendous amount of solace in this team in rewarding the fan base for 3 decades of misery. And if nothing else, as you and I have talked, as we've talked about hockey many times, it gives me, as a tragic Leafs fan's, hope that one day my team will do the same. So for me to see fans unhappy or complaining about boredom, and I'm like, but you've been waiting for this for 30 years, and now it's happening, and it feels great. I'm so happy for them. That's another reason why it makes no sense. And the last thing I want to say is he beat me. He beat me straight up.
Hey, that man, he's smacked me.
Hey, that man, his money.
I love Teddy KGB. It's a great reset. Julian, honestly, the inspiration for bringing it up today was Kenny Dillingham, Arizona State's head coach. He actually dropped a Teddy KGB at the podium talking about NIL. It's a nice sport you got, Rico. I blame you.
Why not? Thanksgiving.
Let's go to DJ. He's up next. DJ, will you be performing live at the half tomorrow?
Absolutely not.
Okay. What's going on, buddy?
What's happening, fellas? Y'all boys all right today, man?
Yeah, we're good, pal.
Yeah, so check this out, Mike. The other day we talked, like last week or whatever, and I told you, Vildor, I have one word today why we should be on upset alert. Everybody knows I'm like the hugest Lions fans. It's my team. I'm diehard 313. What up, though? But the fact that I have to sit out there in my seats tomorrow and watch Dan Skipper go out there and start at left tackle, it scares the hell out of me because I know what Goff is when that line is perfect. He's very good, borderline great with the passer ratings, but I also know, like the Houston game and other games, when you pressure that dude, which they're going to come because Skipper started, he's not going to be able to block Sweat, just like he wasn't able to block Daniil Hunter down in Houston. We in trouble. And then Vildor's out there, so that's double trouble. So we absolutely on upset alert, and I wouldn't be surprised if we lost.
Really?
Nope.
DJ, is a lot of that because you just feel like, man, the Lions things have been going too well for them, and a loss is due, and it's not necessarily the Bears?
Absolutely not. No, because when Carlton Davis is playing, he's one of the best man-to-man corners in the game. When Decker's out there, he's an above average to good left tackle. That means that Goff plays good. See, real quick, fellas, you guys been watching sports as long as I have. Pressure makes great guys. It busts pipes, man. So when you're really great guys, when you speed them up to Jordans, the Brady's, the Montanas, it don't faze them. Like, you can't speed them up. But then that next level of guys, you can speed them up. And when you do that, you speed them up, now you're in trouble. So Goff is going to be speeded up tomorrow by Sweat and the rest of those Bears defensive line because Decker's not there. So that puts me in trouble. It has nothing to do with our pass, none of that crap. No, absolutely not.
Yeah, DJ, it's crazy. First of all, have a wonderful Thanksgiving with the family.
You too, my guy.
You got it. The Thanksgiving. But let me say this. What I get tired of is if you give the opponent any credit, you get vilified by Lions fans, which is bizarre to me. Like, no one wants the Lions to do poorly. No one wants them to lose a game. Like, tomorrow's a case in point. And I admit, the Lions have outrun Vegas for a year and a half now. And they can't make the numbers big enough. But as someone who's watched the NFL my entire life, and then it became a big part of my professional life, guys, on a short week, 72 hours, divisional game, to be laying 10.5, yeah, every part of my body says, oh, come on, that's ridiculous. But guess what? They went out last week, laid 7.5 on the road to a damn near playoff team and dropped a bomb on them. Hey, we're going to go to Green Bay. We're going to lay 2.5. Bad weather, bad Goff, doesn't matter, dead. Like, they are operating outside of the norms, and I'm just going to keep rolling with it. But, yeah, I mean, DJ, I'm not mad that you're like, hey, I'm nervous about tomorrow. I've just left it all behind based on they are one of the rare teams that is able to operate outside of the rules. Does that make sense, Rico?
No, it does. And that's why I said a couple of weeks ago, I do think that we're witnessing history watching this team. Like, I think I heard Doug and Gator say that they are any given Sunday proof.
The hell does that mean?
Meaning basically
any given Sunday.
You know how any given Sunday you could just lose a game in the league games? They're proven to be means nothing.
Listen, all I'll say is this. Even the greatest teams out there, any given Sunday. All right, well, you needed a huge rally to beat Houston. Come on. It's not like you're out wire to wire every week. You had to overcome a horrific start at Minnesota, and you won. Now, will I be surprised if it's like, hey, I need a game winner against Carolina, like the Chiefs did? Yes. But, man.
See, but the Bears are 3-0 against the Lions on Thanksgiving since 2018.
Look, the Bears very easily, with nothing more than a decent break versus a bad break, could be 7-4, not 4-7.
Very much so.
They are not a terrible team. Here's the other narrative I don't like. Look, I expect the Lions to win. Duh. But the reason I won't bet the game or sit there and be like, no, Lions 52, Bears 3. This idea that Caleb Williams is bad is just false. He hasn't thrown an interception in 5 weeks. He's begun to take the check down, play smarter football, use his feet more effectively. And may I remind you, this is a rookie who has already dealt with an offensive coordinator change. I just get so irked because it's like, oh, Caleb week 2. Yeah, guys get better. He's gotten better. Now, do I think your defense will do the job? Yes. Do I think Aaron Glenn is going to tighten the tourniquet, like a vice, put the pressure on him, show him looks he hasn't seen, confuse him? Yeah. But, to act like it's Tommy Cutlets coming in here, I don't think that's appropriate either.
No, because you wonder, is he going to do the same thing that Justin Fields did when he came to Ford Field last year? And, they gagged the game away. I think they had a double-digit lead with 7 minutes to go, somehow found a way to lose. So that's what you're hoping not to happen.
David, a few ticket texts, and then we'll get to the picks.
Guys, I can't believe no one mentioned it this yet, but if you're going to eat turkey, dark meat is the way to go. Jeff at work.
Honestly, no.
Well, we know Kenny's upstairs neighbors are going to be stuffing. Oh,
no.
Come on. All right. This is Brad. To be honest, statistically, the Bears can't lose that many in a row, considering they are a decent team.
No, you can lose that many. That's how people go broke in Vegas and end up divorced. I can't lose that many in a row. Trust me, you can.
Yes, the dice have no memory.
Bears are the SOBs, the same old Bears. They are finding ways to lose games. I still think the Lions will win. This has been a redemption year. Time to break the Thanksgiving tradition of losing.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
It does.
I'd be very surprised they lose. I won't be surprised for a close game because that's how I'm built to view the NFL. But no, I've arrived at a point now. Any loss any week will surprise me. I know that sounds goofy, but
the way they're playing, that's how it feels, though.
They're just different, man. 248-539-9797. We will get to the picks next. All right, FanDuel, full day of sport. By the way, Rico, this is your fault as well. Why are the best college basketball games on at 12:30 in the morning tonight? What are you doing with your networks?
Well, we're spreading the love, Mike. Yeah. We're giving you something to watch.
Just like David on that hedonism cruise back in 2018. The point is, FanDuel, you can bet all of it. I can't promise you'll be awake for a lot of this stuff, but FanDuel's got you covered. More live markets, more SGPs, more promotions for you to have a good Thanksgiving. FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet 5, get 150 in free bets for new users. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, I know it's pitch black outside and it's ice cold, but listen, I promise you'll thank me in the spring. Go to Northville Lumber and get scheduled to get that deck built for the springtime. Beat the rush. Nobody sells more Trex decking, lighting, railing. Hey, got news for you. You got your family coming over. You don't feel like dealing with all these people? You can go outside on your deck and hide from the world if you get annoyed. Get it built. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot, and they'll even intro you to a Trex certified pro. So all you need to do is you call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Dear God. All right. All right. So, who the hell's next? Is it Rieger down at LCA?
Yeah, he's down there at LCA getting set up.
Okay. Well, you let me know when he's ready. Any ticket text here before we all depart? It's going to be a little I'll just give you a programming note. It's going to be a little uneven the next week. I know I have a little bit of time off.
Much better.
Excuse me?
Sorry, I was trying to talk to Jeff.
No,
I
mean,
did it again.
If me having time off is much better, I will take more.
I was talking to Jeff. I'm sorry.
But timing was perfect, Rico.
I hate you, Kenny, because Kenny jinxed me earlier.
It's much better without you, Mike.
That's fine. You'll have a sampling of that both the next couple days and a few days next week. So, you know what, David? Say it more.
Oh, he was too loud on the other end of the LCA, and I was trying to tell him, turn it down. I said, oh, that's much better. I'm sorry.
That was perfect. Almost as good as when you slandered TJ, only to realize he texted you saying, I'm giving out turkeys for charity.
Yeah, let me send out that apology again. He was doing a great thing for charity, and I didn't see his text. Thank you, TJ, for doing a great thing for the community. Your picks are in.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Ticket text, and we'll get to Jeff.
Lions by 30 on Thanksgiving. Oh, my. The Lions.
Is it totally ridiculous that this has become that big of a bit?
No, I mean, think about it. We turned the chair drop into something that people are like, oh, chair drop to the spine. So, nah. Thanksgiving, it's Ed's Day tomorrow.
It is. It is.
It has gotten ridiculous. Jeff is now yelling it in my ear.
You know the fun part? I don't even know if Ed likes us.
There was a period where he didn't call the show for like a year after that, and I was like, does he not like the Thanksgiving drop? It was all meant in good fun.
Like when we did the Boat Guy song, I'm pretty sure that killed him.
Right. He called middays, and I was like, hey, Ed, why don't you call afternoons? We miss you, buddy. And he was like, oh, I don't know about that Thanksgiving drop.
Oh, so there is a problem, isn't there?
I wonder.
Well, he seemed happy when he called earlier this week. So I think all this, we patched things up.
I hope so. One more before we get to Jeff. The Lions will break the Lions losing streak on Thanksgiving this year because they are not wearing the throwback uniforms. Those uniforms are still jinxed.
Yeah. I don't buy into any of it. Lions can wear their pajamas. They're the best team in the league. If they play remotely well, they're going to beat essentially everyone in the league. If they play poorly, Thanksgiving. Yeah, you don't get to say it, though, because you don't even cook for Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Oh,
That's
you know
true.
what? My wife actually chipped in this year, guys. She actually picked up the catered meal today. It's in the fridge. It's ready to be unwrapped and eaten tomorrow. Boys.
Usually when you say someone chipped in for dinner, that means they made a dish.
No. She just chipped in by driving the car over to the restaurant to pick it up. Here's what I actually would love to do, and Mike would be mortified. Wojo and I talked about this yesterday. If somehow, some way, if Mike, you could save a little bit of your turkey or Thanksgiving Day supper, if you could bring it into the station, and I will save some of my catered supper, and we will do a blind taste test. We will have David and Kenny and Rico and whoever else wanted to participate and see what people would vote.
Let me
and
guess.
If you lost,
Mike's would have flavor and yours wouldn't.
You would retire.
Yeah, but there's no shot. That's Tennessee laying 53 to Kent State. You got no shot.
Oh, we got to do it. It'd be amazing.
Dude,
put it on the internet. It'd be fabulous.
Oh, yeah, perfect. All right, what are you doing next besides using our drop, which you're welcome to? Thanksgiving.
I like how you guys say it better than I say it. So I've heard a little bit of the angst about the Bears and the whole Thanksgiving Day curse, and it's been 7 in a row. So I wanted to ask people, do they really have any concerns about tomorrow? And despite injuries, I sure in the hell don't. But the other thing, too, that's kind of been gaining steam over the last couple days, and I know we talked about the Nick Wright stuff, but Nick Wright said his latest show or 2 shows ago, he's like, well, the Lions are only 8 days away from going from the 1 seed to the 5 seed. Then I was watching ESPN today, and you got 2 of the 4 panelists picking the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl instead of the Lions. And then I was watching something else today as Pat McAfee. And Pat McAfee's like, well, the Lions are 2 bad weeks away from losing that 1 seed. So it's almost like the nation, after being on the Lions, is flipping on the Lions. So I'm curious where people at. I have examples I want to give.
It's too late in the show for me to say mean things, so I'm letting all of that go, and I'll wish you a happy Thanksgiving.
Jeff, just know people build you up to tear you down. So
there you go. You should be flattered they're even talking about the Lions, but do your thing. Everyone enjoy your. And Rieger, I'm going to have David play you the Kenny Cott Caller Ed remix to open your show if you're okay.
Oh, I would love that. I'd be honored.
Everybody have a wonderful
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
And for
Happy
Rico's
Thanksgiving.
sake, go State.
Thanksgiving.
Please, God. All right. We'll talk to
Oh, big game
everybody.
against North Carolina.
Okay, we're done here now. We'll talk to everybody Monday, 97.1.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Why? Because I know you're interested.